Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Komorowski, and I'll be accompanied by Bob Walter today, and we'll be doing the UAN training for newly elected fiscal officers. Welcome, everybody, to the position, and let's begin. So, UAN support. If you need to email us, you're going to send the email to uan_support@ohioauditor.gov. And we should have all your information on file because by now you should have emailed that over. If you haven't yet, you want to get your profile updated so that way you could reach out to UAN and we'll get you on file. That way we can help you out with any training you need one-on-one, any questions, password resets, getting your user log ID, anything like that. You can also reach UAN at 800-833-8261 and we'll be happy to help. So we'll begin here with just a welcome in. It's your time to shine as a newly elected fiscal officer, and we're here to facilitate your transition into the role. So today's agenda will be covering UAN new fiscal officer training. We'll be going over UAN reports and the cash versus the budget in this opening segment before we transition later into accounting and payroll sections. So, newly elected webinar. Before attending today, it was strongly recommended and suggested you should visit the UAN link website where you are going to go to the training and then the transition tab and then complete phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, which would be your prerequisites for today's class. Now, if you were a fiscal officer with experience, you might have skipped to phase 3. But it's all very good information, and the transition is for a new fiscal officer transitioning into the role. So that's what all the videos and handouts there are for. So if you haven't been there yet, strongly recommend you get there later. So again, it would be uanlink.ohioauditor.gov. That's our website. Everybody should be familiar with it now. If you're not, give it a visit, and we've got plenty of training on there. You'll see the training drop-down menu, and then the drop-down menu is laid out similar to UAN. So you have your accounting, payroll, budget, inventory, and then UAN also offers cemetery software. But skipping down, there's the transition tab. And again, that's transitioning into the new role as fiscal officer. So if you were an experienced fiscal officer, you can move on to the later phase. But if you're brand new, start at phase 1 and work your way through there. Here's an overview. Phase 1, we've got it broken down into 101, 102, and 103 sections with handout manuals for each one, but strongly recommend you go through the videos. And let's see, we talked about phase 3 already, so we'll skip over here to local government services. So if you need help and need to contact local government services, their number is going to be 800-345-2519, and you can find them on the Auditor of State website under Contact Us or under Local Government. So UAN support, our job is to help you through the software, and if you have questions on how the software works or how to do something in the software, we can help you with that. If you have a compliance question or you're not sure which path to take, you can always try us, but we might suggest that you contact local government services first because we can't tell you what you should do in the software. We can only explain how the software works, whereas local government services is more on compliance side, and they can walk you through the ins and outs of that. So we kind of work hand in hand with them. And helpful contacts. When contacting local government services, there's the main number on the previous slide, but on the website, if you go through local government services, then clicked on the Contact Us, you would see the regional contacts map. We suggest you always contact your region because if the main line gets bogged down with support calls, you'll get a faster response from calling your region directly. So there's emails on there and regional phone numbers. So you can find that on the Auditor of State website by going through local government services and the contacts. So we're going to focus on first day and first week of being a newly elected fiscal officer, what you need to know, and what you need to get through it. So you're going to need to access your UAN. So make sure you have access to it, which would mean you have your computer and you have that connected to the internet and everything's up and running there. If you don't have that, you should start with the previous fiscal officer. That's the first step. So you should have the UAN computer and printer. From there, you need your UAN login ID. Many of you will already have that. If you don't, give us a call and we can walk you through getting that set up. You're going to want to deactivate the previous fiscal officer's login or any of the logins that might be on the computer that haven't been deactivated before. If you need help with that, you can give us a call, but that'll be under general maintenance and users. And that's where you can reset passwords, add other users if you have an assistant, deactivate old users, things like that. You're going to need to know the steps if you forget your password. So if you forget your password, you just give UAN support a call, and we're going to request that you send us an email also to verify who you are. And at that point, we can do the password reset. You could also do it just via email and request a password reset that way. And we'll walk you through the steps. We'll have you click on the gold lock in the bottom left corner as you log into UAN. And it'll give you an R key, which is a little code. We put that in and get you your new password and walk you through the steps there. You're going to want to confirm your UAN online profile data. So you can find that on the website on UAN link. You'll log in. And if you have any trouble with that, give us a call and we can help you through that. And let's see, your entity information. So the entity setup while in UAN itself, that refers to the entity name, fiscal officer name, and the address and phone number and email that will appear on various reports. So you're going to want to set up your entity setup information. Have questions on that, give us a call, but that's under general maintenance and then entity setup. When you open that, you'll be on the entity information tab. And at the bottom of that tab, you'll see a section that says fiscal officer. So you put your name in there, and that's what pulls in for all the reports. So if you were to print out a receipt, for example, without updating this information, the name of the old fiscal officer is going to show on there. So you're going to want to get that set up. All right, we'll dig in a little deeper here. So our nature lover is saying, wouldn't it be nice if UAN had a place to go to try things before posting? And we do. It's perfect for new fiscal officers. It's the UAN training mode. Strongly recommend you go in there. It helps you stay out of traps, avoid any pitfalls. And how you get to it is you get out of the UAN application. So you'd close it all together. You'd go to the Windows desktop and open UAN Tools. UAN Tools will have a small icon of a screwdriver and wrench on there. Once that's open, you're going to double click on UAN Training. And you get a little pop-up. It's going to tell you it's going to synchronize with your current data. So what this does is it takes your live data from UAN, pulls it into training mode. So that way you have your most recent transactions and budget information, pull it into training, and anything you do in training stays in training. So there's no worry at all. So if you're not sure how to increase your budget or how to do your first purchase order or book a receipt, strongly recommend instead of going into main UAN, you open up UAN Tools, get into UAN Training, and it's just a sandbox. You can do whatever you'd like in there. It takes your normal username and password. So assuming you're able to log into UAN, you log into training the same way. It looks very similar to UAN, but when you log in the top right corner, you're going to see 2 yellow exclamation points, and it'll say training. And on the top left, it'll say training, entity name, and then training as the county name. So that's how you know you're definitely in training. Won't make any mistakes. And once you close out of training, that information just goes away. Nothing will copy over into UAN, so there's no worries about that. We wanted to touch on some computer security topics. So frequent UAN backups. Why would you want to do a UAN backup? Well, UAN is going to force you to do a backup every 30 days at a minimum. That's the default setting. But when you would want to back up more frequently would be anytime you put in a significant amount of work that you wouldn't want to lose in UAN. So UAN is not stored in a central location. The information is stored on your computer and it's backed up there. So if your computer gets stolen or lost in a tornado or damaged by water or flood or something like that, you would lose that information, and we could send you a replacement computer and do a backup. So you would be restoring your files from the point of your last backup. If you're an entity that does 3 receipts and 5 payments a month, it's not a big deal if you miss a month. You can go back and re-put in that information, and you'll lose maybe 45 minutes of work. If you're an entity that does that much per day, or maybe you do 100 transactions a day, you're going to want to have that information so you're not digging yourself into a hole, losing transactions, or possibly missing your work. Saving your backups, we recommend you rotate through some flash drives. So a minimum of 2, that way you save 1 at the office and 1 at home or in the car or wherever you want to keep your backups. But you could have several. You can rotate through them, and that way you always have redundancy, really. So you could also back up your non-UAN files, and you want to remember to do that too. So anything essential, you'd want to also put on that flash drive, and that could be like board minute notes or budgets or spreadsheets or anything like that. So you want to make sure you back up that information, because we will send you a replacement computer if it were to be damaged or stolen. But replacing the data on that computer goes back to the point of your last backup and your record retention. So keep on top of your backups. Keep security software up to date. So your UAN security software, and we'll touch on it later. On the UAN computer, you have Windows Defender, and that protects your computer against antivirus intrusion. And you also have Malwarebytes. That'll be on your desktop, and that protects your computer from malware. Happens all the time where you go through a website, click some link, and you get a pop-up that goes through, you've been infected, blah, blah, blah. So you'd always want to call UAN. We'll take care of you. Don't call some strange number that pops up on your computer. Absolutely not. And you have those tools at your disposal. Malwarebytes, you could run it as often as you want or set it to a schedule. Same with Windows Defender. The UAN security also, while in UAN, your user account security, you'd want to keep track, don't post your password on a Post-it note under your keyboard. You don't want anybody getting in there with your access as fiscal officer, because then they could post payments and do things like that. So keep track of your user security and don't post your passwords around the office. So scams are becoming more common, unfortunately. It's just the world we live in. There's always somebody trying to do something. You don't want to fall into the trap. And, unfortunately, small governments are being targeted by scammers now. So you want to be careful on your work on the computer. You want to make sure you're going to known websites, and on the UAN computer, focusing on the UAN work. If you get a pop-up box, like we talked about before, requiring you to call a number, disregard it and call UAN first, and we'll walk you through any of that. If you get a questionable email or link, you're not going to want to open that. So another thing, and we'll talk on it later, but EFT fraud is on the rise. So you'll have your employees where you'll be doing your payroll, and we're seeing now, especially in Ohio small governments, you'll get an email from that employee, or what you think is from that employee, because their email address has been spoofed. So it looks like it's from them. And that email comes in and asks you to update their EFT or direct deposit information. So they give you a new bank account, you process your payroll, and that money moves on to a different bank account. So then the employee comes to you a couple days later and says, hey, I didn't get my last paycheck. So that was a fraudulent request to change the direct deposit account. So with any changes to employees' payroll or direct deposit, we strongly recommend they do it in person in writing. That way you won't fall subject to that one, but that has been on the rise, and we've seen it a few times. And in the payroll section later, Bob will cover it again and in more detail. So if you get one of these pop-ups on your screen and it says urgent, you must log in, I'm with so-and-so support, or you have an infection, virus, anything like that, don't be fooled. Make sure you contact UAN at first, because it is malware or some kind of intrusion. This is another common one where it's telling you, don't turn off your computer, call this 800 number immediately. You might get sound through your speakers where it's telling you the computer's infected or intrusion detected, any of that. It's all a scam. Don't fall for it. And that's why we strongly recommend you on your UAN computer, make sure you're going to known trusted websites. Don't click on any links or pop-ups that might pop up there. Again, you can contact UAN support for your technical or support questions. Our technical service team can help you with computer issues, virus questions, all that kind of stuff. So you'd want to give us a call at 800-833-8261. Write that one down. And while you're calling us, remember, we're going to ask you for your 4-digit UAN number. We could also look it up if you give us the entity name and county, so that's no big deal, especially for the new fiscal officers. Probably don't have it. But if the old fiscal officer gave you some information and one's a 4-digit number that says UAN next to it, odds are that's your number. So give us a call. We can confirm that for you. And again, there's our email address, uan_support@ohioauditor.gov. Feel free to email us questions. If you have a question where you're stuck and you don't have time to call because you're working your first job and that, goes to 5 o'clock or something like that, and you don't think you'll make the support line hours, it's always good to shoot us an email. Give us as many details as you can. Make sure you give us the entity information you're reaching out from. And then you want to give us all the details, and screenshots are very helpful to send those over via email too. So before we touched on some cybersecurity, and this is a quick look. On the left side, we have Malwarebytes, and that is a good shot of the icon. Malwarebytes, you can scan at any time, protects your computer from any malware threats, and Windows Defender protects your computer on the right from any virus threats. So it's anti-ransomware, anti-malware, and anti-exploitive software where they can get into your computer and exploit your information. So AOS cybersecurity resources on the Auditor of State website, ohioauditor.gov. There is a fraud and cybersecurity section. We strongly recommend you at least give it a visit, so that way you know it's out there. And you can go through some of the trainings, or just familiarize yourself with it right now. You're going to really, as a new fiscal officer, it's a bit like drinking from a fire hose, and it'll be like that for a while. But the more information and resources you have available, it will start to stick and calm down, and then you'll remember these things. If something arises, you have these things at your disposal. So Windows Defender icon on the left, Malwarebytes in the middle, and on the right side, that's your Windows update. So you want to keep on top of all your computer's Windows updates and make sure you're always updated and protected, because Windows will put out patches pretty frequently, when they need to. So make sure you're taking care of all that stuff, and make sure you go through your resources on the Ohio Auditor's website, specifically for cybersecurity, but they have trainings on many different topics. So keeping up to date, you're going to want to keep up to date on your hardware, and you could do that by going to the UAN website, and under hardware and computer, that is where you'll find any kind of handouts and information we have on your model computer and what we send out. And I'll touch on it later, but we do a computer hardware refresh every 4 years. The next one will be coming at the end of this year, beginning of 2025, so December, January timeframe, we'll be sending out a brand new computer and printer, and these will be donated to the entity. So for the next few months, this is your computer, and you want to make sure you keep her up to date and you are familiar with its capabilities. Crashes do happen, like we talked about, so you want to make sure you are backing up your most important files and your UAN transactions. So don't get caught without a backup, because there is no easy fix. And like I said, it's not stored in a central location. It is stored on your device and saved to your backups. So very important that you keep those back up frequently, depending on any time you're doing significant work on the computer. That way you know you're always going to be in a good position. This is a quick shot of our backup screen in UAN. Some of you might have seen it already, but you can find that under General Maintenance and then UAN User Backups. So while on this screen, if you're backing up with a CD, you'd select the top option and then hit Browse to find the drive letter. We did find that sometimes Windows will go in and change the drive letter randomly with UAN. So it could go from D to E to G, depending on what you have there. So we always recommend you click the Browse button and don't just trust, like on the flash drive picture here, it's defaulted to G. So if I were to do this backup, I would still hit Browse, and then you'll get a second window that pops up. Click that drive, which typically is G anyway, but sometimes the letter will change. But you want to make sure that'll look for the most recent input. It'll fix the drive letter. If it does change, then you hit Start, and it'll take care of your backup for you. So again, you're going to back up anytime you do a significant amount of work for your entity. Store your backup off-site. So we talked about rotating through several different flash drives. So, if you have a safe and you want to keep it in, that's fine. But we also recommend you storing at least one off-site at home in a safe place, or, whatever safe place you designate. That way you can rotate through them and have the most recent backup in case anything happens. We've had a lot of severe weather going through the state lately. So, spreading out those backups is a really good idea. Okay, so if you have a problem, and we touched on it before, with the computer or printer, you can get support by calling UAN support, and typically those calls will all come in through the support line. And on the support side, we're here to help you with the software. So we'll go through, you'll get to know us pretty good. We walk you through any kind of questions you have, how to enter a receipt, where's this report, how do I do this? But on the training side, on the technical side rather, if you have a hardware question, computer question, printer question, that's when we bring in our technical support folks, and we'll bring them on the line, and we'll get them to walk you through any kind of problems you're having with the software or hardware. So again, that's UAN Technical Support, and they could be emailed directly to at uan_tech@ohioauditor.gov, or you could reach out to us on the support side and we'll get you over to them. Okay, so UAN security features. We have, if your computer gets compromised and someone tries to log in and they even have your username, UAN will lock you out on 5 failed attempts at a password. Typically, this will be a fiscal officer comes in on a Monday, doesn't have enough coffee, forgets their username, maybe they were just on vacation, and they'll lock themselves out. So you'll get a little pop-up that says, you've been locked out of the system due to 5 failed entries. Just give us a call, and then we'll require you send over that email to verify you, and we can unlock and get you logged back in. You'll have to change your password, but not a big deal, so we could take care of you there. And also, UAN will lock you out after 15 minutes of inactivity. So you'll get a pop-up with a notification that you're being logged out for inactivity. You could wiggle the mouse if you're still there, and then it'll go away. But if you leave it, if you walk away or get pulled into a meeting that you didn't expect and UAN is still up, it will log you out, so that way nobody can get to your computer and make any payments, which would be the biggest problem, or see sensitive information, because on UAN, you're going to have your employees' information, which, you wouldn't want to get out there. You're going to have Social Security, bank information, things like that. So another feature we have for UAN security would be the e-files. So when you save sensitive e-files to your computer, so this would be certain reports you download, wage information, banking information, anything with a Social Security number, so thinking at the end of the year, those will automatically be deleted within 24 hours. You could set it to sooner or later, but the default is 24 hours. So often what we see here is a fiscal officer will come in on a Monday or, whatever day of the week, and they'll run an EFT file for their payroll because they plan to drop that EFT file into their bank's upload, and that way they're going to process their payroll transactions that way. If they don't get to it that day and they need to do it the next day, they go into the UAN computer and they're like, hey, my file's gone, because it's got the sensitive bank account information of the employee, so it'll automatically delete. System default is 24 hours. And you can see this under General, Maintenance, and then Entity Setup. So we talked about this screen before. Entity Information is the tab on the top left. That's where you would change your fiscal officer name, email, and phone number that appear on your UAN reports. But right under that is the System tab, and that's where you're going to see information that we see on this screen. In the top right in particular, we're talking about the sensitive e-files, but you'll also see budgetary. So comes up a lot here. Custodial accounts must or must not be budgeted. So that's a common question too. So you can see your setting there. Default is going to be must not be budgeted. But if you have questions on that, feel free to give us a call. But just going over the defaults because they're here. And in the bottom left, you could also see the UAN backup interval. Like I said, the furthest you could push that out is 30 days. So if you go into the computer and it's been 30 days or longer, you're not going to be able to do transactions in the UAN until you save the backup. You could set that to sooner. Some people put it on a week just to, be safe. And it's just going to force you to do that backup. Whereas you could save a backup on your own at any point. Okay. And we've got a video coming up for the next part of our orientation here where Bob is going to go through some differences between cash and budgeting. But first, we'll go through some questions here before we get into the video. So let's see, what do we got? What size flash drive do you recommend? For the flash drive, it's a good question from Joni. We really don't have requirements on what size flash drive. Any's good. You can start flash drives. The memory is very cheap, so if you're getting a few gigs on there, the UAN backups aren't very large. It's encrypted and it's a small file. So any size flash drive, whatever's on sale at Staples is fine to start with, and you could save your backup over your old ones. So it really doesn't take up a lot of space. So typical flash drive is fine there. Let's see. I was not able to get into training mode on my UAN computer. Are you able to run through that one more time? Sure. So to get into training mode, on your desktop, you want to find the UAN tools icon. That's going to be a screwdriver and a wrench icon. It'll say UAN tools. And when you open up that, you'll get a little menu, the file explorer, and you're going to double click on the UAN training mode. When you log in there, it's your normal UAN login, and you'll see a little pop-up that it's going to synchronize with your UAN system. So that's going to pull in all your current UAN information, so most recent transactions and budgets. It'll go right into the training software, and in training mode, anything you do in there will not filter over into UAN. So it's a complete safe sandbox. If you want to go crazy, try anything. Once you close out training mode, that stuff goes away. So just be sure you're in training mode. The only way to get to it is through the UAN tools and opening up the training mode there. And in the top right corner, it's going to say training mode with the yellow exclamation point. And then it'll say training entity and training county. So that way you definitely know you're in training mode and there's no questions about that one. What's UAN's feeling about backing up to the cloud? We support it. Good idea. But you have to be careful with some cloud backups because I do know that some cloud resources for backups, they change the file type. And I remember running into an issue with that. So that's more on the tech side question. And that's a great question. I'm going to add that for future updates. But give us a call if you're trying to do a cloud backup. And our tech guys could definitely go through the ins and outs on that one with you. How often do we need to update security? is it's set up automatically. So the Windows Defender is set up automatically, and the Malwarebytes is set up on there, and it does have a set schedule on there right now. You could run it as frequently as you'd like, or leave it on the current schedule. And that's more like, just a precautionary thing. So new fiscal officer getting used to the computer, I recommend you run it right now. That way you get used to it. But there's no real rush on that. All right. So looks like that took care of our questions. And I will turn it over to Bob for the next little bit here.
Okay, this is Bob. We're just going to run through a video. Some of you may have come to the Local Government Officials Conference or Ohio Township Association, so it's a bit of a recap for you folks, but I know many, over 100 folks here are in attendance, so may have not seen this portion. But this is a pre-recorded video, and afterwards we'll continue on with the live presentation.
Okay, well, before we get started, I want to make clear that today's training is not intended to replace or substitute for financial management training provided by local government services or an auditor state auditor representative. And take this for what it's worth. It's an attempt to provide you with a kind of a visual of how it relates to UEN in our reports. Okay. So the topic I'm going to cover here is cash and budgeting and the common misconceptions when looking at UEN reports. Cash is not budget, and in fact, budget is not cash. Now, most reports are going to kind of touch on a little bit of both, your cash balances and your budget. Most reports also will primarily be focused on one or the other. And so we have our cash items and our reports in UEN, and that includes your bank accounts, whether your checking accounts or investment balances. You may only have one bank account, a checking account, and that really simplifies it a bit. But many Ohio governments will have several investments to gain better interest, or maybe for certain legal requirements they have for money they've received or programs they're doing. They may have various checking accounts, but most have a primary checking account, maybe a secondary checking account, and then one or maybe many more investments such as CDs, Star Ohio. The other component of cash are fund balances, and that's where we get into the fund accounting. On the other side of it, we have revenue and appropriation budget. So two different budgets for governments, the money you expect to receive that year and the money you expect to spend that year. A further component of appropriations or an extension of that would be purchase orders, and we'll touch on that. But to start, we're going to focus on cash, and we're going to break down cash a bit more before we get into the report. So we've got your bank account cash and your fund cash. So cash and bank accounts, well, in UEN, that's the total current cash balance held in all checking and all investments as recorded in UEN. Then funds and fund accounting requires the total cash balance, all of that total from all those bank accounts, is separated into fund cash balances on your books. So a more official definition of a fund is right here. A fund is a self-contained, self-balancing accounting component used to track revenue and expenditures. Funds separate government money according to legal and purpose restrictions. Many brand new fiscal officers are just like this guy. When I read that, your eyes start to glaze over and you're kind of lost in space. So I'm going to break it down into a far simpler definition, not perfectly accurate, but simpler for the brand new beginner for fund accounting. Well, it's like a pie chart. Everyone likes pie. Funds operate independently of each other within the total cash balance. So remember my definition of total cash balance, the total cash of all of your bank accounts as represented in UAN. And then you have these funds, which are kind of like, if you're a township, then each of your fund would be almost like a separate entity within your township. And so of that, all those bank account balances, then you've got your fund balances, money coming in and out of each fund. Those are the pieces of the pie. When you add it all together, your total of all bank account balances should equal your total fund balances as represented in UAN. Whole pie should equal all the slices of the pie. Restated, you've got your bank accounts in UAN, the current total cash balance, the whole pie, and funds in UAN, so your cash separated by fund balance is the slices of the pie. Your bank accounts, well, that's tracked on a report called the Cash Journal. And the Cash Journal will include all of the activity, the beginning balance for the month, and then all the cash going in and out of all of your bank accounts. The funds are not a real question on the Cash Journal. On the fund side, those are tracked in many reports, one of them being the fund ledgers, the most detailed, that just show money going in and out of one particular fund and all activity just for that fund. Again, on the bank account side, you're going to use that Cash Journal, whether you're on UAN or not. Now, in UAN, we make it easier to reconcile for that. We have a better way through our bank reconciliation, but it's essentially the same idea. Once again, the simplistic definition for a fund is funds operate independently of each other within the total cash balance. Whole pie should equal the total of all the slices of the pie. All right, let's take it to a UAN report. So we got our fund cash balances. We would go to accounting, reports and statements, fund reports. And under that group, there are many fund reports. They're all good, but I like the fund status. It's one of our favorites here, so we're going to take a look at that in detail. This one is truly a cash-only report. There's nothing budget about it. It's all cash, and it's an as-of report. As of a particular month, date, and year, where do we stand in total for each fund, in total for all of our bank accounts? Let's take a look. In this column, we have our total fund balance. And I'll jump to the bottom here. This is a total of all of our funds. And here we have it broken down by fund. So the general fund has a little over $1,114,000, gasoline tax, $137,000, et cetera. Now we have this in fund accounting, this concept of pooled and non-pooled bank accounts. That complicates it a bit here. As you can see, the calculation calculates from right to left, a little bit counterintuitive for most folks, but it's saying your fund balance is equal to the total of your non-pooled investments, all your other bank accounts which are pooled. Well, pooled simply means combined, and then you have non-pooled, which is non-combined. It's separated out by the investment. Now, we're going to not complicate it too much by that. As you can see in this demonstration, as you can see that our investments non-pooled column is mostly zeros, and that is the typical case. Many governments don't have any non-pooled investments, and so all your fund balance would equal everything in your checking and pooled total column there. So I'm going to skip over that for now, and we're going to focus in on the fact that we have a fund balance for each fund, and then a grand total, in our example, $1.671 million. That does separate out the non-pooled amount. Now, if we look at this column, our checking and pooled investments, and then look at the dollar amounts listed at the bottom of the page, we've got a record of the grand total. Remember, I talked about the total cash balances. Well, that's represented here, and I'll just show you the summary here, by the pooled investments, secondary checking accounts, and available primary checking. So now like I said, we may have 10 investments. We may have 2 checking accounts or 3 checking accounts, but they're going to be summarized here in these categories. And it shows us that we have like $338,000 in our primary checking, $26,000 in our secondary checking accounts, and then a total for all our pooled investments of $1.29 million. That equals $1.65 million, which happens to equal the total of our checking and pooled investments column. Non-pooled investments are a little bit special, and so they're separated out, but it does equal. So a question to maybe put this together: if I look at this report at our little township here, and I say, I need to post a check for $350,000 today out of the general fund, do I have enough money to post that check? Well, I have more than $1 million in the general fund, so it appears like I could write a check out of the general fund for that $350,000, no problem. But I would be wrong about that, because I only have an available balance in my main checking account. That's the checking account that I write checks out of through UAN, of $338,000. So I would run into a big, nasty compliance violation error message if I tried to post a check for $350,000. So how would I resolve that problem? Well, it's really not a big problem. Most likely, I'll tell you a little bit about our Buckeye Township, which is typical of a lot of townships, is we put a lot of our money into an investment that will gain more interest. And when we need the money for a large payment, we can contact our bank and move that money from an investment to a primary checking account and be prepared for this. So this is a good reason why when you're getting ready for bills, way ahead of time, you can print the fund status and see where you stand and get prepared for those payments. A little bit about non-pooled investments. Non-pooled investments are owned by one fund. The fund balance also may include cash available in pooled investments and checking accounts. So here we have an example, Buckeye Cemetery Festival Trust Fund in our township. In that fund, $13,000 is owned by investments. Those investments are owned by that fund, so to speak. So they kind of capture for reporting purposes, and it's set aside from the rest of the pooled cash. $911 of that is still pooled. It's combined with the rest of our cash in our other investments and checking accounts. It's not separated out by fund. That's all I'll say about that in this brief demonstration. It's covered, again, more thoroughly and focused on in the prerequisite accounting training videos and booklets. All right, so enough said about cash. What about budgets? Let's turn now to revenue appropriations and purchase orders. We'll start with revenue budgets, and we won't spend a lot of time on that. That's under accounting, reports and statements, revenue reports. The revenue budget or the revenue status are both good reports to kind of get a quick snapshot. We'll look at a simple fund here. It doesn't have a lot of account codes at our township, the Road and Bridge Fund. And we can see as of a particular date, when we print this report, it'll show us the final budget, which in the accounting terms that we're just showing, the latest budget that we have for this fund is our final budget. A lot of new folks will look at that revenue column and say, oh, that's my revenue budget. No, that's your revenue to date. So that's the money you've received, you deposited and receipted into UAN as of the date of that report so far this year. Your final budget, looking at the grand total there of $12,014, that's how much you've budgeted for the year to receive. The revenue column is how much you've received as of the particular date of the report. And then the budget balance on the right is going to show you what you have yet to receive, you expect to receive the rest of the year. Moving on to our spending budget, we're going to go to accounting, reports and statements, appropriation reports. And there's many reports in that group, so we'll focus on the appropriation status. Appropriation status is kind of a busy report. It's got, it's a wide legal size report with lots of columns. If you look closely, you should recognize that it's got sort of a mini fund status in the corner here. So yes, the focus of this report is budget, but it does include some cash information. For each fund, it'll give you the pooled or non-pooled balance in the corner. It also includes some more complicated column headings here that are, for new folks, are going to really complicate the issue. And I'm going to blur those out. It does not mean they're not important. It's just that if we go back here, you can see often you'll see a lot of zeros in those columns at most governments, and the two in the middle there. And so to simplify it, we're going to ignore them from now. But if you do have a lot of dollar signs in those columns, then it's something you have to pay attention to. You can't just slice it up like I'm about to. So we'll just trim this down to the bare bones for a simplified appropriation status. And this is just page 1 of our general fund. You know, some funds like that might have just only one page breakdown. Others are going to have several pages of account codes. So this is our budget. We're going to assume that the final appropriation is the 12-month budget. But final appropriation could represent your temporary first quarter appropriations. So in this case, we're saying it's the full year amount. We've gotten ours inputted. Yeah, and we're just looking at the aspect, for instance, if you look at the trustee salaries there, that's just what they are going to be paid out of the general fund. That we could also budget that out of other restricted funds as well in some cases. All right, we're going to focus on the calculation here between these 4 columns. So we've got, again, our final appropriation minus the current reserve for encumbrance, minus our year-to-date expenditures for each account code. Well, and that equals our unencumbered balance when we subtract those out from our budget. And I know if you are brand new to fund accounting and government accounting that you're looking like this guy. What is this current reserve for encumbrance, unencumbered balance? There's nothing encumbered about me or my budget. Well, we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of this. So let's break it down. And again, we're simplifying this. We're going to focus on purchase orders. There can be more complications to this, especially when we're talking about payroll. But we're going to start off with just assuming that in this current reserve for encumbrance, everything represents open purchase orders for simplification. Now, the word encumbrance in financial terms simply means a commitment, an obligation, a set-aside amount for a purpose. And then unencumbered would mean, well, that's not set aside. It's not committed for a particular purpose. Now, when you think of your appropriations, well, that's money, that's, I should say, a budget amount that's been determined in specific categories. So if we look at travel and meeting expenses there, the $1,110,330, that's got a final appropriation of $3,000. I'm just picking on that one because it's got a nice even number there. So we budgeted $3,000 for the year out of the general fund. In our current reserve for encumbrance, we currently have 1 or more purchase orders open for $2,000 of that $3,000. So we committed or set aside $2,000 currently open on purchase orders that has not been spent yet. This column, following the same line for travel and meeting expenses, it shows that we've spent $125 so far. Now, we would have used the purchase order, and whether it's still open or closed, we would have used that in the process of recording that payment or payments. All right, so our result under the unencumbered balance is $875. That's in that travel and meeting expense. That's how much we have available for new commitments, for new purchase orders. So let's talk about purchase orders in a little bit more detail. We refer to them encumbrances, and purchase order is one type of encumbrance. Here's an explanation of a limited quote from the Ohio Revised Code. I'm not going to read that off, but we'll focus on, again, kind of a simplified explanation of it. A purchase order would be an official commitment by your government for future spending of money. The wrong order of this would be you get an invoice for work that's already been done 3 weeks ago, and now you're going to open up a purchase order for that company to commit that money. No, it should have been committed. The purchase order should have been open before the work was done, before you got that invoice. You're setting it aside for a specific purpose. When I say money, when it says money, it's where we're talking about your budget, okay, your appropriation budget. So it's reducing what's your unencumbered appropriation balance. You're setting it aside for a specific purpose, often a specific vendor, and that comes first before the work is done or before the service is provided. Now, it does relate to cash, even though I said it's all budget. It relates to cash, and at that time, you're certifying that cash will be available when the bill needs to be paid. It may not be in your cash balance right now, but it will be. So this is sort of, the slide's a restatement of the same thing in different terms. When you open a purchase order, that has no effect on cash or your fund balances. It's a budgetary item. You're setting aside appropriations that are available that have not been committed elsewhere. But it is certifying that cash will be available in the stated funds or funds when the bill needs to be paid. So it does relate to cash in that respect. Here's an example of the bottom portion of a purchase order, and in this example, the $3,400 is set aside, and we're saying, kind of highlights there that the money will be available in this particular fund when the invoice is received. Okay, let's look at a purchase order report to break this down even further and see how it looks on a purchase order report. So I like the purchase order detail. Purchase order status is also very good. So we'll look at the status since we've been looking at status reports. So here's a PO status. If you kind of look in the left-hand corner, you can see that it's for electricity for our fake electric company, our vendor, Sparkly Electric, and it's an open purchase order. So this is the status. We're going to simplify this a bit so we can work with it, and we're just going to pull out these 4 columns on our simplified purchase order so we can talk about how we've set aside money for our electric bills. Of course, we start with the account codes, and this one, being a PO regular, it has multiple account codes for different funds. And then on the right, we've got the amount encumbered. So remember our simplified definition. We've set aside so much from, like, looking at the second row there. The 2021 is our gas tax fund. We've set aside $2,700 of our appropriations in that account code for this specific vendor, for Sparkly Electric, for our monthly electric bill. And let's say this is not, let's say we're in March here, so we set this aside. This is going to be for the rest of the year. So we can use this purchase order potentially for the rest of the year, depending on what our bills are like. The next column shows the amount charged. These are expenses posted to date as of the date of the PO status. The amounts that have been posted against the set aside amount. Looking at the 2021 fund there again, we set aside $2,700. So far, of that $2,700 set aside, we've spent $1,018. And then subtracting left to right here, we've got our available balance. Again, in the gas tax fund, it's showing $1,681. That's the amount that we've set aside that we have not spent yet. It's the unspent balance of the set aside amount. This is a good report to review after you kind of go through your monthly bills and pay them. The reason you don't want to be surprised by something like this, if you look at our general fund, you can see that, well, I'll go back here a little bit. We encumbered $1,000. We set aside $1,000 for a general fund for Sparkly Electric, our electric company. We've charged $1,000 so far. And so we have available a balance of 0 on this particular purchase order of the amount we set aside. Now, if it's still mid-year and we need to charge the general fund for the rest of the year for their monthly bills, then we need to resolve that issue. And this is alerting us to that fact if we take the time to review this report. So how could we resolve this? One possibility would be to open up another purchase order for Sparkly Electric for just the general fund for whatever we need to cover our needs for that bill for the rest of the year. Now, it's very possible that in this situation, it's near the end of the year and we can possibly charge these other restricted funds. So it just depends on your situation. So let's take a look at our appropriation status in light of what we learned about encumbrances and purchase orders. So looking back, we saw the travel and meeting expenses. We had a budget of $3,000. We have that $2,000 of our unspent amount on purchase orders. Well, we would be able to see that as an available balance on one or more purchase orders. That would be what we still have available, that far right column in that account code. The amount charged, well, I should say the year-to-date expenditures, that would be equivalent to the total amount charged this year on all purchase orders relevant to that account code, open or not open or closed. That's the $125. And then our unencumbered balance, again, that's what's available for new purchase orders, or it's another way to say it is currently not committed to any purchase orders. That's a simplified appropriation status, looking at it from the lens of purchase orders. But what about direct charge accounts? Some accounts in the Uniform Chart of Accounts, Auditor State's Office, permits you to charge them directly. Includes some payroll and includes some other miscellaneous accounts. We've got a few examples here. By and large, the majority of account codes require a purchase order of some type before you expense them, but there are several direct charge accounts for different purposes. So we've got a few examples here related to accounting. So here we've got tax collection fees, election expenses. This would be something that wouldn't be like related to payroll, and then workers' compensation. These could also be charges that might be included in memo charges, like on a memo receipt. When we're going to make a payment to pay one of these direct charge accounts, the software is going to look not at your current reserve for encumbrance, because that's not necessary. It's a direct charge account. When you go to make a payment for workers' compensation, for instance, it'll see that there's nothing under the current reserve for encumbrance. It's going to look under the unencumbered balance because that's a direct charge account. And when the payment is made, it will immediately encumber and immediately charge whatever amount that payment is for and expense it. So that's kind of how it works with direct charge accounts. And in the background, it kind of does the work for you. It sets it aside and then immediately expenses it. There's a lot that we haven't covered here related to this, and I encourage you to read pages 32 through 43 of the UEN Prerequisite Accounting Manual for more precise definitions and thorough explanations. The video is great too. You could watch the video and then follow along with the booklet, which includes even additional information. I'm going to keep going. Now, this part might get a bit complicated to wrap your mind around if your head isn't spinning already, you new folks. But we're going to take a stab at it, and maybe a replaying of this video at some point will help. It's really giving you sort of the background picture of how payroll works. All right, so here we're back to our simplified appropriation status. For payroll, you don't use purchase orders. You charge your wages through the direct charge accounts. So here you can see that I've highlighted some of them, our salary accounts. When you're posting the wage, just like with the other direct charges, it looks at the unencumbered balance that's required to cover the gross wages. So like if you pay someone $1,000 a month in gross wages, and it's going to look at the unencumbered balance for the entire $1,000, even though you'll be deducting some taxes and other things from that check. When the net pay is actually posted and you print the payroll check for the employee, it will immediately encumber and immediately expense the net pay. So let's say $300 is taken out of that person with the $1,000 check for various withholdings. So they only take home $700. Well, that part will be encumbered and expensed immediately, the $700 in my example. So what happens to the 300, the employee share, when you're paying wages that will be eventually paid for withholding payments? Well, the software will automatically do the encumbrance part for you, but it doesn't get expensed because we're just setting it aside for a later payment to the various withholding agencies. So these direct charges will show a current reserve for encumbrance that's been set aside for withholdings from the employee's wages. So in my example, it would be the $300. When the time comes later to pay OPERS and Medicare, federal taxes, Ohio taxes, whatever the case may be, it's going to look at your current reserve for encumbrance, the set-aside amount. In my example, that was $300 in total. So let's say I'm paying federal taxes and $50 of that applies to federal. Then it's going to look at the current reserve encumbrance and reduce that and then move that to year-to-date expenditures. All right. Finally, what happens to the government's share? There are certain governmental agencies like the IRS, Social Security, Ohio Public Employees Retirement System, Ohio Police and Fire Pension Fund. Your government has an amount that you pay on behalf of the employee above and beyond what's deducted from their check. So that's the employer share. That's charged to your government. That's charged to specific account codes. I've highlighted a few of them here that we see in our sample, and those are also direct charge account codes. These are not encumbered, so these act more like direct charge accounts codes that we have for accounting. They're not encumbered when you pay the wages, okay? Because it's not really the employee's withholding. It's what you as a government entity are obligated to pay on their behalf. Later, when paying the withholding payment, there must be enough in the unencumbered balance. So the software is going to look at that column there and say, hey, is there enough to pay the 14% extra that I owe for OPERS, or the 6.2 in addition that I owe for Social Security perhaps, et cetera, when you make that withholding payment. And then when the payment is posted, just like the other accounting direct charge accounts, it's going to encumber and expense that amount at the same time.
Okay, so that wraps up that portion. Let's check to see if we have any related questions. I know there are a couple questions out there that are more specific to individuals that I will get back with you. But just one moment, please. Let me look at the chat. All right, one question. Can you extend the purchase order expiration date, or do you have to create a new PO? No, once you post a purchase order, you cannot, there's not much you can do to change it afterwards besides lowering it. So if you post a purchase order for a simple amount, let's say $1,000, and you realize that the total expenditure is not going to exceed, let's say, $600, and you want to be able to use that appropriations for some other vendor, then assuming you specified a vendor on a regular purchase order, then you could lower that amount to 600 or the maximum you think you'll need. But that's the extent of what you can do with the purchase order once it's posted. And the idea is that at the time that you post that purchase order, you're certifying that that you will have the cash available when you need it, and that it will you're setting aside that portion of the budget. So it's you certifying that at that date that you sign it, print it and sign it. And so it's not something that you can really modify. Now, can you use more than one purchase order on a payment? Absolutely. Or a blank certificate and a purchase order on a payment? Yes, you can. So that was a good question. Really, we don't have a whole lot of chat activity, so I think that is about it for questions right now. Feel free to, and I don't know if Alex mentioned or not, if you do have a question, go ahead and chat in. We may not get back to you until we kind of open up the floor for addressing our list of questions that come in after a particular section. A few of them may be, if they're very specific to you, and a quick answer, we might chat back to you, but we're in most cases going to answer over air if we think it's something that could apply to everyone. All right, now one other thing here. All right, in your handout, you have the next thing we have, well, it's on the screen here, is the budget life cycle. That's sort of a big picture overview. I'm kind of scrolling through my controls here. And in the interest of time, I think for now, we're going to skip over that section. I'll maybe skip to the end here of that section. Push that out. And it's basically a summary of this. This is a handout that came with this webinar. If you registered a while back, you wouldn't have seen the handout, but this was put up yesterday, I believe. So on the place where you registered on UN Link, the homepage, if you browse around there, you'll be able to find, this is one of the handouts we've included. Well, if someone had a question, do we have the PowerPoint as a handout? And yes, we do. We have sort of a notes page in the PDF on our website. So the two things that come with this webinar are the PowerPoint of all the slides that you can get there, and this budget assessment handout, which is about 30 or 40 pages. If you've been through our introduction classes and looked through the resources for those, this whole handout here should be familiar. It's basically just a section out of that introduction phase 3 class for accounting, and I kind of put it in its own standalone version here and updated it for the current year, 2024. Basically, I don't expect many people to use this, honestly, unless you're walking into a lot of a mess. I mean, if you're walking into you've got problems, or it appears to be, maybe it isn't a mess, but it appears to be a mess with the state of your budget as you walk here the first week of April. So if that's the case, you'll be motivated to kind of go through this. It's very logical, step-by-step assessment, kind of driven by flow charts here, and then there's more details along for the steps of looking through your paper records, digital records that might be around, and looking through UN reports to see where do you stand with your appropriation budget. And basically the summary of it is, here in the first week of April, you may or may not have in the software permanent appropriations entered. Permanent appropriations being 12-month budget. By law, the townships and local governments are allowed to operate on a 3-month budget, a temporary budget, until certain requirements are in place that fall into place, so that your board can adopt and legislate a 12-month budget to replace that 3-month temporary appropriation budget. And so the deadline for that is March 31st. By April 1st, your board should have legislated the 12-month permanent budget. That doesn't mean technically that could have happened at the very last week of March, and that's something that's prepared outside of UEN, either Microsoft Word or Excel, and the final in a different format, often maybe summarized more than it would be in the details of UEN. And so that's done before. Ideally, that's done before you enter the permanent appropriations in the software. Once it's legislated, then the fiscal officer would enter that in. So if that happened late in March, then it's perfectly, fine that the previous outgoing fiscal officer may not have added that, updated the software with the permanent budget. However, you're not going to be able to post a payment until you get that permanent budget, now that it's past April or into April. And so that may be something that falls on you. So Alex is going to talk about that pretty soon here. Now let me take a look. I've got a few questions coming in now. It has generated a few. All right. All right. Some of these are going to be answered in the next section. So is there anything we need to change in the budget once we receive the first amended certificate of revenue? There could be, because it could be that the auditor may just certify what, after you submit your year-end balances, or the previous fiscal officers did, but the county auditor that provides the first amendment certificate may have made some changes, so that could be a supplemental change that you may have to enter in the software, and depending on the type it is, it may affect your appropriations if you're planning for appropriations, depending on what those changes are. So that's a good question. We said Alex is going to get into more of the nuts and bolts of that coming up. Where can I find the link to the introduction classes? Well, okay, so that is, you want to jump in on that, Alex, I guess?
So that will be on the UAN link website. If you hover over the training and then go down to transition, that'll be your phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 there.
Yeah. Okay. That's that. I was thinking of maybe jumping the slide, but I don't think we need to. And if you can't find it, that's definitely a quick, easy UAN support call. But it's under phase 3 transition. So when we refer to introduction classes, it's basically there's 4 of them there, but 2 of them are very short. The introduction to payroll, introduction to accounting. All right. Can any of the reports be exported to Excel? There are in each group of reports, if you go to like the appropriation group or the revenue group, there is an option to export that type of data to an Excel spreadsheet, but not for every single report. I don't know if that's coming up with web-based software or not, but that currently, apparently the way the software is built, that's not something that's easily done with the UAN reporting program. And so our programmers picked for each category, like all but maybe a few, have an option to export data. So if you go to like a payments report group, an accounting reports and statements payments, and look at the pick list of all the reports and their payments, there'll be an option to export the payments. And export basically just means save it to an Excel file. So 1 in each group. All right. Okay, when running reports and meetings, what reports are best to give your trustees? Well, it kind of depends on the trustees. So we have a recommended list. Well, we don't have a definite recommended list. We have a report group under accounting reports and statements, and then there's managerial reports. In the managerial reports, there's 3 reports: appropriations fund and revenue reports that are basically like the 5,000-foot view of those 3 major subjects. So that's a starting point. Beyond that, I would definitely say like a payment register detail, or at least a payment listing in the payment group, and the receipt listing. And then if you have investments, you may want to print an investment activity report. Each of those things I mentioned have a group under reports and statements area, and you can browse the reports there. And I believe I gave you the exact titles, like investment activity. So those are good ones to start. And basically, it's a matter of how much details your board wants to see. So maybe start with the high level, definitely with payments and receipts. They're going to want to see that. Whenever you see a report that's labeled as listing, that's going to be a shorter one-line report. And when you, I don't know what echo I'm getting right now, but just let me check. Here.
And just to touch on what you were saying there, Bob,
okay.
Under on the website under the 3 phases. So if you go to the UAN link and you go to training transition, under phase 3, we have a section that you can even, link for your trustees to go over. It's called UAN Reports for Entity Management. And it kind of gives the trustees better insight of what they're looking at in UAN reports and gets them more familiarized with it too. So strongly recommend you go over that as well as the trustees. And again, that's in that same area we were talking about. So UAN Links website, training, transition, and it's in phase 3, UAN reports for entity management. I think that would serve you really well on which reports for the trustees.
Okay, let's see. Regards to purchase order, we've got one more here. Regards to purchase orders, what would be the best training to take to find out if you should, should post a then and now or regular purchase order or just a training to go and more? Well, we're going to talk about, we do have a section on that later in class today in the accounting section on, actually, we won't go over then and now purchase orders. In the introduction class, obviously it's abbreviated, the 2 introduction classes are about 4 hours apiece. So we're abbreviating each of those, and we'll be playing some videos in some portions of trimmed down versions of the introduction classes. Is basically how we approach this. And there's also some under accounting and treasury classes that we've trimmed down. So we're giving you the abbreviated portion. So we won't be covering then and now purchase orders today. But in the accounting introduction class, where we just mentioned how to get there a few minutes ago, and if you can't find it, give us a call. That's under a transition in the 3-4 phases there. In phase 3, you'll find introduction to accounting, and you can kind of skip through there. There's a booklet that goes with it, and find the example that we give of then and now. Feel free to call in and talk through some of it with us. But basically, the introduction to the purchase order section in that booklet kind of goes over when to use the different types of purchase orders. Not a subject we can delve in today. We could easily spend an hour talking about that with folks in real world experience. I've had that in classes, so we can't really delve into that. But that is a good question. You don't want to overuse then and now purchase orders. You really, I'll say that it should be something that's very limited, then and now. Then and now is basically being transparent that you did things out of order. It's something that you want to be transparent with the auditors, but it's not something that you want to be in a habit of doing. So I'm going to leave it at that. I know that's not completely satisfactory, but we do have, like I said, some more material and an introduction on that. And you can give us a ring at UAN Support to kind of go over where to find that material and discuss it further with someone.
We'll now be moving on to the accounting portion of the show. Just a quick recap. If you have questions on some of these things, like we did on purchase orders, if you open UAN and you're looking around, in the top right-hand corner, you're going to see a Need Help button. So that's always going to open the manual to whatever section of the tool you're on. So for example, in your UAN, and I can't do this over the screen, our screen sharing doesn't, it'll cut out some audio. So if you follow along with me, if you're on your UAN or you want to try it later, and you go to Accounting, Transactions, Purchase Orders, for example, and you have questions on then and now purchase orders, or what's the difference between a purchase order and a BC. So just by going to Accounting, Transactions, Purchase Orders, you could click Need Help, and that will open up the purchase order section of the UAN manual. And you could scroll through there, and the first thing right away, it says, purchase order regular and a purchase order then and now. It kind of gives you some information on that. Also, while in UAN, on every screen as you go through, on the bottom left corner, you're going to see related screens. So Those are going to be any screens that are related to what you're doing at the time. So for purchase order, the first one is vendors payees, because purchase orders get tied to a vendor. So that would be something that's required before doing a purchase order. So it's a related screen there. Below that area, you'll see a section in UAN called FAQs. And sometimes the first thing below that will be a screencast tutorial. That'll open up a mini video and walk you through the section you're in. Or you'll see overview or FAQs. That will open up the manual the same as the need help button, but it'll open up to that specific section. So just a heads up, more resources at your fingertips there. Also, if you have UAN open, while we're talking about that right now, if you were to click the symbol of the state in the top left corner, that will open up the UAN Link website. So it'll bring you right to UAN Link, where then you can go to click on training and then accounting purchase orders if you want to look on that section, or you can go to training transition if you want to go over the general newly elected fiscal officer stuff. All right, so backing up here, this will be the accounting section, and we'll be mixing in some videos. So I'm Alex, I'll be presenting the slides, and then our videos will be featuring Bob. So let's move on here. The agenda for this, we're going to continue with the theme of the accounting section, first day and first week on the job. And we'll cover some basics first. So we talked about this a little earlier. The hardware replacement. Hardware typically we replace every 4 years. It's scheduled right now for first quarter of 2025. So it's going to happen sometime between December and January. We're trying to time that out correctly. And we have to time that with year-end software release, things like that. So we're still working on the definitive timetable, but it's going to be right in that area. And that will be new computers and new hardware there for you. All right. So also, 2024 is a great time to start cleaning up the current PC. So as new fiscal officer, it's a good time to go through that information, and it's a double benefit for a brand new fiscal officer. You're going to see what's on there. You might find useful templates and old information that is relevant for you, or you're going to see things that were extra and can be deleted. So start cleaning up the computer files and taking care of that. And next, we have the information on the UAN rewrite in progress. So the UAN rewrite in progress, we are rewriting UAN, and the goal is to go to a web-based version. So currently, all the information is run and stored on your PC. The web-based version would be just like if you were to log into your Amazon account to watch Prime videos or put something in your cart. So you'd go to a centralized location where you could access that data online. So it would require an internet connection, still a few years away. We do know that some of our rural entities, they are still working on higher speed internet, trying to get better connections. A lot of people are still on HughesNet, things like that. So it would require a good high speed internet connection if we go centralized, but it is, the way things are going. So we're working on that. It's going to be web-based, and we're starting the testing for the accounting side of that soon. So it's still a few years away, but just something that is in the pipeline. And when we go to the web-based software, it's going to be tablet and phone friendly. So there will be a section where you could pull up reports while on the go, things like that. And there'll be lots more information on that to come. I just wanted to let you know that it is out there and it is something coming in the future. So how do you know if UAN is on the latest version? When you first go to log into UAN, before you put in your username, it tells you the version in the bottom left corner. Right now we're on 2024.2, and that updates your software for the first quarter 9/41, and it also fixes some updates in 24.1 that needed to be changed over. So you want to make sure you're on the newest version, 2024.2, and the way we send that information out is via an email with a link to download. That's the most commonly used way, or we could also mail out a CD if you need it. But we strongly recommend you download the newest software directly to the computer and run the update that way. if your computer, for whatever reason at the office or wherever it's stored, doesn't have your email or internet on it, you could download the software to your home computer if that's where your email is located, put that on a flash drive, then update it at the office. We do mail out CDs, like I said, if needed, but then you're dependent on the USPS, and it hasn't been the most reliable in the last couple of years. So plenty of those get lost, broken in the mail, things like that. So strongly recommend the download, and you want to be on 2024.2. Let's see here. We talked about the 941. So if you're doing the download over the internet, you need sufficient bandwidth. It's nothing crazy. If you could watch Netflix from home, then you could do the download. So you don't have to worry too much about that. But if you're on some kind of dial-up connection, it could cause you problems. Really, it's not so much the speed, it's a good solid connection. So if your connection blinks in and out every once in a while, that might be fine if you're doing some web surfing, going to a website where the thing may freeze but then pick up again. But if it blinks in and out while you're doing the software download, the download would fail. So it doesn't have to be the highest speed, just has to be consistent. If you have any questions or don't have the newest download link, give us a call or shoot us an email, and we can get 2024 over to you. And when we send that out, it'll have a PDF, so that way you'll follow the install instructions. That's where the link will be, and it'll walk you through the directions on the install. Password for a lot of things on your computer is going to be fiscal officer with capital F, capital O. So anytime we do send out a software update, it's going to be locked, but that is going to be the password for everybody for a software update. You'll need your link and you'll need to be logged in, but password that it asks you, and it's printed on the PDF that we send out. That'll be fiscal officer, capital F, capital O, and no space in between. All right, so if your download does not start and you need to do the install, you click on the file folder icon on the bottom of your computer, and then you'll click on the File Explorer and this PC. And if you're installing from the CD, you'll click on the D drive, and then you'll click Setup EXE. If you're downloading online, you can do the download and then just run the setup. So it'll be in your Downloads folder instead of clicking on that D drive. Okay, so resources for this section. We have the handbook that was on the UAN Link homepage. That's the handout for the training today. It's on the front page of UAN Link, and it's the handout. It has all the sections in it and the slides. We'll be talking about training mode, screencast, the UAN manual. So we covered on the manual before. That's where you can click the Need Help button. Or on the bottom left section, the FAQs. We'll always have a link to the manual where you're on the screen. We'll touch on the AOS chart of accounts. So that is one of the beautiful things about UAN. We use the AOS chart of accounts. That way everything is uniform. So account codes for every township and village, they go from the same pool. Now, you might not have the same funds if one township has a fire department, one doesn't, things like that. But all coming from the same pool, so it streamlines the audits, makes that easier for them, and a faster audit is less pain and money for you. UAN website prerequisite training, that would be under the transition section of 101, 2, and 3, and the 3 phases. And then we have the AOS and LGS resources. So Auditor State resources, UAN Links website, links to the Auditor State. If you're in UAN itself, and you click on the top right corner on the auditor's name, or where it says Auditor State, that will take you to the Auditor State website also. And from there, that's where you would go through the LGS resources that we touched on earlier on under Contact Us or Local Government Services. Also, you can get to the AOS cybersecurity section from that website. So Auditor State website is very useful for you, as well as the UAN link. And you can always refer to the handbook, again, on the UAN link homepage for today's course, which would be, you can refer to that in the future, or in the UAN, you have your manual there. So Time to locate key documents and reports that you're going to need. You're going to need to find your board minutes, the most recent audit statements. Very important, you're going to need the bank accounts and fund balances. You're going to need your revenue and appropriation accounts and your most recent bank reconciliation. So these are all things that you're going to want to find, so that way you can reference them and be in a good footing going forward. For your bank accounts, UAN runs through one central checking account, but you could have several bank accounts. You could have a secondary checking, you could have savings, you could have bank investments. So that's what you're going to want to get a hold of and make sure you understand how much you have, where it is, and what the standing is. If it's closing soon, if it's CDs maturing, anything like that. You're going to want to look for those reports and have them handy, especially in your first week on the job. You kind of just want to get a really good overview of everything, because at the end of the month, you're going to be working on a bank reconciliation, and we'll touch a bit on that later. Fund cash balances. So fund is self-contained, self-balancing accounting component used to track revenue and expenditures. So on your overall structure, your fund is your highest level, and you're going to have several funds starting with the general fund. Some reports you need to know to find a fund cash balance is the fund status and the fund activity report. To get to these, in UAN, you'd go to accounting, reports and statements, and then fund reports. Once in fund reports, you'll have a drop-down menu that comes up. The default is the fund status, and that gives you the cash balance. The current cash balance of the fund is the default date, but you could do as of dates and move forward and back. Backwards. Forward if you posted any transactions for the future, but typically you'd just be looking back. You could also go through the rest of those reports, but right away you want to focus on the fund status and fund activity. But we do highly recommend, if you're a new fiscal officer, you really want to dig in and at least preview and look at the reports that are at your fingertips there. So fund cash balances and investments. Most investments are considered pooled investments. The fund status report separates non-pooled investments from pooled investments. So when an investment is non-pooled, then one fund owns that investment, and the balance is restricted to that fund only. So where you would see a non-pooled investment, very often, at least in my experience, would be like a cemetery trust, where something is left specifically to the township for a cemetery specific thing, like flowers on graves, something like that, and it's put in a trust, and it can only be used for that purpose. And it might have something like a non-expendable balance or other things like that, but it would be a restricted investment basically, and that would be non-pooled, whereas a pooled investment would be in your pooled cash, where it's pooled from all the fund. So those are two concepts you can kind of start digging into, pooled versus non-pooled. And some funds, some of your entities, you may not even have a non-pooled balance. Everything might just be pooled. And if that's the case, you can do the investment detail report and identify all your investments for pooled or non-pooled. So that would give you an idea. The pooled investments, basically resources that are pooled in your fund's cash balances, and the non-pooled is an investment that's obviously not pooled and it's restricted in one particular fund. And in most cases that I see, it's typically cemetery related, but it could be in any type of thing. So you want to make sure you get a good handle on what type of investments you have and what those are there. So pooled versus non-pooled. What if you're uncertain which type it is? So an investment may be non-pooled if only a single fund will be invested, like we talked about, restricted to one fund, and the fund is legally permitted to receive its own interest. So how can you tell that? That's on the chart of accounts. And if you need to know where to find that, if you go to accounting in UAN itself, you go to accounting, maintenance, and then funds. And in the bottom left corner, how we talked about the FAQs, you'll see the chart of accounts. So you could click, if you're a township, you would click township fund numbers, and it would open up the UAN chart of accounts from the manual, and from there it would tell you where the system posts the interest to with a column. And it'll do the same thing for libraries and villages. You'll see, you'll select your entity type and then open the chart of accounts for that, and you'll see how the funds are laid out. Now, the chart of accounts breaks all the way down through revenue accounts and appropriation accounts. So if you were to go to accounting maintenance appropriation accounts, look down in the FAQ section, you'll see the appropriation program codes and object codes, and you can further review the chart of accounts there. We have a section coming up later on it, but there is a lot of information in the FAQ sections in the bottom left corner of UAN. So you want to make sure you go through that as you're getting familiar with the system. Okay, so we'll go to the second part here. The UAN Transition Phase 2, the prerequisite training, includes a thorough explanation. So it goes through the whole video, really goes deeper into it. And if you have more questions on how to identify pooled versus non-pooled, it's under UAN Prerequisite Accounting 102 and Chapter 3 in the manual, also with the video. So we'll take a little break here for questions. And I see we have some queuing up here. Okay. Will the webinar be posted?
Alex, I had one that I answered. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yep.
I had one that I answered individually, but may be on the mind of other folks. The question was, is the UAN computer encrypted? And the answer is, like, the UAN application is encrypted and protected by your username and password when you log in. So anything that you do, like if you, for instance, if you get a new employee and you enter that employee's social security number and bank account information, if you have direct deposit for them, that's when you save that information in the UAN application, that's going to be encrypted. But if you go to post a save a report, for instance, for an employee report, and you choose to include that employee's bank account information, social security number, and let's say save that as a PDF document on the computer somewhere, that is not encrypted. So that would be something that is sensitive if someone were to steal the computer or get in there. But the actual UAN application itself is password protected so make sure you have a good secure password, and anything that's saved in there, even if they get into the files itself, dig deeper, they're not going to be able to get access to the information if was entered in the UAN application and they don't have your password. Okay. And I'll
Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
And we also have a question, will the webinar be posted later to watch? So yeah, if you have to get off or you couldn't make it today, then yeah, it'll be posted on the UAN Link website. A lot of our presentations are on there, so you're going to want to go to the UAN Link, and it'll be under the training section, and we'll have links for it there. All right. And that looks like it's it for questions now, so we'll move on here. So getting further into assessing your current situation. What you're going to need to look for is your legal documents and reports, and you're also going to have to keep track of mid-year changes coming up. So we talked about the chart of accounts. You're going to want to get a complete list and description of the full chart of accounts and then the accounts you have available. So you can see that in UAN under accounting maintenance, and you can go through your funds, your appropriation accounts, and revenue accounts. And also you want to click it to get the actual chart of accounts itself. It's part of the manual, so you can just grab it from the FAQ section there. Or you don't have to print it out. You can go through it too. So just get comfortable with where it is, how to access it, and what you're looking at. Because like on the fund side, we talked about how you can see where the revenue goes. On the appropriation side, for example, it'll tell you which accounts are eligible for direct charges and which you have to have a purchase order or blank certificate to make payments out of. So chart of accounts, program codes, you might have a new project that starts, so you'd have to know which program code to put it under. If you have questions on which account, which fund should I use, you can contact UAN support, but we direct those to local government services. We can tell you how the software works, but not what you should be picking. That would be more like a local government services question, but we can guide you to the chart of accounts. Then you can make the best informed decision possible in your role. If you have your amended official certificate, you're going to want to go over that, make sure your budgets are lining up. If you don't have one, you want to find your original certificate and see if that needs to be updated. In UAN, you're going to want to check your resources available for appropriation and your revenue budgets. On the appropriation side, your UAN reports you're going to want to look at are comparison of budget and appropriations, the appropriation report, and appropriation supplemental. So in UAN, if you go to accounting and then reports and statements, you're going to find those. You can look through budgetary reports. You're going to find some there. Then you're going to want to look at appropriation reports, and you're going to want to look at revenue reports. So before, when we talked about your fund cash reports, that was the fund status. That was on the fund level. Now we're talking more about budgets, and then we're talking appropriations and revenue reports that you want to go through there. For mid-year changes going forward, you may need to add a fund if you have some kind of grant coming in, or previous few years for fiscal officers, we had COVID happen. So we had the COVID funds where the ARPA money came in. So you never really know what's going on. So you may need to add a fund, you may not. You may get a grant to build a new park, you may not, but that would be things to consider depending on your particular situation. But a common thing would be to add a revenue or appropriation account mid-year. If you have any questions on that, we can walk you through how to add those accounts. We can't tell you which ones you should pick. Again, that would be like a question for local government services, but we can walk you through in the software how to add those accounts and where to find the chart of accounts, so that way you could pick which one you need to add. And that would be a pretty common occurrence, adding a revenue account or an appropriation account, depending on what the setup is like. Bob had mentioned before, if you're in a mess or new to UAN, you might have to add quite a few to your setup, and that way you're more comfortable with it than what was previously out there. So you want to get very comfortable with the revenue and appropriation accounts that you do have. Go through the chart of accounts so that way you can see how things should be laid out. If you have questions on that layout, that's when you'd want to contact local government services to make sure things are correct in your area there. You're going to want to review your budgets. You can, in UAN, make supplemental increases and at times decreases as well. So on your revenue budget, a time when you'd make a supplemental increase is if you're receiving more money than was expected at the beginning of the year. Maybe that would be an influx from a certain sale or, a grant you weren't expecting. Once you've set your budget for the year, that's when these supplemental increases or decreases would come in. Right now, everybody should have their permanent budgets in. And if you needed to make changes to that, either increasing or decreasing the revenue or appropriations, UAN allows for that. So revenue, for example, if you went to accounting maintenance and then revenue budgets, you could select a fund you needed to change and then hit supplemental. That would open up a new screen. And in supplemental, to increase revenue, for example, say you got more money than expected, you would select the line item where you're going to put the deposit or the receipt was already entered, and you'd enter the additional revenue there. You'd add a note in the purpose field, date it, and save. That would update your revenue budget, which would then increase your resources available for appropriation. If you get less revenue than expected, say you were expecting to get a grant at the beginning of the year and you've been notified it's not going to happen or it's being pushed to next year, you could decrease your revenue budget too, or appropriations, by doing the same process for a supplemental budget. So in this case, we're talking revenue. Again, under account, maintenance, revenue budgets, you'd select the fund, hit supplemental. In that supplemental column at the very top, you see a plus or minus. So when you're increasing that budget, you just put in the number you want, it's already a positive number and it increases your revenue budget. If you need to decrease, you'd put in a minus first, then the number you want makes it a negative number, decreases that budget. So that's how you do supplemental increase or decrease. And that was what we were talking for revenue there. You can do the same for appropriations by going accounting, maintenance, appropriation budgets. Again, same process, select the fund, hit supplemental, and you could do plus for positive or minus for the negative and increase or decrease as needed. On the appropriation side, you can also do something called reallocate. So that happens intra-fund, and you're reallocating within that fund. So if you open up your general fund, for example, under accounting maintenance, and then you want to do appropriation budgets, and then hit reallocate on that. In the general fund, you have your full budget for the fund set. And in the bottom left corner, it will show you resources for available and the current year final appropriation budget. So you want to think of these individual accounts as, I call them buckets, to where you can move, since you have the full appropriation set for that fund, but say one account is over appropriated where you know you're not going to spend that much on maybe your lighting bills or cable or internet, anything that you might have an account for, or postage even, that you know is over appropriated where you have extra money there. You can move that from that bucket to another bucket like OPERS or salaries. That would be an intra-fund reallocation of your appropriation budget. It doesn't change your overall budget amount like a supplemental does. A supplemental appropriation increases or decreases the amount of your overall budget. So your budget number will change at the end if you do a supplemental change. On the appropriation side, there's that reallocation option to where if, this is very common at the end of the year too, maybe you hired an extra person and the salary number for your spending was based on last year's salary. So you might get an error when you're trying to pay your wages that you have insufficient unencumbered funds for this payment. That's when you'd have to reallocate money to the salary account. So hopefully you have enough money allocated, but it's just in a different account that you know you're not going to fully use. That's when you could do in the intra-fund plus or minus column, you'd put a minus on one account and move it as a positive to the other. So we call that moving it. I call it moving it between the buckets. So it doesn't change your overall fund appropriation, but it does move it between the accounts of that fund for ease of use. So one thing to know, again, that's going to be on our website for reallocating, and it's in the training manual, or you could always give us a call at UAN support and we could walk you through any kind of questions like that. Just wanted to let you know the concept is out there. And you're able to do such a thing. You don't have to become an expert and follow along right now. I just want to get you kind of aware of these topics so that way you know what's out there for your resources. So if you're adding new items under accounting, and we talked about this before, you'd go accounting maintenance, and then your highest level is that, I'll go back here. Highest level is the fund level. So you could add a new fund, and then within that fund, you'll have revenue and appropriation accounts. You could add new revenue and appropriation accounts to older funds if you want, but it doesn't have to be in a new fund. But that's how you do it. So you'd click accounting maintenance and then select what you wanted to add, and then you'd select the accounts there, or fund as needed. Okay, so back here, and now we'll go into the township chart of accounts. We talked about this before. Township chart of accounts is our example. It's going to be the same for libraries and villages. Or if you're a special entity, you could probably default to the township chart of accounts depending on what you're on. If you're not sure, give us a call. We can help you with that. But typically they default to township, some are village. So you want to check on what type you have. But in the bottom left-hand corner of the FAQ section, that's where you're going to see helpful information. So in this case, we're talking about the program and object codes that I talked about before, and we'll give you a preview of what that would look like. So on the left side, we've got our township chart of accounts for funds. And in the middle of that, we have programs codes listed, which that will break down different program codes that are currently there. And then you have your system posts interest to this account. So if it has the 1,000 account, that means it's posting interest to the general fund. And that's when we talked about it being a pooled cash. So 2031, for example, posts its interest to the general fund because you can tell the 1,701 code is there. So that means that fund pools its cash with the general fund. And if you have an investment in either general fund or road and bridge, then it would be considered pooled. Whereas the gasoline tax does not post its interest to the general fund. So you see the 2021701. That means that fund keeps its own interest. Doesn't mean that it has a non-pooled investment, just means that it could. So that's something you'd want to look at on the fund chart of account side. Also, you just want to be familiar with what's out there, different types of accounts. You could always adjust your structure as needed. So that would be something you'd talk to local government services about if you have questions on it. On the right side, we have some revenue account codes, and we'll go into appropriation next. But first, you're going to have your fund structure. So that's on the left, and then you're bringing money in typically to start. So your revenue codes will be listed. So to find those, it would be accounting maintenance, revenue accounts, in the FAQ section, bottom left corner. Then you'd click on the chart of accounts for revenue codes, and it would give you all the different codes that are out there. Sometimes, you might want to add or remove or streamline your codes. So it's a really good idea in the beginning just to get to know the chart of accounts and the layout, because you're going to be working in it for the foreseeable future. Appropriation, program, and object codes. So your fund structure is going to be set up with two different types of accounts, revenue side and appropriation side. You're bringing the money in through a revenue account, then that cash is in the fund. And when you're spending it out of the fund, you're spending it out of the appropriation side. Both of those different sides have their own budgets and they have their own account numbers. So you have a revenue account codes to a revenue budget, appropriation account codes to an appropriation budget. Under the umbrella of appropriation, the highest level after the fund is going to be the 3-digit program code. That's going to kind of tell you what service is using the money. So program code could be administrative, zoning, police, fire, EMS. So program codes is your highest level after the fund of organization, and it's basically directing the money for which type of program is being used in that fund for that resource. And then it breaks down into the object code. So that's the lower version of more information and more detail, really. So you're going on the fund side, you're at like the 3,000 foot view, and you're getting closer to the granular level. You're halfway down with program, and then object code is really telling you what this is being spent on. So if in the general fund, that would be fund 1,000 would be your code. On the appropriation side, you might have 1,000, 110, 100. What that would tell you is that appropriation account, 1,000 would be the general fund, 110 would be coded for administrative, and 100 would be coded for salaries. And then it gives you a breakdown on the right side, description, what salaries are eligible in there, gives you some more information for other object codes, and it also tells you if it's eligible for direct charges. When you're making a payment out of your appropriation accounts, you're going to have three options. Are you making the payment with a purchase order, with a blanket certificate, or direct? So typically your direct charges are going to be salary related and withholding related, but you'll also have other ones in there. So you're going to want to get through the chart of account and familiarize yourself with those. Okay, so adding a vendor would be something you'd need to do early on, because you're going to have to add vendors to make payments. So that would be under general and maintenance, and then vendor payees. And let me back up here. So adding a vendor here, general maintenance, vendor payees, you would fill out the vendor information, and then you'd be able to apply a purchase order or create a blanket certificate. Blanket certificates aren't tied to vendors like purchase orders are, but you could pay a vendor with a blanket certificate. So if you have more questions on that, feel free to give us a call. But that's an example of where you're going to add your vendors in UAN. All right. So let's see. Before we get into 2024 budgets, let me see what kind of questions we have. I see those building up. And give me 1 second here. Okay, just going through the questions here. So first one, can you delete program code if one was set up years ago but no longer needed? So yeah, absolutely. Great question. Now, there are some caveats to deleting versus deactivating and permanently getting rid of. So if it was not used and not budgeted, then it would be eligible for deletion, but you could definitely deactivate it to start. So to make any edits, to add or remove, you'd go in the appropriation side, for example, but it would be the same process for revenue. You'd go accounting maintenance and then appropriation accounts. And that's going to give you a whole list and a status of what you have by fund, and it's going to show if it's active or not. So if it's active and you're definitely not using it, you could just click deactivate. That way it doesn't show up on the list for you and doesn't get in the way if you're trying to make a payment or something like that when we're speaking of the appropriation side. If it hasn't been budgeted, then it would show up under the removable status. And then instead of hitting deactivate, you could just hit remove. So in the top of the screen, right next to add, there's a status. And between the status, you could flip from, it defaults to active. So it's obviously just going to show you your active accounts to start. But you could go to all, inactive, and removable. So that's a good place to start if you're thinking you have accounts that aren't being used and haven't been used or budgeted in years. That would be a great place to start adding or removing those accounts. So if you have something that you feel set up under the wrong code, like I would recommend talking to local government services. But if it turns out that you want to deactivate one account and add in a different code, that would be the place you do it. Again, that's under accounting maintenance, appropriation accounts, or on the revenue side, same thing, accounting maintenance, revenue accounts. So great question on that one. Is there a report in UAN that shows employees' current salaries and when they last received a raise? Good question. Bob's going to be going through the payroll section later today, and he'll be going a little more in depth on reports. There are reports in UAN. So if you were to go payroll and then reports and statements, you have two choices for this type of thing. You can go employee reports and go through your employee listing and things like that there, but that's not going to show you their last raise. You'd also have your wage reports, and you can go through their earnings there and go through where they're at with their current earnings and wage information on that one. But Bob will be touching on the payroll side a little bit later. So you're going to want to save any payroll questions, but I can give you a brief overview. So yeah, I would recommend going through payroll reports and statements, and you could look at both your employee and wage reports. Let's see. Can you delete a program code if one was set up years ago and no longer needed? We touched on that one, same as the object. So yeah, that would be under the, depending on if you're looking at revenue appropriations, you could definitely do that. You could deactivate or remove if it hasn't been budgeted this year. Let's see. Okay, good question. I added a debt fund for a new dump truck purchase. We budgeted for the new truck, added money to the appropriation budget, but when I go to make a payment, the funds show as not available. So you have to first budget the money, and this would be a good time, I would say. You want to look at accounting reports and fund reports first. The fund status report, and Bob will touch a little bit more on this, and the video kind of went over this, but there's a difference in the funds between the fund's cash balance and your fund's budget. So the way I break it down, it works for me, is the fund's cash balance is like what I have in my checking account right now. So if I am home and I need to buy something, that's the maximum I could spend right now. The appropriation and revenue budgets, they reach through the year. So you could be getting revenue in the second quarter or third quarter or fourth quarter that you could then use in your appropriations. So you can appropriate how much money you're going to get based on the entire year worth of revenue, but that doesn't mean you have the money right now. So you might be running into a situation where you have it budgeted and appropriated, but the fund may not have the cash balance for it. I'm not saying that's definitely the issue here, just saying it's one possible one that people do run into. So the first thing I would do, if you know the fund is appropriated and you have that budgeted there, first check the fund's cash balance under the fund status report. And that would be the first place to start. Now, if you have the cash balance and you check the fund status report and you've budgeted that fund for the appropriation expenditure, the next step in the process would be to do a purchase order. So you could do a purchase order or a blanket certificate, and then you would apply that to the payment, and that should go through no problem if you go through those 3 steps. So if you're running into trouble, it was a great question, so I can give the overview on the steps to look at there. But if you're running into trouble in particular there, give our support line a call, and we can walk through. We could remote in, so we use Splashtop software to remote in. And it's a good time to talk about that too. So in UIN itself, in the top right-hand corner, next to that Need Help button, remember Need Help is going to open up your manual. There's a little globe of the earth with a white computer mouse there. If you click on that and you're connected to the internet, it'll open up a web page for Splashtop SOS, and it should start an automatic download on your computer. And then if you open and run that download, you'll get a small window that pops up that gives you a 9-digit code. So you would call UIN support. We would walk you through downloading that Splashtop application. You'd give us the 9-digit code, and then we could remote in and see your computer. And that's really good if we have to answer, something very specific, or you're getting something that you can't define, or you're just not sure what's going on there. In general, we don't really have to remote in for most questions. If you're calling in to ask how to do a receipt, I could walk you through that process with my eyes closed. But if you're running into some kind of problem like this question, it was really good. Hey, I'm getting this error message. I budgeted. I know the cash is there. Why can't I do it? That would be something I'd want to remote in and check out. That way we could just start going through a little mental checklist on our side of the steps you'd need to take. So is there cash? Is it appropriated? Is there a purchase order? And that's what I would do first. So that's one resource at our fingertips where we can go in and do that kind of thing. So what else do we have here? Question was, can you transfer codes from one year to the next? I assume we're talking budgets, so appropriation and your funds, appropriation and revenue codes. Yeah, absolutely. They roll in seamlessly. So if you want to just by transfer, if you mean carry them over, your fund structure stays the same when you go into, say, 23 into 24, or in your case, when you're going December 24 into January 25. Everything's going to carry over, so you don't have to reset that up every year. What you would have to do every year is the budget for those. So that's what you'd have to do, but you don't have to change your accounts every year. Now, if you're asking, can you transfer codes where last year I used this code and next year I want to use something else? If it's appropriate, and that would be a question like more of like a compliance thing I'd run by local government services, because there's got to be some kind of reason why you'd want to change from what there was. You think maybe it was the wrong code or the wrong type. So you could definitely wrap up, say, 2024 using one account code, deactivate it, and then in 2025 you start with your brand new account code. Libraries, for example, we went through major changes at the end of last year for libraries. So up through 2023, they could have used a certain set of account codes, and then starting in 24, they had to use different ones. So that was a kind of idea for a transition where they had to change year over year. But if you're just talking about, does your fund structure with all your accounts carry over? Absolutely, it does, with no changes needed by you there. The only thing you would do different in the new year would be add your new budgets. So let's see. Reports. How do you enter the annual certificate from the auditor? So that's a good question. We'll touch on it a little bit more later, but that's dealing with your budgets and your appropriations. So under accounting maintenance, revenue budgets. So you do the money coming in first. You would add in revenue budgets. At this point in the year, they should be there. So you shouldn't have to enter the budgets. If you do for revenue, you could be in a mess. Just give us a call. We could walk you through it. But basically, there's an add button, and you go fund by fund. If you have to make minor changes to what's there due to supplemental revision, that's where you'd use the supplemental that we talked about with the plus or minus. Same thing for the appropriation. If you go accounting maintenance appropriation budgets, that's where you would add in on the fund level if you need a full budget added. When we got out of March, so January through March, you can use temporary appropriation budgets. That's for that first quarter. Now that we're out of that and into April and Q2, you need to have the permanent budgets in. So if you're in accounting maintenance appropriation budgets, on the right-hand column, there's a section that says temporary or permanent. Hopefully everybody has permanent budgets in. If you do not, and they're still temporary, you'll have to add your permanent budgets in. And, you can give us a call. We can walk you through that. It's not too bad. But you're going to get an error message if you try to make a payment that you don't have your permanent budget entered. Let's see. All right. So we're going to pause the questions here and get back to our slides. Good questions coming in. We'll have another QA session later. So keep sending in the questions, and we'll go through those then. All right, so we're back to, we touched on vendors, how to add a vendor. We'll go through adding budgets. So adding your 2024 budgets, you're going to want to make sure your numbers are organized before you enter anything. You're going to lay them out by fund. And then for each fund, you're going to have a revenue and an appropriation budget. The permanent budgets need to be in come April 1st. Typically, the revenue budget gets entered at the very beginning side of the year. That jumped ahead on me. What is going on this slide here? Okay, good. So your revenue budgets, they get entered at the beginning of the year. If you still have to enter those for some reason, if they weren't entered, you can give us a call. We can walk you through it. Or again, it's under accounting maintenance revenue budgets. You hit add, and you go one at a time. And that you'll be getting from the certificate of revenue. Your appropriation budgets, many of you may have to put in the permanent budgets or may not, depending if you're working on the temporary, where the last fiscal officer left you. On that, you would be under accounting, maintenance, appropriation budgets, and you would hit add and then flip to permanent. So if you need help with that, give us a call. But it's pretty straightforward. When you hit add, you get a window to add those budgets in. So verifying your revenue budgets, this is going to be something you're going to want to do just in the beginning, so that way you know where you're at and the revenue you expect to bring in for the year. You're going to compare your first amended certificate to your revenue budget. So we'll go accounting reports, budgetary reports. And there we go. In the budgetary reports, you can go to total resources available in UAN, and you have your two reports under budgetary reports. First one's going to be resources available for appropriation, and the second one is going to be comparison of budget and appropriated. So you'll want to pull that out, and you're going to compare that to your amended certificate to make sure you have the total resources available. If those don't match, give us a call and we could talk through how to do your supplementals, plus or minus, or maybe you have an amended certificate that you're just not finding. So, that would be another situation. So we can kind of guide you through changes that might be required there. Now that's comparing your revenue budget. So that way you get a good standing on your revenue and you know what you have available for appropriations. So resources available for appropriations are going to be revenues expected to be brought in 2024. So that's your 2024 revenue budget, plus any carryover cash balance from 2023. So that would have been unspent money in the funds from 23, plus whatever you're projected to bring in 24. That's the maximum available for appropriations in 25. That's your maximum spend. Cash rolled over from 23, plus new revenue coming in 24. Your permanent budgets get board approved and you enter them under the appropriation budgets. We talked about those, and they have to be adopted before April 1st. Hopefully they've been entered already. Otherwise, if you go to do any payments, you're going to get an error message. If you do, you go to accounting, maintenance, appropriation budgets, and that is where you'll see if you have temporary or permanent in there. And this keeps jumping back on me. Not sure what's going on with that slide. Okay, so for your appropriation budgets, you want to compare and see what's appropriated. So that is the second report in there. You would go to accounting reports, budgetary reports, and it's a comparison of budgeted and appropriated. That way you'll see how much you have available and if you are in line with the county projections. If not, if you're over or under, that's where you'd have to think about doing your supplemental changes to that budget. And this is what the drop-down menu looks like. Once you get into the budgetary report section, you get those two reports, resources available for appropriation. That one's really on the revenue side. It's going to show you revenue budgets for the year and carry over cash. And then comparison of budget and appropriated would be at the bottom. And let's see, the final appropriations, that's the column on the report that's going to show you what your final appropriations are for each fund, and that needs to match your appropriations that got passed by the board. So to the left of that column, you're going to see total estimated resources, and now you know that is revenue plus carryover cash. Then you have your final appropriation. That's your appropriation budget based on the fund that the board's passed. And on the right side, you're going to see a variance. So quick math says final appropriation plus the variance, it gives you your total estimated resources. So the variance basically is saying, this is how much cash you're leaving out there, and you're not budgeting. So that's going to be a cash balance in addition to anything that doesn't get spent from the appropriation budget. So keep that in mind. That's what you're looking at on this report. You want to make sure your final appropriations are in line with the appropriations that got passed by the board. Resources still available are in that variance column. You could think of that as unbudgeted cash sitting in the account. So that would roll over year to year. You could grow that or spend that as needed. So that would be something that would pass the board. But that would be anything that's the difference between your cash and resources. So that's your total resources available, cash plus revenue. That's not budgeted. Okay, so revenue budgets, we'd gone over before, but again, accounting, maintenance, revenue budgets. And this will be a little bit more in detail than looking at the budgetary reports. On the revenue budgets themselves, it gives you more granular level if you're looking at the reports. If you're adding in the budgets under maintenance, then and hopefully this is done for you for the year already because we're into April now. Typically this is done earlier in the year, but if you go into accounting, maintenance, revenue budgets, and you don't have any revenue budgets in, that would cause you problems with resources available, things like that. You're going to want to go in here and look at your budgets. If it's blank, you just hit add. You get a little pop-up. It tells you the revenue budgets can only be entered once a year. And any changes done after that are done via supplemental. We talked about a supplemental budget before. It could be a plus or minus, and that's going to change your overall budget balance, either positive or negative. So when adding a budget, appropriations looks very similar to this screen, but this is what the revenue budget looks like. So you'd select your fund from the drop-down menu in the top left corner, and you'd want to note the columns. So budget for the full year. Once you select your fund, your accounts will populate under the revenue account on the left. It'll give you your account name, and you'd put in your budget for the full year. Revenue budget comes from that certificate of revenue from the county auditor, so this should all match that certificate. On the bottom left, it gives you a lot of information. Current year final revenue budget. So once you enter a revenue budget, there'll be a number there. Current year resources available for appropriation. That's going to give you your carryover cash balance in that fund from last year, plus the revenue budget from this year. And then if you have an appropriation budget set on that fund, it would give you that figure 2 on the bottom. And then the effective date, you'd put in the effective date for the day the board passed the resolution for your budget. And then you'd hit save, and then you'd have the budget in for that fund on revenue. So here's what it looks like in real time. We'll go select our fund. So we'll do gasoline tax, and this is what I was talking about, where the accounts fill in, and it gives you an account name, and you get that extra information. And you start to see information appear on the bottom of the screen too, the resources available for appropriation. Right now we have no budget in, so that would represent just carryover cash from the prior year. Here's where we're entering a budget, and you'll see we have on the gas tax line $330,000 plus the $900 in interest. So that shows on the bottom left as our revenue budget being entered, and it increases that resources available number because resources available is cash from prior year plus the revenue budget. And then again, this is for the revenue side, date of the official amended certificate. For the appropriation side, it's the date that it passed the resolution by the board. Temporary appropriations, your board should have adopted permanent appropriations by March 31st. We talked about appropriations being needed for any spending. Temporary covers that first quarter of the year. But after that, when you move into Q2, you have to have permanent appropriations adopted. They might have been adopted but not put into UAN by the previous fiscal officer. Not sure, but if you go to make a payment, you get an error message saying you don't have permanent appropriations. That's what's going on there. So you would go to accounting, maintenance, and then appropriation budgets. Okay, there we go. And here we would hit add, and to add temporary, it would show the top, but we're going to be adding permanent. So you'd select the bottom one because we're past the March deadline. So you'd select permanent appropriations. Then it'll give you a message when it pops up. Temporary appropriations can only be saved once per fund. The permanent appropriations at this point you'd be entering would basically overwrite the temporary appropriations. Temporary appropriations would have been for the first quarter only. Permanent appropriations are not for the following 3 quarters, they're for the full year. So once you move to permanent appropriations, it overwrites the temporary, and that is your official budget for the year for appropriations. Very similar screen to the revenue style. You'd select your fund in the drop-down menu. It pre-populates the account codes, and then you could enter in your permanent budget for the year. There is, you're going to notice on your screens, if you're having to go through this, if you walk through accounting, maintenance, appropriation budgets, you click add and permanent appropriations, you will see a button in the top of your screen that says import current temps. If temporary budgets were entered, you could click the import current temps, and that would pre-fill out the original budget line, and it would give you, it would pull in the temporary numbers. Some people do temporary budgets differently. Some people do a temporary budget just for the first quarter. Some people know what their permanent budget is going to be, or they have a really good idea what it is earlier in the year. So they build out their temporary budget with the idea that they're going to import it for the full year because they know those numbers are pretty close, but the board hasn't approved the permanent budget yet. So it gets entered as temporary, but basically you would import that budget. You wouldn't need to make many changes because it was projected to be the full year. That would be a good example of when you'd hit import current temporary budget on the top of the screen, and these columns would fill out for you based on what the temporary budget is. Then you could make your minor changes if there are changes between temporary and permanent that the board approved. On the bottom left of this screen, you're going to see the same setup, final year revenue budget, because that filters into resources available. So it's just like an information display for you there. Current year final appropriation, that's going to be whatever you enter for your appropriation budget, and that can't exceed the resources available number. And then revised current year final appropriation budget, if you make changes, they'll appear down there. An effective date would be the day the board passed the resolution. So walking through here, you'll be filling out the permanent original full year budget. If you don't hit the import current temps, you'd have to just type these going straight down the list based on the budget the board adopted. If you import the current temps, that would pull in what was previously entered there if those are projected out for the full year. This is what it looks like when it's filled out, and you'll see the revised current year final appropriation budget was entered, and then you could enter your effective date and save here. That's your board adopted date. All right. So if you have to correct some revenues, back on the revenue budget, and this is a bit what we were talking about before with supplemental. You'd go accounting, maintenance, revenue budgets. You'd select the fund in question, and if it doesn't match your certificate, we'll back up here. If it doesn't match your county auditor's amended certificate, so that's where you'd have to make some kind of correction, and that would be changing your revenue budget either to a positive or minus. You'd click the fund, hit supplemental, and then in the supplemental column, that's where you would fill it out with either positive or negative, so that way you match the certificate from the county auditor. Might not have to do that at all. It just depends on where you are in the budget process and where the previous fiscal officer had left things there. Okay. So, transactions. The authority to commit money for spending is a purchase order. So purchase order is going to be required to encumber your funds in the appropriation budgets. Purchase orders come in two different forms, well, several different forms. You have purchase orders and then blanket certificates. And then within that, you have purchase orders, you have then and now, you have blanket certificates, you have super blanket certificates. All that, somebody had the question before when to use then and nows. All that is very good information, can be found under accounting transactions. If you click purchase orders, in the bottom left-hand corner, the FAQ section, it'll pull up that section of the manual, and it'll really give you in-depth information on purchase orders. If you have, all that is based on the Ohio Revised Code. Blanket certificates and super blanket certificates, for example, there used to be limits on spending and dates, and that got changed in the Ohio Revised Code a few years ago, so they're pretty similar now. Super BCs are used for mostly legal and engineering projects now, whereas regular BCs, they remove some of those limits and they're now set by the board. So Ohio Revised Code pulls that, but in the short information, it's always really good to look at the FAQ section in the UAN manual to give you an overview. If you have more questions on it, you can give us a call LGS, or go through the Ohio Revised Code if you're looking for very detailed specifics. When you're receiving money in your daily transactions, that's going to be receipts entered in UAN. So we'll walk through that later on how to do it, but that's how you're going to receive all your funds in UAN via receipt. And then invoices for payments due, that's going to be your payments, anything made out of UAN. UAN has different forms of payments, and we'll go through some of those later, but just a quick overview under accounting, transactions, payments. If you hit add, you're going to see three types of payments. Warrant is going to write you a check, and it's going to print right out of UAN. Electronic is the next most common, or maybe the most common used. An electronic payment denotes that money moved automatically at the bank via ACH that's set up already, or you made that payment online through a website. So an electronic payment doesn't move money at your bank if you book an electronic payment in UAN. Remember, it's only an accounting software, not linked to your bank account. But if you book an electronic payment, that's because you made a payment online. So very common for that would be like tax payments, things like that. Anything made on the Ohio Business Gateway, they're typically made online. You make your OPERS payments online. So payments made online get booked as electronic payments. Anything you need to check, you just select your warrant option. And then there's a manual option. You can write a paper check, especially if there's power failure or some kind of damage to the computer. So a manual would mean that you wrote a paper check for whatever reason, and you have to enter that in UAN now that, power has been restored or you have your backup computer, whatever that situation would be. So that would be an example of the payment. Just to touch on receipts again, we'll have a more in-depth section later, but because I broke down the payments here, I might as well do receipts. So under accounting, transactions, receipts, when you hit add, you're going to see 3 types of receipts there. And we'll have a video going through this a bit later, but the 3 types are going to be standard, memo, and interest. So your standard receipt is going to be your most commonly used to import money in. Your interest receipt is going to be any interest on your checking accounts and investments. So if you have a CD at the bank, you get monthly interest. You just put in the interest receipt right there. And then a memo receipt is basically a receipt where you're going to put in the gross amount of the receipt received up top, and then any fees that are charged on the bottom, and then you receive the net amount. That's very common for like your property taxes. So when fees get taken out, you receive the net amount of that receipt. That's when you'd use a memo receipt. All right, so back to purchase orders from up top. To find that, it's accounting, transactions, purchase orders, and this screenshot is a little cut off, but remember, a lot of useful information is in the bottom left and the related screens and FAQ section of UAN, or you could hit that need help button when you're on this screen, and it would pull up the manual section for purchase orders. So adding a new purchase order, you just click add there, and that would bring up the screen to add in a new purchase order, or you could hit the duplicate button. So duplicate button is a nice, useful feature. It allows you to duplicate a purchase order or blank certificate, and it could be an open one or a closed one. So this is pretty handy throughout the year. If you are looking at what was spent last year, and a good example of when you would duplicate a purchase order would be like utility bills. So they're pretty typical. Budgeting is pretty straightforward. You usually know what you're doing on that for the year. You have a good idea of it. And your vendor isn't changing typically for your utilities, gas, electric, communications. So that would be something easy to duplicate. If you're paying some kind of landscaping company or there's some kind of reoccurring company business you're working with, that would be something you could duplicate too. You have the ability to edit the purchase order before you post it and make it official. But by duplicating it, it's a quick way to find the account information, the type, and the dollar amount and the vendor. So this is what the screen looks like. We have blank certificate as an example right now. So you would select blank certificate, and then the status is showing open, closed, or both. So it's going to show you your purchase orders that are out there history-wise for the year, and then you'd hit new dates. So you have your issue date, your expire date, and your certified date. After that, you click OK. And you can see the same options are available for purchase orders. So you just click on purchase order under type, and then you get an example of both, and then open or closed. But I'll jump back real quick. On the blank certificate screen, you see that it shows the account code, account name, and dollar amount. Whereas on the purchase order screen here, this is where it pulls in the vendor. So purchase orders, you can use several accounts to make the payment, but it's tied to one vendor. On a blanket certificate, you can only use the one account, but it's not tied to a vendor. So you may use one, the other, or both, depending on your board's policies. It's not a UAN to determine for you. That's your policy of your entity, but they both have their positives and when you would use them, and both very good to use for different reasons. So a blanket certificate could be really good if you know the account that all the expenses are going to come out of, but they might be paid to several different vendors. Maybe even gasoline would be one. So if you have different gas stations and you have people getting gas at different places, it's not tied to one vendor. So you could set up a blanket certificate for gasoline, and it could be used to pay any of those gas bills. Whereas if you do a purchase order, it has to be tied to one specific vendor, and then you could pay that, but you could pay it out of multiple accounts. So both have their positives there. Again, same setup. You put in your issue and certified date. You don't have to put an expiration date. The required fields in UAN are always going to have that green background. White background means it's not required on there on the drop-down box. So you'd check the boxes to duplicate any of these. You'd check the ones you'd want. Then it would highlight those. And then you'd hit OK. And then it would pull those into your batch screen, where then you could edit and post those. So it would copy in the duplication process, keeps your account, vendor in the case of a purchase order, and the dollar amount. Once it puts that into a batch screen for your purchase orders, that's where you can edit. You could change the dollar amounts. You could change everything in there if you wanted to. But you wouldn't be duplicating if you're wanting to change the vendor or account, typically. But you can change the dollar amounts, and then you would go to post there. Let's jump back right here. Here we go. Okay, so once that's all set, you just hit post and print, and then your purchase orders become official, and then you can make a payment with those. Next thing to talk about is printing a cash summary by fund. And we touched on the fund status report before. Another useful report would be your fund cash summary by fund. So you can find that under accounting reports, fund reports, and then the cash summary by fund. So remember, your appropriations are going to be based on money you'll be getting all year, whereas your cash limits how much you could actually write a check for right now. So it's two different things. Sometimes it's a hard concept to understand, but cash is going to limit how much you're spending right now, even if you have a purchase order and the budget in place, because you just don't have that money in the bank account. So that's how I think about it, is my fund status or the cash summary in the fund. That's telling you how much is in the bank account right now. I can max spend. I can't spend money I'm going to make in August if I'm only in April, basically on the personal level for my bank account. So that's the way I keep track of the budget versus current cash. So if you go cash summary by fund, you can then select the month or year, and that would display the report for you. I don't have a good example of it, but it's a good time. You could do that in UAN. Accounting reports, fund reports, cash summary by fund. I recommend seriously that you start going through a lot of the reports in there. You're going to find your favorites, maybe fund status, revenue status, appropriation status, things like that on the accounting side. The budgetary reports are good for a high-level view too. And the management reports are very good to bring to your meeting. So a lot of good stuff in there. And then you kind of want to find what works best for you to keep track of things. But being a brand new fiscal officer, just start poking through those reports and seeing what's out there. There's no harm at all in running reports. We had a question before Bob touched on what can be exported to Excel. If you are in the report section, say fund reports, for example, and you click the drop-down menu, there will be something that says export at the very bottom of these sections. If anything can be exported to Excel, and you'd click that, and then the export button in UAN will become active. Typically it's gray, and that means it's only available for the report in PDF. But when you go to that export section of funds, for example, if you do the fund export, any of the fund information that's on the reports is going to export into Excel for you, and you can sort that any way you'd like to. So very useful things in there. Receipt types, we touched on this before, a little more in depth. Standards, your most common. Memos associated with your fees. Remember, you're booking your gross revenue up top. The fees get applied, and then the net deposit is what you actually got in the bank. And then the interest is your month-to-month interest. Payments, we touched on these. Warrants are your checks, so when you're printing. Electronic payments are probably the most prevalent now. So most people do their banking online. UAN does not move the money at the bank. Remember, it's only an accounting transaction for bookkeeping. So you'd have done the business online already. So, for example, you paid OPERS online. Now you'd book your OPERS payment as an electronic in UAN. And then manual, that's your emergency plan where you could write out a paper check. Positive pay in UAN. Positive pay is a really good feature. You'll see it under accounting transactions and then positive pay there on the left. There's a lot of information on our website. If you go to UAN link, there's a section on positive pay. But basically, it's a report that UAN will push out. If your bank does a positive pay verification, you send the report over to the bank, and then they verify the payments that you've made via warrant. And that way, it prevents fraud on the account. So it depends on the bank. They're all set up a little different, but we basically set up a file, send it over to the bank, and there's a list on the UAN link website of the files and banks we currently do it with. If you have any questions on positive pay, you can give us a call and we'll give you the details on that. You could also find it in the UAN manual. So if you're in accounting transactions and click on positive pay, you could then click need help or the FAQ section in the bottom that will open up the manual, give you some more details on that. But it's basically used to prevent fraud because it's going to give the bank a list of checks that were written and what they should cash and the dollar amount. So that way, if someone steals a check from the mailbox, which I feel like was all over the news last holiday season, a lot of check fraud, they would know the dollar amount that that check is for and the vendor it was made to. So that way there can't be any fraud there. When you're getting later in the month and looking to finalize the month, you have some things you're going to need to do. So biggest thing is bank reconciliations at the end of the month. And before you post that bank reconciliation, you're going to want to look at your investment activity. So you're going to run the investment detail list, and that will give you a list of detail for your investments. So typically you're only going to see interest receipts posted, or if you have transfers, or if you've closed an investment, and it'll give you your balances on those. That you're going to want to match after you post your interest receipts for the month. You're going to want to make sure those investment balances in UAN match what your bank statement has. If not, you give us a call. It could be a transfer, it could be a missed interest, or could have been wrong for a while and you're just catching the error now. But it's a good place to start looking at the investment activity, making sure UAN matches what the bank has. Revenue ledger, that would be a good place to go to. That way you can kind of see if revenue for the month was posted in the wrong account code, and you want to verify your balance is on track, because it's going to give you a percentage of revenue received against revenue outstanding. And you're going to know, all right, we're in the second quarter now, second quarter payment should be coming in down the line. Where's my revenue budget for the year? Am I way above it? Am I way below it? So it's kind of a good thing to keep track of on a monthly basis. And the same thing applies to the appropriation ledger. You can kind of check your spending. You can see if something was paid out of the wrong appropriation code. Could be done in the correct account, but paid out of the wrong appropriation code. Or it could be done in the wrong fund, rather, or correct fund, but the wrong account code used. Or could be the other way, where I paid it out of this fund, should have been that one. It's a pretty easy fix. We could walk you through that. It would just be a reallocation. So, mistakes happen, and you can always correct them in UAN. That's what UAN support's here for. But these reports will help you catch those on a monthly basis. That way, they're not sitting out there and they build up over time. And at the end of the year, you're pulling your hair out because you have more stress. So bank reconciliation month to month is a great time to make sure everything's where it should be and your budgets are on track. All right. So comparing your official documents to your UAN reports, and that's just what we talked about. That's the whole theme of the bank reconciliation at the month. Beforehand, you're going to want to look at your activity. So investments, revenue, and expenditures. And that's going to show where your balances all are. And you want to make sure they're in the correct accounts and correct balances. Finalizing the month. So we talked about that. Skip over here. And once you've done all that, you'll go into the bank reconciliation tab, and now you're really finalizing the whole month. So this is typically done. So right now we're at 4/4. So you should have March bank reconciliation. You should have March bank statements coming in, or you might have them already if you get them online, or they'll come in the mail pretty soon. So you're going to need all your bank statements. So that's your investments, any CDs, things like that, plus checking and savings. You're going to look at all those statements. You're going to enter those in your bank reconciliation tab, and you're going to verify that your UAN balances match your bank balances. If they don't, that's when you're going to have to do a little bit deeper diving. So your balances should match. If they don't, then you could be missing a transaction here or there. So that's when you would start going through your receipts and payments in UAN. Do those match my deposits and withdrawals at the bank? So you're kind of working through this on a monthly basis. So that way, at the end of every month, you're confident, you know where you are, and you verify that your UAN balances match your bank balances. You'll clear all your transactions, and then you'll click the post and print tab once the bank rec is good to go. If you have trouble on the bank rec, that's a good time to give us a call, and we have an Excel sheet that walks you through how to find the errors. It kind of helps you there. Or sometimes by second set of eyes, we give it a quick look, and we could kind of narrow down the most common errors on a bank rec. So what I like to do on the bottom tab of the bank reconciliation, it shows you your UAN balance and your bank balance. So if my bank balance is higher than my UAN balance, for example, then automatically I'm thinking, well, UAN is lower, so it's missing a receipt, or UAN has some kind of payment that I have marked as cleared that may not have cleared the bank yet. And vice versa, if the bank is lower than UAN, then I'm thinking UAN either has a duplicate receipt that I did an error, or the bank has a payment that's cleared that I don't have in UAN for some reason. So being a new fiscal officer might not jump out to you right away. You can always give UAN support a call. We're happy to walk you through those kinds of things. Preparing for board meetings, things that we suggest, and this was one of the questions before. Again, under that UAN link, if you go to training transition, there's those management reports. We recommend you review that section of training and have your trustees do it. That way they know what they're looking at. But reports we suggest for the board meetings would be your fund summary. That gives those fund cash balances. Revenue summary, that's going to show expenditures year to date, revenue budget, and your percentage. Appropriation summary, so that's the same thing as the revenue. It's going to show you your expenses year to date and your appropriation budget for the year, and it's going to tell you a percentage whether you're on track or not. If you're running ahead or below, it'll give you that percentage. So you can adjust as needed or plan for the future better as needed. Payment listing or payment register detail. It depends. So the register detail is more of a granular level, and it goes into more details on the payments. Payment listing just shows all the payments that went out for the month. So it's a bit of a higher level view on the appropriation side of what was spent. The bank reconciliation summary, you're going to want to print that out. At the end of the bank reconciliation, there's a signature page. So always good to bring that with you. And then the wage withholding detail, if you have UAN for payroll, and that way you can kind of separate the accounting payments out from the payroll payments, and it'll give you some information on that too. All right, so time to review some questions here. Is there an appropriate time during the month to close any purchase orders which have been fully used? That's really personal preference. If the purchase order has been fully used, you can close that at any time. At the end of the year, any unused purchase orders with a zero balance will automatically close, but I wouldn't say I'm OCD, but that would drive me nuts just leaving them out there like that. So once it goes down to a zero balance, you could feel free to close it out. Good time. That's really personal preference. Like I said, if you're doing like the monthly review, getting ready for your bank reconciliation, that might be something you roll in there as an idea. That's when I'll check for purchase orders, when to close them out. And to do that, that would be under accounting utilities and then purchase order utility. So Remember, in UIN, it's broken down. If you click on just accounting, you get 4 menus: transactions, utilities, reports, maintenance. Transactions is your day-to-day entering information into UIN. Utilities is something that's been entered in UIN this year that you could impact in some way. So payment utility, you could change the payment around if you paid from the wrong account or change the amount. Receipt utility, you could adjust the receipt or put it in a different account. Exactly. Purchase order utility, that's where you can close your purchase orders or reduce them. You could adjust them down. You can't adjust them up. If you ever needed to adjust up a purchase order, we recommend opening up an additional purchase order or closing the original and then opening one up to absorb the amount of both. But that would be where in the purchase order utility is where you can close any purchase orders with a zero balance. And just to touch on it, in the top of UIN, while I'm looking at this, UIN's categories, the headings, they work like sorting in Excel. So if you click on appropriation account, for example, it's going to sort in a descending order, top to bottom. So you could do that for current balance. That's a quick way to find your zero balance purchase orders, and you can close them out that way. In the right-hand corner, you'll have a search, and that'll go from all. It'll also give you some more information: vendor, item description, PO number, things like that. If it's defaulted to all, you could type in the box right below it with the magnifying glass. You could search for a particular item. So if you know a vendor's name, you could start with the first few digits, hit the search button, and it would take you to that purchase order. So you're going to see the search and the filters on different screens in UIN. Don't be afraid to look into those. And again, training mode's a great place to go in there, because if you play with any of the filters, it won't save. It won't be like that next time. So definitely get into UIN training, go through reports, mess with the filters, sort it different ways. That way you just get really comfortable with it, because you're going to be in there a lot.
I can jump in with it for a few of these.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had one earlier. How do I enter the annual, and I believe what they meant was I could be wrong, I believe what they meant was the amended certificate from the auditor, county auditor. So you don't actually enter an amended certificate in UAN because UAN already has part of that information already built in, because of transactions, your day-to-day transactions are being entered in all the time, hopefully, if everything's going smoothly. And so your part of the amended certificate is your beginning of the year balances. And the other portion of the amended certificate that makes up the total is what you expect to receive this year in the form of taxes or other sources. It'll be broken down on most amended certificates that way. So that portion of the amended certificate is what we refer to in UAN as the revenue budget. And that, if that has, usually if you're coming in here in April, that's already been entered in. It may have been based on the official certificate before receiving the amended certificate. So if you get your first amended certificate. So so usually that's already in your revenue budget already established, but if there are changes to those estimates, then on the amended certificate and the grand total for each fund, then that would be changed through the revenue budget. Again, we're not talking about beginning balances, but the taxes and other sources portion. And then you would go to accounting, maintenance, revenue budgets. If you have existing revenue budgets for those funds that just need to be updated, then you would use the supplemental button. And if this is your first amended certificate, you would enter in that as apply as correction, being that it was based on the official certificate before the first amended. So hopefully that helps a little bit. There was another one I saw. I thought I'd jump in on here. Where'd it go? All right. Well, this is not specifically, but how do I account for unexpected revenue? And specifically grant. That there is a little like 2-page handout we have under on the UN Link website under training accounting. If you scroll down to the near the bottom of that web page, there's several sections. One of them is titled "How to Manage Your Current Year Operating Budget," and there is a handout titled "UN New Money Quick Guide." So that's the short version. That also includes a video that's a couple hours long, but it goes over a lot of possibilities and how you'd enter in mid-year changes, mostly to whether it's revenue or appropriations. As far as grants and sometimes capital projects, we're given a few questions like that. There is some discussion of that in the prerequisite accounting videos and the booklets. If you kind of page through the table of contents of those 3 booklets under accounting report, under the UN Link website under training, transition, and then phase 2, there's the 3 booklets for the accounting prerequisite videos. I don't, at the top of my head, I don't have the specific of those three sections. I don't have the specific one, but you'll find a lot of guidance there, as much as UN can provide on what is proper procedure. So we're limited on proper procedure on what we can prescribe to you as software support representatives. We're not auditors or, local government services experts here. So if it's a procedure question, that is something for local government services, Division of Auditor State, or your regional audit contact. But we do cover it a bit and give an overview in this prerequisite videos, and again in this management mini class and guide that we have, I mentioned. So I'll leave that at that. And some of the answers to those questions are what Alex has already covered. It's just that you have, yours is a very specific situation. All right, one other one I addressed directly to someone, but it was, is there a report that can be printed that will list the fund and all accounts associated with that fund? Well, there are quite a few that will list that. The one that's going to be, not clutter up the report with a lot of other information would be, 2 reports. Under reports and accounting reports and statements, you can look at revenue reports, the revenue reports group, and the appropriation reports group. Within those 2 groups, so in the revenue group, there's going to be, in the pick list, a revenue chart of accounts. And so that's going to show you all of your accounts for all funds, and you can select, there's a shortcut so you can select like one fund at a time if you just want to focus on one fund, or select all, and and that'll just list out all your funds and the account codes that you have active for their funds. Now that report's not going to show you whether you have any budget for that fund. So that's a revenue chart of accounts. There's also an appropriation chart of accounts. And again, that shows you all the accounts that are active. It's your custom list. I mean, there's a million combinations for each of these revenue appropriations. I believe, Alex, did you touch on, I remember seeing you earlier, you touched on sort of the uniform chart of accounts main list of possible accounts. Yep. So you could, look back at that slide in our handout. You went over that, and you can certainly call us and just, we can show you where you can find, walk you through getting to. You have access to the, whether you're township, village, or library, you have access to the uniform chart of accounts, which is sort of like the main list provided by the Auditor of State, in which UN uses for those different entity types. But that's not set up automatically. What you have currently is what in the past previous fiscal officers have set up and said, hey, these are the accounts we're using at our township. And that that list can change over the years, depending on the needs of the township for expenses and appropriations. So that's something you can build on. So hopefully that helps a little bit. All right, anything else you want to address there, Alex?
All right, we do have a couple questions on reports, and we'll be taking more questions throughout the day. A few came in on different budget questions and account questions. So, good place to look for reports. One person had department managers asking to see their budget. So, you can go to accounting, reports, and statements, and this would be your appropriation budget. So, you'd go to appropriation reports, and you could start with appropriation status. That report is going to list by the fund level and then by the account. So it's going to start at the fund and then list you all the accounts in that fund. It'll show the final appropriation budget for the year, current year-to-date expenditures, the current encumbered balance for that fund. So that would be something with a purchase order on it, and then the unencumbered balance of the fund. So that would be funds, cash that doesn't have a purchase order. So it's been budgeted in the appropriation budget, but not encumbered yet with a purchase order or blanket certificate. So I would recommend the appropriation status report under accounting, reports and statements, appropriation reports. And that is also a good place to get a list of all your appropriation accounts that have your program code and the object code. Is the appropriation status report. You also have the under that, if you go to the drop-down menu for the appropriation reports, there is a chart of accounts section, but all that does is list just the accounts. So appropriation status does the same thing, lists all the accounts for you, but also gives you the budgets. So depending on what you want, if you want less information, feel free to go to the chart of accounts. It'll list the accounts by fund on the appropriation side. And remember, the appropriation and revenue reports pretty much mirror each other. So if you're looking for the revenue status or revenue accounts, you would do the same thing. Appropriation, you go to accounting reports, revenue reports, and then the revenue status. You could select to print one report for a certain fund. So say you just wanted to print the general fund and you wanted a list of all your revenue or appropriation accounts there. You'd select just the 1,000 account codes. So on the fund level, 1,000, and then you might have on revenue, for example, you might have codes 101, 301, 302. Select all those. Then you can hit display, print, or save as a PDF. And that will list your account codes. It will give you a brief name and the description of the account name. So that gives you a little more information. And then it gives you the final budget, the revenue, received year to date, or the expenditures done year to date, depending on which side you're running, and then the budget balance and a percentage. So those are really good reports if you want to get into the account level and not just the fund level. Okay, so we'll get back to the slides here. We've covered a lot of information so far. I tried to go through higher level views on the slides. Next, we're going to get more into what it actually looks like in UAN, and we have some videos prepared. So I'll walk you through to those. 3 types of receipts. Again, we've gone over this a few times, but it's going to be something you're using all the time. So we want you to really be comfortable with them. You have your standard receipt. That's your common receipt. You received money in, you're putting it in your account. Done. Interest receipt. Your interest receipts can either go into your primary checking account, or they can be reinvested in, an investment or CD or something like that. So things you have to think about when doing an interest receipt is, am I increasing my investment's value with this receipt, or am I putting the money into my primary checking account? So where's that interest going and what are you doing with it? And then a memo receipt, again, that's a receipt that has charges. So you put in the gross on top, put in your fees, and then the net on the bottom. Most common use for that is your tax collection when the fees are associated. And jump through here. All right. So we're going to start our first couple videos here, and this is going to go through the standard receipt examples.
To add a receipt in UAN, we open Accounting, Transactions, Receipts, If we have any receipts that are a work in progress, they will be in the batch list. To add a new one, click on Add and choose one of the 3 types of receipts. Our first deposit is an example of when the fiscal officer does all of the banking. This means that while other people may be collecting money, the fiscal officer is doing all of the depositing. Our deposit ticket shows that we have 3 items to receipt for the 1 deposit, cash plus 2 checks. We'll start with $150 on the deposit ticket. Well, this is cash that was dropped off by us by our Parks and Rec manager, Sally Bay, with a receipt copy. When other people are collecting the money, other than the fiscal office, they should have their own receipt book. When they write a receipt to a customer, they should turn in a duplicate of that receipt book to the fiscal office. That's what we have here. This will be a standard receipt. The first thing you should always do is select the source or the vendor that you've made available for accounting receipts. I'll scroll through my pick list and I should be able to find Sally Bay. There she is, the Parks and Rec director. Next, we want to enter in a meaningful purpose. When the person who collected the money includes the receipt copy from the receipt book, always include a cross-reference to that receipt number that they provided to you. In the deposit ticket field, you can enter a deposit ticket number to group your receipts together on your bank reconciliation. In our example, it's deposit ticket number 12. If I enter number 12 for every receipt in this deposit, it will total all 3 on the bank reconciliation, making it a lot easier to clear all 3 when you see the total deposit on your bank statement. This is especially true when you have a lot of different checks from different sources. Next, we enter the dates. Most of the time, these 3 dates will be the exact same date. The receipt date is the date you receive the money. The deposit date is the date you take it to bank or that it's automatically deposited. And the post date is your best estimation of the date the deposit will post on your bank statement. For example, if you make a deposit on Saturday morning, for instance, and your bank has a policy of posting all Saturday deposits the following Monday, then you would enter Saturday as your deposit date, and then the following Monday as your post date, the date you expect it to post at the bank. But our example is like most. But most of the time, your receipts will be all on the same day. We received the money today, we deposited it the same day, and we expect it to post, like most of the time, that same day. Next, we need to add the revenue code. Our example, our account is going to be out of Fund 2171, so I can just scroll down to the account code that I need in this fund. There it is, which is $150 cash received from Sally. Click the arrow or enter to bring it up to my distribution list. It's nice that we can click Remember Deposit Ticket until form closes and remember dates until form closes. That'll save a little time. Then click Save. The second item on my ticket is a check from Faraway Township for their fire contract. Once again, I can start with the source, and this time I know that I can start typing Faraway, and it looks like I've added them to my list of vendors, and it just narrows it down to make it really easy for me to select that township, and I'll put in a purpose. I've already got my deposit ticket number and receipt dates because of those little check boxes. So go straight to the revenue distribution. And my fund is 2191. And by typing in that fund number, I can really narrow down the list there and pick the revenue code that I need for this one. Put in the amount and save. And now both of my standard receipts are in batch, so I can close. I've got another check, but I'll go ahead and post these two standard receipts first. Notice if I wanted a second copy to file in a different location, I could always increase the number of copies. Looks like they printed out okay. Let's take a look.
All right, so we've got some more examples coming up here, and that was standard receipt. Now we'll go through the memo receipt, and we'll be taking questions again later. So this is more just a live view for you, and then you could also follow along in UAN training mode and try it out, or just watch the videos. And we wanted to give you a more, so I was trying to cover the concepts in the slide. Now we want to actually get into the nuts and bolts of what it looks like.
Our final check on the deposit ticket is from the county auditor for the first tax settlement of the year. It's a big check for our township, so we made sure we got it deposited right away. For our demonstration, we've included a very simplified version of the tax settlement statement. It requires a memo receipt because we need to show the gross taxes collected and the amount of fees applied by the county to determine how much applies to each fund. The total gross revenue minus the total fees will be the net amount of this receipt. In other words, the net is the amount of the check we received, and that's how much cash will increase upon receiving it. But we need to determine the revenue and expenditures accurately among each fund. We've really simplified this so that it's easy to see the fund distribution. It is very likely your statement will be more complicated. If you're new to this, you may need to contact your county auditor for help interpreting your tax settlement statement so you know which fund applies for each item. We'll add the memo receipt in the same place under Accounting, Transactions, Receipts. Click the Add button and choose Memo. As you can see, there's an additional section. It's got the same area for revenue as a standard receipt, receipt distribution. That's where you'd put your revenue codes. And then your memo charges are going to go down below that, the fees to the county auditor. Now I'll type in our vendor or source, and we'll find the county auditor and enter in a purpose. Well, this is on the same deposit ticket as our other two standard receipts, so that's deposit ticket number 12, and it'll therefore be the same dates. Now, looking at our tax settlement form, we've got our funds broken down. I can enter the revenue or the gross amount by fund, and I'll select the funds that I need. A little trick here that you may find helpful. It depends on how your account codes are structured at your particular entity. If you click on the name when you're choosing the account code rather than immediately typing it in, you can see you can click on the column headings, and it will sort by whichever accounting heading that you choose. So in some cases, depending on alphabetically how your account codes fall, sometimes it's a little bit easier to sort by the account name and then choose accounts that way rather than typing them in. For the general. Now that all the revenue is entered, I can just check the status in the top right to see what the total receipts are. And that comes to $353,925. Yep, that exactly matches my total for the gross and the settlement statement. So I'll move on to the memo charges for our tax collection fees. Well, that looks a little bit different. First, you have to choose the type. Well, your choices for type are going to be purchase order, blank certificate, or direct. In this case, we don't have any purchase orders open for the county auditor, but we do have blanket certificate. Now, if we look here at the tax settlement statement, you'll see that there's one thing that we have an asterisk next to, the county health district collection fees. That one, for our township, it requires an appropriation account code that requires a purchase order or blanket certificate. Well, in the rare cases that your account code for these types of memo receipts from the county auditor involves a purchase order or blanket, we recommend a blanket certificate with no vendor specified. I've already got a blanket certificate posted for that purpose. I can select BC, and then I can pick it or type it in from my blanket certificate list. Now, what's more typical is for at least county auditor settlements is that most of the charges that you'll incur will be direct charge accounts, meaning they don't require, per the uniform chart of accounts, a blanket certificate or purchase order. And that's the case with ours. So the next ones will all be direct charges. And I'll just run through entering those collection fees. Great, so now we have all of our charges in. Looking at our status ticker in the right, we can see our total charges is $2,816.60. That matches my collection total on my settlement statement, and my net amount grand total of $351,108.40 exactly matches our net on the settlement statement. So I'm ready to save, close, and post and print. Looks like it printed okay.
All right. Definitely want to thank Bob for being our DJ and channeling his inner roller skate dance rink music here. Loving that. So we'll keep going with some more of these presentations, the video slides. We're going to get through the receipts, and then we're going to see, because around noon we do want to break for lunch. So I want to make sure we can get in as much as possible before we get into the next break. I know this segment was pretty long, but accounting was really a big bulk of it, so we wanted to make sure we could get you through that. So A couple more videos on accounting, walking you through the various topics we went over before. This will give you a little more detail on how to do them in the tool. Again, these are all on our website too, so you can go through them at a later time. If you want a refresher or to pause and be able to take notes, any of that stuff. So moving on to the next one.
Well, in training land, it's April, and we have begun work on our March bank reconciliation. We haven't got very far. We've just entered our end-of-month bank account balances. Finishing up Star, Ohio right now. And as you can see at Buckeye Township, we have our primary checking, 1 secondary checking, and 5 investments. We're not going to bother clearing the receipts and payments yet, since we haven't entered any interest receipts from our bank statements yet. You see there are none in our secondary investments and none under the primary receipts tab. We've got all our mock bank statements together, and we're going to page through them to see what interest we have earned for the month and post the interest receipts before we continue with the rest of the bank reconciliation. I'll save the progress I've entered so far and close bank reconciliation. Now to add the interest receipts, I'll just go to Accounting, Transactions, Receipts, click on the Add button, and choose Interest. I think I'll skip the checking for now and begin with our investment interest, starting with the Star Ohio statement, since I've already got that open. The first thing that is different with interest receipts is the source is limited to bank accounts that earn interest. In other words, you can't just type in a vendor, you must select an interest-bearing bank account. I'll start with Star Ohio. The purpose is a white optional field because in most cases it's unnecessary, and the deposit ticket, of course, should be left blank because this is an interest receipt. There is no deposit ticket. Notice the option to reinvest or receipt to primary checking. Our statement shows that interest earned by Star Ohio is paid to our checking account. So this is the right setting for Buckeye Township. Your entity, however, may have a different arrangement with Star Ohio, so make sure to set that correctly if you have a Star Ohio investment. On all interest receipts, the receipt, deposit, and post date should all be the same. It'll always be the date that the interest posted to your bank account or bank statement. So we can backdate it to the date that it posted on our statement. Now in training land, it's in April, and on our statement, it posted to the 31st of March, so we can backdate all 3 dates to March 31st. Below that, our receipt distribution looks a lot different than a standard receipt. It automatically fills the list with several revenue codes. It does so because this is a pooled investment. Pooled investments should be distributed to all funds with a pooled balance based on the percentage of the current pooled cash owed by each fund at the time. UAN will automatically do this for you if you checkmark Distribute Proportionally by Pooled Fund Balances and enter the total interest earned. By the way, you can see this calculation on the Fund Status Report. It's easy to see the same percentage distribution as on the fund status when I type in $100 under the total interest earned for this investment. However, the software will only distribute it according to the law. If you watch the fund accounting and prerequisite videos, you learn that some funds are permitted, not permitted, or conditionally permitted to receive their own interest. Notice the general fund is going to receive the interest for funds not permitted to keep the interest. The pooled balance of these funds earned interest, but the general fund receives it according to law or guidelines outlined in the Uniform Chart of Accounts for each fund. Note for an account code to appear on this list, it must be an active account code in your current chart of accounts. This brings up a common UAN support question. Relatively short videos, and you can find the section you need to review. Back to Star Ohio. I'll enter the actual interest earned from our statement balance here, and it is 262.12. I'm going to mark remember dates until form closes because I peeked ahead at the other statements and all the interest for our investments posted on March 31st. So that'll save us a little time. Our next statement is CD 151. You can pick it from our list. My final account is actually the one I skipped over, our primary checking account. So let's switch to pick our primary checking. On my primary bank statement, I highlighted in yellow all of the interest that we earned from the different investments we have that was paid to our primary checking account. We've already taken care of all of those. All I need to do is enter what was actually earned by our checking account itself, which is the 122.45. I'll click distribute proportionally. Remember, all checking accounts are pooled. Before we save this, I want you to notice reinvest and receipt to primary buttons are grayed out. They're inaccessible, and this is on purpose. This sometimes confuses people. That just simply means it's not relevant for the primary checking account. This receipt will increase the value of the primary checking account. So now I'm ready to close the form, and I will post all at once here. It's like they all printed okay. I'll show you the first one. Looks much like a standard receipt. Returning to our bank reconciliation, if I mark that and click Edit to Post, it's going to give me a good message saying that transactions have posted since the bank reconciliation was last saved. Now when I look under primary receipts, I'll be able to find the investment interest that was posted and paid to the primary checking will show up under primary receipts, along with my primary checking account interest earned. And then I will find that money market investment that was reinvested under secondary and investments. And I can clear that there.
All right, still trying to get you to lunch right at noon. So next I've got the purchase order example, and we'll have Trina on that one. And we want to get through that video. It'll be about 20 minutes. So as soon as that's over, we're going to break for lunch. If you have questions, you want to save you definitely input your questions, and we could begin right after lunch with a Q&A session. So anything you're seeing now, if you have any further questions, post those and we can go over them after lunch. And then right after the purchase order section, might be Bob again. And DJ Bob is always welcome with his squirrel. And we will talk about the lunch break, timing, and questions after. All right, so here we go.
If you're a new fiscal officer, the first thing you need to do is get an idea of what purchase orders are currently open. Did the previous fiscal officer enter permanent appropriations and the purchase orders for the rest of the year on items they already knew would need to be certified? Or did they leave the job for you to do? If they used blanket certificates, are the open BCs expired or close to their expiration date? Or do any purchase orders have an unusually low balance? Well, to answer these questions and more, go to Accounting, Reports and Statements, Purchase Order Reports. Of course, at your office, you can look at your printed purchase orders and blanket certificates. They're going to give you the same information I'm showing you. The purchase order detail is the first report in the group, but that's a one-page report per item, so it's a bit too detailed to start this review. We'll change it to the PO listing report. You can use the Filters tab to narrow it down to one type at a time if you like. I'll start with my regular blanket certificates. select all of the open ones, and display. This is a wide report to display, so I'll zoom in a bit. In Training Land, we are currently in April. So on this report, we can easily see that all of our BCs are expired. The expiration date means that no new purchases or commitments to purchase can be made against these purchase orders. The authority expired on March 31st for most of them, and for some it expired last year. The ones dated last year means that the purchase was authorized with the purchase order last year, but the bill for the goods or services did not come until this year. In that case, the purchase order can carry over to the new year so that the bill can be paid when it's received. But no new purchases can be applied to an expired PO or BC. The same principle applies to BCs that expired on March 31st of this year. It appears that the policy in place at Buckeye Township is that BCs are open for each quarter. Pretty soon we'll need to replace most of these BCs, since it's early April, with ones that expire at the end of the second quarter. Now I can use the filter to just choose my purchase order regular type purchase orders. We can see that none of the PO regulars in this list have expiration dates, and that's very normal. It's not required. I've already checked, and our township currently doesn't have any BC Super or Then and Now POs open, so we don't have to bother with that. So that's the PO listing. The purchase order status is also in this list. This is a really wide report, so I'll just zoom out and we'll page through this a little bit. The purchase order status is great to get a little bit more detail, but not too much. It's a great way to check to see if you have a low balance on some of your purchase orders, or maybe low for certain account codes on the PO. If you do, you may need to replace them with new ones. You'll need to find out if the particular PO was for a one-time expense or for a recurring bill. But you'll have to determine that for your entity. So let's move on to actually posting some examples of our purchase order. To add a purchase order in UEN, we open Accounting, Transactions, Purchase Orders. If we have any items that are a work in progress, they will be in our batch list. Click the Add button to pick one of the four types. We'll start by adding a simple PO regular type. Start the form by picking the vendor. I'll type in Treasurer of State, and I can pick it from my list. This is one of those vendors that has several locations. Since the Treasurer of State often has different locations for various fees, at your entity, you may have several more than we do. And if you gave the location a meaningful description like we did, then it's easy to pick. This PO is for UEN and audit fees. Notice the expire date is not green. That means it's not a required field. The issue and certified date are required and are generally set to today's date. I just started this purchase order to authorize spending for the remainder of the fiscal year. So my issue date is going to be today's calendar date in Training Land, which is April 1st. So I'll enter that for my issue and certified date. Notice that I can choose today instead of choosing the actual date. Sometimes that's easier. The detail list area starts with a place for a requisition number. If you don't have internal requisition numbers, you can leave it blank. You must enter a quantity, though, to calculate against the unit price. I'll put in 1 for our example. I'll skip the unit field for now and I'll enter a description. $1,295. Tab over, you can see that's calculated times 1, my quantity times unit. Now back to the unit description. This is simply a specific description field in addition to the normal description area on the purchase order. It's totally optional. I could put in something like 3/4 for the UAN lease. Again, I could have added that description under the description field and left the unit blank, and that would be perfectly fine. But the unit does not calculate into any of the actual dollar calculations. So your use of it is your preference. I'll click the arrow to add it to my detail list, and I can see that I have 2,295 undistributed. I need to distribute that to an account code or codes to encumber on my appropriation budget. So I'll go to the distribution list and start typing in my code, and I can scroll down to the code that is in that fund. It fills in the amount. Since I have enough in my appropriations, that's the amount they actually need. I'll be using one code, so I'll press enter to add that to my distribution list. And now I can click on remember dates until form closes, since I have at least one more purchase order regular. That'll save me a little bit of time. Now I'm going to add another PO regular for my monthly electric bill. That's Barclay Electric. This will authorize the electric bill payment for the rest of the year. I estimate all the electric bills we have to pay for all the monthly invoices will be about $9,000. Now we're going to distribute that to multiple account codes. I can choose each account code by typing them in, is one option. Here we'll choose electricity, but notice the menu. There isn't $9,000 available. That's in this one account code. That's how much I have to distribute. But there is $900 estimated unencumbered balance. So UAN is automatically filling in that amount when I tab over or select it. In other examples, that may not be the amount you intend to use, but in our case, the electricity account code will only be spent on electricity. So it's exactly what I want to do. I want to use the full amount for the rest of the year's bills. Now I've got 8,100 to continue to distribute to other account codes in different funds. Before I do that, I want to show you a different way of picking the account codes. You can select the column headings to sort. I choose account name, then I can scroll down to my electricity, and they're all grouped together. So I'll continue. Notice how the account sorting remains when I go to the next account code. Now I can save. Oh, look, this message is telling me that the purchase order will be saved without a vendor location. Well, I don't want to do that, so I'm going to cancel the message and pick an address. Sometimes vendors will have multiple addresses, and you'll want to choose the address that you'll be mailing the payments to, so it defaults to that address whenever you add a payment using this purchase order. So I'll pick one, and now I can save. Our next example is when you have an internal requisition. Now I can click Save, and I will close. Now I want to show you an example similar to the electric company payment example, but I'm going to add this one in a different way using the duplicate button instead of the add button. I want to add a PO for our employer share of employees' insurance premiums. The duplicate button can save quite a bit of time if you have routine purchase orders that you certify year after year or blanket certificates that you open quarterly. I'll start by selecting the type. This is going to be a PO regular, and I can choose from open purchase orders, closed purchase orders, or both. I'll choose open. I'll choose open because I happen to know there's one open with a small unspent balance remaining. I need to get around to closing it, but that's another topic. I can sort by column headings to find it. Here, I found it. Notice the list shows the original amount, not the current balance. I know from looking at my purchase order status report that this has only $2 left unspent. Before I duplicate it, I must choose a new issue date and a new certified date. Then I'll just click OK and close, and it's in my batch list. So don't just go and post this. Always review it in the edit screen or in batch report before posting the duplicate. In this case, we're encumbering a larger amount, so we definitely must edit. I can confirm the address first, make sure that hasn't changed, and then revise my amount and distribution to our current needs. In the amounts and descriptions, we can save our purchase order and close. Well, now I'm done for purchase order regulars for the day. I can post these together, or I could post them one at a time. And I'll select Post and Print. Let us show you one example.
We will move on to our warrant payment example. And that will be the wrap up of the accounting section. So it'll be one more video and then accounting is over, and I'll be turning it over to Bob to do the payroll portion. So everybody's looking forward to that. Got to get those employees paid. So let's keep moving here.
Technically, there are 3 types of payments in UAN, but really only 2 types are common: warrants and electronic payments. The manual payment type is extremely rare, and you may never use it. To add payments in UEN, we go to Accounting, Transactions, and Payments. If we have any payments that are a work in progress, they will be in our batch list. I'll click Add to see our 3 types of payments. We'll start with warrant payments in our demonstrations and then finish up with electronic payments. We will not demonstrate manual payments since these are so rare. If you think you need to post a manual payment, please contact UAN support to discuss it, and we can get you started if needed. I will select Warrant. Our first example today will be paying a utility bill. Most local governments will receive multiple utility bills which represent various buildings, streetlights, and other locations throughout your government. So for larger entities, you may have several different electric, gas, or water expenses that are incurred for different facilities, and you're receiving a separate bill for each. It's common to allocate the expenses to the program code that incurred the expense. It can be hard to keep track of all this. It's not like the invoices show up in the mail all the same day. They trickle in throughout the month. So it helps to really be organized so that you are ready to pay the bills with the right codes when they come in at that time. The easiest way to do this is to create a spreadsheet that will allow you to combine all the bills for each utility type and to determine the expenditure allocation of the current month's bills. Hopefully, you inherited a good system from the fiscal officer you took over for, but if not, you can consider the example that I'm about to show you of how we handle Buckeye Township's electric bill. Here we have a breakdown of our electric bills that our township has received by our meeting date. Of course, sometimes you won't get all the bills by your meeting date, but you should organize them on your spreadsheet as they come in. Some of you have 2 meetings per month, so you'll pay some locations at the first meeting, and as they trickle in, you'll pay the rest at the second meeting. Don't let them pile up to do all of this right before your meeting. As the bills come in, you can start filling out your spreadsheet to be organized like this. The first thing you may have to do when you get the bill is to figure out which bill goes with each location. The description on the invoice may not reveal much about the service location. Once you figure that out, you can plug the amount into your spreadsheet template. For example, at Buckeye, we received all invoices applicable for the road department, including the traffic signal, security light, and garage. But so far, we only have been billed for the month for 2 of the 4 cemeteries. This is just what we have received by the meeting date. So we have, as the month progresses, kept a running total for each department and a grand total for the electric bill. If you are somewhat savvy with Excel formulas, that can make it very easy for you to just enter the amount and the spreadsheet will total it up for you. Of course, your entity may have simpler or more extensive breakdowns depending on the functions of your government. You probably should include appropriation account codes on the cheat sheet, not just department. If you're new, that's probably something you should do as you get familiar with those. We start by choosing the vendor or start typing. Our electric company is Sparkley Electric. Then pick the vendor from the list. And then we're going to choose the location. When the location is blank, it means you either have no location or more than 1 location. So just click the menu and you can see, in this case, we have 3 locations. If we were using windowed envelopes to mail our payments, this would be especially important to get the right payment. So we need to choose one of these 3 payments wherever this is going to be mailed to. Now we should select the post date. In Training Land, it's April 5th, and I'm going to get ready for my meeting on April 7th. The post date should be the meeting date, the date that the warrants will be signed and distributed. Never date them too early. UAN permits you to forward date payments so that you can prepare them and print them ahead of time with the correct date. When we finish, we'll click the Post and Print button today in Training Land, April 5th, but the date on the check will be the post date that we enter here, which is 2 days from now in Training Land, April 7th. In fact, UAN permits you to date payments up to 30 days in advance. Of course, that would be extremely unusual, but printing checks a few days before is very common, and there is no need to wait until a meeting day to prepare. The bottom 2 sections of the form include the detail and distribution. The detail area describes what you are purchasing and how much it costs. The distribution area lists the account codes you'll be charging for that expense. At this point, you have a choice to make. You can manually fill out the form using the data entry lines and pick lists, or you can import the information from a purchase order you have opened for this type of expense. On this payment, we'll use several account codes from our one regular purchase order, so using the import button will just make the job much easier. I'll click Import Purchase Order. If you blinked, you may not have caught that UAN opened a new screen in front of the Add Payment form. Drag it out of the way so you can see. On the Import Purchase form, start by narrowing down the type. You will, of course, have your own printed copies of purchase orders and blanket certificates that you can look at for this vendor. For Buckeye Township, we know that this is something we'll use a purchase order regular that we already have open. So I'll select PO regular. In most cases, you're going to skip the fund menu. That is something that we added to this form for very rare circumstances. Most of the time, it's not helpful. So I'll skip to the number list. And this will show me a list of all of the purchase order regulars that are open for this particular vendor. Here at Buckeye, you can see that we have 2 purchase orders for Sparkley. One issued recently and one way back in January. At the beginning of the year, after we put in our temporary appropriations, we issued purchase orders, including one for our electric bill, based on those appropriations. We didn't use all of it, and it doesn't have an expiration date, and so there's no need to close it yet. We can use it for payments until the unspent balance is zero for each account code. Then we can close it and spend off the second purchase order for bills that come in the rest of the year. Of course, then, I'll pick the first one here for our payment. It fills in the detail section with the original amount of the purchase order, and the distribution shows the current unspent balance for each of the account codes. To be clear, when we click Import, all that UAN will do is copy the information we select into the payment, and in there we can edit anything that we need to change. So you don't change it in this form itself, you select what you want to copy over to the payment. Now our bill is for $575, so we might decide not to select the detail row because we clearly don't need $4,750, and it may be just as easy to type that in to the row when we get to the payment. It's just a matter of preference. I prefer to edit, so I'll mark mine. In the distribution, you only need to select the account codes necessary for the particular payment. Again, I could only select some of these if that's all I needed for this particular payment. It just happens that we need to use all of them for this payment, so I will select all. Also, if it makes sense for your situation, then you can choose to copy the PO purpose from the purchase order into the payment purpose field if you'd like that to print on certain payment reports. Now I'll click on Import to copy that information into our payment. And there it is. Make sure to edit the details section before your distribution of the account codes. You should always do that. So I'm going to go to unit price, and I can just type over the number that copied into that. Remember, our payment is $575.92. When I click on tab, it recalculates the extended price. And you'll notice my undistributed amount is way off. It's a negative. Remember, the import copied the purchase order's unspent balance of each account code into the payment. We'll need to edit each of those account codes as well. I'll expand this so you can see the full list. Notice it sorts our list by the highest to lowest unspent balance, but since I'm using my spreadsheet, it will be easy to enter these into account code order, so I'll click the account code to sort it by those. Well, I should have said account code column heading, and that resorted them highest to lowest or lowest to highest, depending on how many times you click it. All right, so for the first account code, I'm going to type over the amount that defaulted from the copied purchase order and put in just the amount I need for the bill. So that is $62.02 from my spreadsheet. Press enter, and that'll bring me to the next account code for my road, which I'm charging to my gas tax fund in our case, which is a total of $89.98. For our cemetery fund, we've got two of the invoices for the locations. The other two we haven't received to date, so I just put in that total of $78.44. Then for park, $37.50, and for our firehouse, it's $303.98. Oh, it looks like I made a mistake. See here with my general fund and our town hall, that should have been $66.02, and I entered $62.02. You can see under undistributed that the amount of my payment is not distributed to all of those account codes. Just to show you what that would look like if I didn't catch that mistake, click on Save, and you see I get a red dot. It's a warning, and it doesn't allow me to save it because the form's not properly filled out. If I hover over that red dot, it says undistributed amount must equal 0. In other words, I've got to distribute all of my payment to different account codes in my budget. So I can correct that. That little red dot's not going to go away until after I save it again, but I'll go ahead and put that in, 66.02. Press enter. Oops, I did it again. 66.02. Watch what I'm doing. And now it's undistributed is now 0, and I could save this. Now let me explain one more thing before I save this payment. It's still early in the year, and we will be able to use this first purchase order for a few more payments, the one that I've copied into this payment. Eventually, it's likely that we'll get to a point where some of the account codes will be spent to 0 while others will continue to have an unspent balance. Very likely. When that happens, I can use the new purchase order with the same payment as the old one. So it's easy. After I distribute whatever I can with the first purchase order, I can either pick the new PO from the data entry line at the bottom and then enter that and add whatever accounts I need line by line, or I can use the import purchase order button again and select only the accounts I need to import for the difference. Either way works. The point is you can use more than one purchase order for a payment, and you can spend out those purchase orders that haven't expired. They're still legitimate. All right, so we're ready to save this. I'm just going to click Remember Dates until form closes and click Save. Sample warrant payments ready for the next board meeting. Obviously, most of you will have a much longer list of payments to prepare. Don't forget, this is a batch list, a work in progress list that you can review and edit as much as needed before you post the checks. Select all and click Edit. And you can see the vendor is no longer available for all of the fields. The other fields are still editable. So if you added these before your first cup of coffee, you might want to come back later after a short break to take a final look before you post them. You might catch a typo. You want to make sure your post dates are right or correct any account code errors. You don't necessarily need to delete the entire payment if it's just a matter of changing an account code. You could click the little X in the corner to delete that row or type in a different amount. And sure, you can delete an entire payment if it's just easy in some cases to just start over. So here you can navigate to different payments and review and edit if needed be. I'll go ahead and close. Once you're ready to start, you can just select all the payments in the batch list or just a portion of the payments, maybe one or two at a time. If you're a brand new fiscal officer, please start by posting just one payment by itself until you feel confident. And even then, it's a good practice to limit the number of warrants you're posting at one time, just in case you have a printer problem. No one wants to post a huge batch only to find out that the checks were damaged by the printer, because printers do jam, even good ones. There's a reason we hate these things, right? I'll start by selecting just one warrant, and I'm like a new fiscal officer. It's a good idea. And I'll click on Post Print at the bottom. I'll get a confirmation that I'm posting, in this case, just one selected item. According to what you posted last time, this should be the next check number for printing this payment. If the next warrant number listed does not correspond to the real warrant number, then you shouldn't click OK yet to print. For example, if you accidentally left a stack of checks in your printer and printed a report onto them, which actually is a pretty common mistake, then the check is damaged and this is not your next check number. Whatever caused the unused checks to get damaged, you will need to skip over them in UAN so that UAN will properly record the check numbers that the software is truly printing the payment on. So here at Buckeye Township, old Bumbling Bob spilled coffee on the check number 3572 and it's ruined. In the user selected field then, I'll type over and type in 3573, and you can see that it's telling me that the next check number, the next warrant will be skipped. So I'll click OK. Now it's going to warn us. If you continue, one warrant number will be skipped and marked as voided. Make sure you typed in the right check number to skip and you're not voiding too many checks. It shows you here. If it looks correct to you, and in our case it does, then that's what we want. That check cannot be used for payment. It should be voided. It should be hand voided as well. OK to continue. You'll get a printer message that tells you right on the screen the range of warrants it's about to print. load 3573 through 3573, so one check. Load the actual checks in the printer this way. Face down. The top of the check should be facing towards you. If you are printing more than one check, put the lowest check number at the top of the stack so it prints first. We got that done, so we'll click Print. Of course, take it out, make sure everything printed as expected, and you didn't have it upside down or backwards. Click Yes, it printed successfully. Once you're comfortable printing one warrant at a time, we suggest printing batches of 5 or 10 checks at a time if you're a small entity. Even for larger entities with a huge volume of checks to print each month, we still recommend printing maybe 10 checks in each print job. If it's a really high volume, okay, maybe 20 checks at the most. Even the best printers out there are going to jam sometimes. If you print 50 checks or more and it jams in the middle, you may need to void most of those checks. It's just not worth it to do that. I'd say it's worth being cautious and printing lower numbers like I suggested. So for our little sample, I'll select all and post and print. Posting 3 selected items. Our checks are back in sequence now, so I can just click OK. And it gives me the check range of 3 checks, 74 through 76. And I should say, I recommend you only load the range of checks it lists on the print screen and no more. That way you don't make the most common mistake of accidentally printing a report on your checks. And then you've ruined maybe several or all of them. So did they print successfully in our little virtual world? We say yes.
All right, so we are back, and next we'll be going into payroll, and Bob's going to take it from there.
Hey, yep, I am ready to go. Thanks, Alex. So, payroll. We're going to be covering most, not all, the rest of this afternoon, going over payroll, mostly in maintenance and wages. We'll cover some other areas. And like I said before, that we've streamlined the introduction video. So the payroll one is about 3.5, 4 hours. This is going to be a little bit more video heavy, although we've enhanced these videos from what you'll see in the introduction class so that you kind of zoom in and focus on the areas that of emphasis as you go through those. And we'll watch about, a series of 10-minute or 15-minute videos here and there at varying lengths, and then we'll go through the chats and see if we have any questions, comments, and so forth. There are some slides here that we are going to go over first, though. And like I said, since we're streaming like this, we're not going over all things payroll. And we're going to focus on what most of you might need in just walking in here April 1st, and it's the first time you've seen the software. You're walking into payroll that's been set up for a while. So first, I just want to, before our first video, I want to talk about just the overall structure of payroll, and then we'll lead into navigating through the video will go over a particular employee and how that has been applied to that particular employee setup. Okay, so go ahead and do this. Hang on here for one moment. All right, so we're going over 2 sets of, when I say structure, what I mean is that the screens we're looking at here don't apply to any particular employee. They're sort of your menu for what you could pick for each employee. So the first group we're going to go over is the earnings and leave structure, and that's located under payroll maintenance, earnings and leave. And I'm going to see if this little on24 school works for me here. I suspect maybe not, but not going to let me do that. And to draw on the screen. All right, let's see. One more shot. Okay, does not appear to be working. All right, so I will just talk through. Unfortunately, I'm not able to point to specific areas in the screen like I'd hoped to, so bear that in mind. I'll try to describe what I'm focusing on here. So with earnings and leave, if you look, we have payroll, maintenance, and then in the list on the left is your options when you select maintenance. And where we're going to go to is the earnings and leave option, the second one from the top. And if you were to get UAN out of the box for payroll right now as like a new township that is going on UAN, this is what you would find in the earnings and leave list. This is like out of the box what we provide as a list of earnings. So you can see the two columns here. We got the name and then the type. Now the name can be edited for most of these. The type is a preset that controls how the program works. So for your hourly wages, it's going to require you to put in, when you do the wages, put in how many hours did they work times the rate of pay. For salary, you just put in their salary, their flat salary or monthly or biweekly or whatever it is. So those are two pretty obvious, and most of your earnings, there's no need to make any edits to those. I mean, salary and hourly are pretty straightforward in the details. The third one down there, we have overtime wages, and notice the code there goes to 3,000. You can have several overtime wages. For instance, you might add a 3001, or someone may have added a 3001 and named that double time, right? And so our default is 1.5 times for the hours that the employees worked. But excuse me, sneezed. But this can be customized for what the needs of your entity, and most likely has been by the time you've come in on the job here. The per item type wage, well, that's a little different than salary or hourly. That's when you get paid for a set amount regardless of how many hours you work. But unlike salary, it's not every time. It's whether you perform one particular function, like attending a meeting, or like with cemetery, you have folks who will dig graves, maybe $300 grave. So the worker will get paid by the number of graves that needs to dig in a particular period. And so it's just a set amount regardless of how many hours you work, but not necessarily every time during the pay period. All right, I'm going to go to our next slide here. So here's an example of a customized township that has taken this list and renamed it a little bit. Actually, the next slide puts those side by side. So you can see that, for instance, our per item wages in our township, we have folks who attend zoning board meetings, and they get let's say it's $75 per meeting. And so if that person attends 2 meetings, they're getting $150. If they attend no meetings that month, then they don't get paid anything out of that earning. Then notice the comp time, or the comp time is 5,000, and then the below that, those are all leave types. So our default settings are comp time, holiday, personal, sick leave, vacation. These are all pretty popular if you have leave benefits. So we provide those as a default. And then the next one down, 5005, is other leave. And we can see that at our township, we renamed that bereavement leave, or you might rename it funeral leave or whatever. Some places have jury duty leave, so they would add maybe a 5,006 for that one. The other ones below that are a bit less, far less common, so I won't get to those in an introductory class like this, but you can see that there's possibility of change. In general, you don't need to really modify the structure. I just want to understand, I want you to understand where this list is coming from. You'll see this when you go to look at your employee details. And so the same is true for withholdings. What's deducted from your employees' checks? So we have a structure that is set up and that could be applied to any particular employee. So that's under payroll, maintenance, withholdings. And that's near the bottom of your list on the left. And this is our default. And I think I'll just, well, I'll point out here the main columns here. You have a name, process group, that is important and controls how these act in the software. And then each of these is linked to a payee. This default list, like you said, if it was out of the box from UAN, it's what we provide. None of these can be deleted from the software. They're permanent in there because all of them relate to some report in UAN. For instance, with OPR's government, it's important that you use this particular withholding because it's going to, whatever you do with that OPR's government withholding is going to feed into a monthly OPR's contributions report. And the same thing for the federal income tax, Medicare, Social Security, that's going to feed into a quarterly 941 report. So they're programmed, these are preset because they're programmed for the software to work properly. A few of them are actually withholdings, like Job and Family Services. That's just there for a few controls that we have for quarterly Job and Family Services report. All right, here's our example township where it's been expanded and customized a bit. I'll go ahead and put them side by side again. And we can see that this is probably more typical of what you're going to see if you were to look at the withholding list for your township or village or library. You're going to see a much longer list. If you look down that list, we're on the left of the Buckeye Village income tax, Buckeye Little Village, East School, West School, and look at the second column for those same fields, you see that beyond the defaults, we have several local taxes. And because there are so many local taxes and school taxes throughout the state of Ohio, that's something that you would add piecemeal as a entity. We don't automatically set those up. We don't know your employees live in a particular school district where they're taxed, or a village, or township, or city where they are taxed on their income. So you can set that up, and it's important that you set that up properly when that changes. Like I said, it's unlikely that coming in on April that you'll have any changes to that immediately, but over time, you maybe get a new employee who works in or lives in a different school district where they're taxed, and so you may have to add a new one here, or maybe the tax rate goes up at a particular locality or school district. Below that, we have, say, cancer and disability. That's insurance. So our township set that up, and it's a cafeteria plan. Very important that we set that up properly. Deferred compensation plan is also set up, and that's got a specific code that goes with it. And then we've got other insurance deductions, dental insurance, a court garnishment, what we just called employee withholding, et cetera, health insurance. So all these are particular to the entity. I don't expect, this is just our example. You can look at what your structure is set up at, again, under payroll, maintenance, and then withholdings, and you'll see your particular list. I'm not encouraging you to immediately go and change anything here. Just to kind of get a feel for what you've walked into and how it's set up currently at your entity. get an understanding. When you need to make a change, you should really give UN Support a call, and we can at least get you started. We may have to refer you to your insurance company or your to a government entity like OPERS or the IRS in some cases before we encourage you to move forward. If you think you need to make some kind of change at your entity. But this is where it will be set up. So yeah, just put another button on that. Like for instance, we have deferred comp here. Obviously, not all of your employees elect to have deferred comp withheld from their checks, but this is setting up the structure so that you could add it to a particular employee and then set whatever they've set up with the deferred comp or other agency for the amount that should be withheld for their check. So this is the kind of the main list. Another thing to point out here is looking at the column headings. Remember, this is a name, process group, and then payee. Payee is a vendor. If you look at the federal Medicare Social Security and look over at the payee, notice that they're all U.S. Treasury, or we could have named that IRS or whatever we want to name it. That's all of those withholdings. When we pay the IRS, we're going to look at what was withheld for federal Medicare and possibly Social Security, and only the IRS is going to be paid for that, right? So it's several withholdings in this case that will be paid to one vendor, one payee. And so that's important that it's set up properly. You can see the same thing with school tax and East and West school tax. Those are different school taxes, but in this case, it's all paid to the same payee, Ohio School District income tax, and most likely that's paid through the Ohio Business Gateway. But we will label this one payee in UAF. Whereas where you have the local taxes, Buckeye Village versus Little Village, you can look at the payee there, and one is paid to RETA, the Regional Income Tax Agency, and the other is paid directly to that village. So it depends on your government and the particulars of those different local taxes. All right, so that's kind of a picture of the structure, overall structure. There are other kind of structural items like frequencies and a few others that are less vital to understand starting off. And again, you shouldn't have to and if you do need to make any changes or think you do in those areas, you probably want to give us a call first to kind of make sure that you really do need to make those changes before you jump into it. With editing employees, that might be a little bit more complicated or more common, I meant to say. And so we'll go over a simple example here. This is from what Alex was showing you earlier was a 2022 recording. This is a bit older recording. That's the introduction training videos that our colleague that retired here, Trina Martin, produced back in 2000. She was 2006, one of our top representatives here, and did a great job with those videos. I've gone ahead and enhanced them a little bit and shortened some of them here, so for better viewing. We'll play the edit employee video next, and then look at any questions we might have about that. So let's get right into that now.
Okay, so that's our structure for payroll. Now we're ready to start the employees. We're on the bottom of page 23, and we're going to go to payroll, maintenance, employees. Our example is how to reactivate a seasonal employee. So in Buckeye Township, it is April, and we're ready to hire our seasonal road or cemetery workers. And you may not be aware of whether these employees have ever worked for the entity before. So you should always look at the inactive list. And if we look at this in our example, Jerry Jones is our employee that is returning to seasonal work, and he is on the list. He was hired back in 2008. He keeps coming back every year. So I'm going to activate him by clicking the Activate button. And then I go back to my active list, and we have to check the setup. So I'm going to look at Jerry Jones by clicking Edit, and I recommend you use Advanced. Let me show you Guided. Guided means that you can edit an existing item, but you would have to choose exactly which item it is. In this case, we really need to look at everything in the setup. Choosing an item is just wasting my time. Sometimes you're only going to go to one place and you might want to use Guided, but I think that you will always want to use the Advanced option, save yourself some time. So we're going to go to Jones, Edit, and Advanced. This is the Edit Employee form, and it's very important that you see the symbol in the upper right corner. This symbol will help you know what form you're on. Notice the gray tabs across the middle. Additional information. Remember I showed you the additional information field.
Hi, this is Bob, interrupting for a moment to give you an update on the Edit Employee form. This would also apply to your Add Employee Wizard. Since Trina recorded the 2016 videos, there have been a few changes as of 2024. A few things have been rearranged. Mainly this affects the Information tab and the Additional Info tab, which is now retitled the EFT/Additional Info, EFT being for Electronic Funds Transfer. So let's get to the changes. The first major change is that we've rearranged some of the information on this form. You can see that the EFT section is no longer located on the information page. It is now under EFT Additional Info. So all the same fields that were present in 2016 are still there. The additional information is unrelated to EFT. That's gone over in your training. Is a whole completely separate topic, but this top part of the screen under EFT Additional was placed there because we needed some more space in the information page. One other change is made for those of you who use EFT is that Prenote Verified in the original version was said Prenote Sent, and Prenote Verified is just a little bit more of a specific. But other than that, as far as the EFT changes, not much else has changed besides the location. So I'll click back on the Information tab, and let's see what else has changed here. 2020, the IRS came out with a completely different federal W-4 form that had required a lot more settings to be inputted in UEN once the employees fill that out. Now you'll notice that you have two options under the federal W-4 form, and that's because folks like our employee here, Steve Friendly, has been around for a while, and as of 2024, the IRS still permits employees to retain an older W-4 form if they choose not to update their W-4. If they have any qualifying IRS events, like a change in marital status and other events that might require them to update the W-4, or if they just choose to update it, then you would switch them over to 2020 or later, and when I click on that, you'll see it expands quite a bit. Now, I'm not going to go over all of the new settings here. These correspond to the new federal W form. And a nice thing about this screen is that if you click on the title, Federal W-4 Form, it's actually a link to the IRS website, which will open the latest W-4 form, and you can review that to see where all these settings are coming from. So you read the employee should read the IRS's instructions and fill out the form accordingly. And all you have to do once the employee signs it is to update the relevant settings in UEN here. I'll point out one setting here, which is this additional per wage field. that does correspond to the same additional dollar amount in the old form. So I'm going to leave this on 2019 because our friend Steve has not updated his W-4. You can see that that's an additional $20. You might also notice that there's an additional field for the Ohio IT form, which has not received an update. And our employee here has elected not to have any extra withheld beyond the normal tax tables. You can also look up the instructions by clicking the title link, and that's going to open up a copy of the Ohio IT form and the notice to employees. Now, like I said, in this example, our employee has not elected extra for the state withholdings, but has elected $20 per wage extra beyond what the tax tables calculate to be withheld. This is another change since 2016. If I click over on the Withholdings tab, we can look at our two supplemental state and supplemental federal withholdings, and I can see that the $20 is filled in for the federal supplemental withholding, and the word none is for the state withholding, so the supplemental state. And these are grayed out, meaning you can't really make any edits to these fields. So unlike back in 2016, you would edit these directly. Now, since we updated the rest of it, we went ahead and improved on UAN by allowing those updates to occur when you receive a signed copy of the IT4 or the federal W4 form. So let's say I do get a update to the Ohio IT form, just to show an example here, and I'll type in $10 Ohio taxes. Once I save that and go back to the withholdings, you can see that now it lists $10 extra that will be held for each paycheck in state withholdings. Back to the information page, a few other additions, they're improvements really, but are used in very rare cases, would be the exempt checkboxes. You can read the little question marks here, they'll give you additional information. These are really very uncommon, but there are cases where you might mark exempt. You certainly do not want to just choose that if an employee tells you, hey, I want to be exempt from taxes. They need to have a proper justification, proper government forms to justify that status, so you can get started if that is a question for you in reading these brief notes. Well, that's about it.
Our earnings, overtimes, non-cash, leaves, and withholdings. These are the items that are listed for the employee. The list of withholdings may not be attached to all of the earnings. We would have to edit them to see what their attachments are. Remember that the Employee General Information Report showed you which withholdings were attached to each earning. But on this list, looking, I can see what's activated, but I can't see what's attached. So I'm going to look at Jerry Jones. He's filled in a new W-4 and an IT-4, and I'm going to check those to make sure they're accurate. Has he moved, or has the taxes in Buckeye Village changed since he was last an employee? So I'm going to check his address against his new forms. Those are accurate. He has not changed his marital status or his deductions. That can often change in a year's time. His OPERS member date would remain the same. His hire date would probably remain the same. We want to see how long he has been hired. Make sure that if this person was EFT last year, that you have the correct bank account information for the current year. You don't want to start sending money to a bank account that no longer exists. So review the information tab, make sure everything is accurate, and check your additional information tab. If you have these items listed, you would want to make sure you are keeping track of things. On the earnings tab, we can see that his hourly rate as of last year was $8.25, and he only worked in the cemetery. When I look at my local legislation, I can see that he is entitled to a raise. So I'm going to edit the earning to increase his hourly rate. Make sure you always check your legislation and his new pay rate is $8.30 an hour. Make sure you check this typical hours. Notice that we have a 10 in there from last year. Maybe he was hired last year on a limited basis. If that is not accurate this year, delete that out. He is not going to be held to 10 hours per pay period. So there are some items you may need to change. Notice that when we're editing the earning, the dollar sign is in the upper right corner. I haven't left the edit employee form. I have simply opened up an item on top of. I'm editing the earning listed on the earnings tab. And when I save and close this form, I'll be back on the edit employee form with the little man in the corner. I'm going to look at the attachments. His position hasn't changed. He's still an hourly wages paid biweekly. I need to see if his withholdings have changed. And I can see that he lives in Buckeye Village. And since he was here last, remember he was laid off last August, since he was laid off in November, they voted in a Buckeye Village income tax. And it's not attached to his withholding list. I'm going to have to take care of that, but I can't do that here. I'll have to take care of that in the edit withholdings area. I'm going to look at the accounts. He is still only going to be working in the cemetery, so I can go ahead and save my changes. In the bottom left corner, it confirms it's saved, and I can close. I see the new rate, and I'm going to go to the withholdings tab. If I look at my inactive list, I don't have a Buckeye Village income tax. It was actually voted in after he was laid off. I'm going to add the Buckeye Village income tax. Notice that it pulls in at the rate that is in effect right now, 1%. This is not associated with my earlier withholdings editor example. Our Buckeye Village income tax is 1%, and I have to attach it to the earnings. This is the most missed step when adding a new withholding. Withholdings are not automatically attached to every earning. You must make the attachments, and click Save. It shows it saved the Buckeye Village income tax. I can close my percent symbol, add employee withholding form, and back on the little man form, and I see Buckeye Village income tax listed. So now when he gets paid his earning, Buckeye Village is going to come out as well. Notice you're going to want to look at your withholding settings for Medicare and OPERS. Is this still accurate? Well, last year we had some budget shortfalls. At the end of the season for mowing, we had to start paying the employer share of OPERS from the general fund. I don't want to continue doing that this year. We have enough money to operate. So make sure you're looking at the employer settings, and if you need to edit that, you would click on the Employer Accounts tab, and you can change it right here. Make sure both settings are the same. The Fringe tab will cover that, but I want both my Employer Share and the Fringe tab with the same setting. On the Details tab, it tells me that we have regular OPERS. I'm not changing that. I'm going to click Save and Close, and now the Employer Share of OPERS and Medicare is going to come out of the cemetery fund where he works. The example in the book is a more complex example. It shows us that the employee is going to be working in 2 different tax districts. And our employee, Jerry Jones, is not a good example of that. Well, number one, he lives in Buckeye Village, so he would be paying the Buckeye Village income tax. And we want to show you an example of multiple tax districts. I have some employees in my setup that will illustrate that better. So I'm going to go ahead and close the employee form and show you one of our employees that works in multiple tax districts, and I'm going to explain that to you. We're going to click Edit and Advanced, and we'll go to the Earnings tab. So notice on my Earnings tab, I have 3 different earnings. They're all the 2000 type. They're hourly wages, but I've given them a specific name. The Buckeye Station, the Little Station, and the Township Station. So why am I doing this? They're all the same rate of pay, the same frequency, and the same account code. Well, in our example, we have 3 different fire stations, 1 in each location. Inside the Buckeye Village, we have a fire station. And when this employee works at the Buckeye Station, Let me show you his edit form and click on the withholdings tab. I'm going to open this to full screen so you can see better. When he works at the Buckeye Station, he has to pay Buckeye Village income tax, but not Little Village. There are two different tax districts. Now he lives out in the township. Where he lives, there is no income tax, but where he works in Buckeye Village, he has to pay an income tax. So his attachments are going to be different for each of these earnings. So Buckeye Station, he has to pay Buckeye tax. In Little Station, he has to pay the Little Village income tax. So notice that the Little Station is attached to Little Village, but is not attached to Buckeye. Two different earnings with two different tax bases. I have to make these attachments in order for the W-2s to be producing accurate information. And last, our township station, when he works out in the township station, there's no income tax in the township. So when I look at his withholdings, I'm going to open that up to full screen. The township station earning is not attached to Buckeye or Little Village income tax because there's no income tax associated with that workstation. So the reason you would have three different earnings for the same pay rate, for the same frequency, is because each one has a different tax association. Notice on the withholding list, I can see the Little Village and the Buckeye Village, but from here, I can't tell what's attached. Make sure that you understand this is the list that the earnings can be attached to. It does not mean they are automatically attached to everything. Those complex tax associations with different work locations are usually associated with your larger townships with multiple stations or multiple cemeteries in and outside of incorporated areas with a tax district, or a library with multiple branches in different cities and villages. I just wanted to show you that example so that you would understand the different attachments. We're not going to go through the example in the book. We found that most people in class don't understand the example that's in the book, so I've used an already set up employee to show the different fire stations. Let's move on. How to remove that trustee from the ODJFS report. Well, you remember that Sherry trustee was appearing on the ODJFS report, and I told you we can simply remove her from the report, but we must edit her earning so that she doesn't show up again. We're going to click Edit and Advanced, and on the Earnings tab is where we find our problem. I'm going to edit the earning. That's going to open us up to the $ form, and it's right here that we see the problem. The type associated with a trustee should be trustee, and they should be marked elected. Trustees are elected officials, and we sometimes see someone marked appointed, and I want you to notice the association change. When I mark appointed, the unemployment eligible box automatically checks. When I mark elected, it is automatically unchecked. Elected officials, whether they've been appointed to fill an unexpired term or whether they were elected to fill the term, they are elected. They are sitting in an elected position. So you should not use appointed for an elected official. Always use elected as the type for elected officials so they don't report to ODJFS. Appointed is often used for positions like fire chief, administrator, and other official appointments within an entity. Now that we've finished, we click Save and Close, and if we go back and add an ODJFS report, she won't appear on there.
All right, well, we're back. I am going to go ahead and answer a few questions that came in. Okay, so we had one question that I thought was relevant. Someone asked, where can I see a quick list of withholdings that for all of my employees? And, so who's set up on deferred comp, who's got OPERS, who's got Social Security, without going and editing each, going to the edit screen for each. Well, first of all, I'll say the edit screen is actually pretty convenient because one thing that we don't demonstrate in there is you could open about 10 employees at a time. You could select 10 employees and click on Edit Advanced, and you could kind of move through the different screens. So that's not bad by itself, but there is a good report for this. It's under payroll, reports and statements, and then employee reports. And when you go to the employee report group, there's employee general information, and you would just select one or more of your employees, and that's going to show you all the details that are on a report form in the edit employee screen. So if that particular employee has OPERS, it's going to show that OPERS is being withheld. It's this particular plan. They have leave benefits, sick leave or vacation or whatever. If they don't, it's not going to show it. So it only shows for those particular employees. So you can, run that for any particular employer for all of them and see and kind of get a feel for the benefits that are set up in UAN for those particular employees, right? Any particular employee. All right, let's look at, another question we had was on one of our examples in the structure was the non-Roth Ohio deferred comp. And the reason we labeled that as non-Roth, meaning it's a true deferred comp withholding, is because the entity Ohio Deferred Compensation a few years ago added a Roth plan. Well, deferred compensation simply means that a standard deferred comp plan simply means that when an employee elects to withhold $100 of extra for Ohio deferred comp plan, they get a certain tax benefit for that right now when they get paid. So they get paid $1,000, $100 is withheld for deferred comp. They're going to pay a little bit less at this point in time for federal and state taxes, possibly, depending on how it hits the tax tables. Whereas a Roth plan does not give them that immediate tax benefit. So it's post-tax. There's no tax benefit right now for that plan. And so in UAN, you would set that up as a as a post-tax item or a miscellaneous. The code for that, maybe I don't want to fool with this too much, hit the wrong button, but maybe I can go back to that. See if the software lets me jump back real quick. Well, I think it'll let me jump back, but not real quick. Let me see here. Yeah, so I don't want to, oh yeah, maybe it will. Here we go. All right, so back to like a withholding structure. Remember these process groups, and our preset ones are not customizable. OPERS are just OPERS. But for these ones near the bottom, like miscellaneous, deferred comp has got a very specific one for the pre-tax deferred comp. We don't have a specific one for post-tax or a Roth plan because that falls under this KOO process group, which just means there's no tax benefit to miscellaneous withholding. So, and the answer to that question would be if it's a Roth plan, it's the first time that you have an employee having that withholding, then it should be set up as a miscellaneous type when you set that up. And we'll be happy to talk, call us when you're setting up a new withholding for the first time. Maybe you don't actually need to do that, but if you do need to, or you think you do, we really welcome your phone calls at UAN support. Please call us and we can talk it through. Maybe we will say something helpful. I think occasionally we do. So we're happy to take your call about that. All right, let me just go look at a few other. We only had a few other questions that came in. Well, the other ones I answered individually. I think we're going to maybe hit some of those points as we go through the further videos or presentations. So,
Bob, I've got one more good question that came in that I answered and sent it out to everybody.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Alex.
We got a question. Why is my payroll tab in UAN grayed out?
So your UAN tab and your payroll tab in UAN would be grayed out if you're not using the UAN payroll software. You'd have to go through the payroll conversion process for that, and you could just shoot us an email at uan_support@ohioauditor.gov. We can give you more information on the payroll conversion. You'll have to fill out a spreadsheet that kind of outlines withholdings, earnings, things like that, and we can get you converted to UAN. So if that payroll tab's grayed out and you can't do anything with it, that is why you don't have payroll in UAN.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, to clarify, when someone joins UAN, like a township for the very first time, we don't immediately start you off on payroll. We start you with accounting, and then you come back through a 1-day online one-on-one class for payroll to get trained on payroll, and then from there on you have access to payroll. So the previous fiscal officer just never elected to use UAN payroll. So that's what we're talking about here. You can inquire on how to get started with that. The support line will send you some information. Anything else, Alex, that you saw that I missed? Ooh.
That was pretty much it.
Okay. Oh, well, I do see someone says, is there a, I'm going to think about that one during the next video, and I'll get back to you. So let me find our next video here in a little slide show on 124. And a moment. Okay. Okay, in your slideshow handout, if you happen to save that off our website, there are quite a few slides on editing employees. And the plan here was just to include a lot in case you have questions about this, that we could kind of open up a slide for. Or if we have time near the end of the class, we can kind of run through a quick run through of those slides. But what I'm actually going to do is skip over those slides for now and go on to the next video, which is adding an employee. So this is relevant. The example here is extracted from a longer example that Trina did, 2016, that goes over adding a new trustee that was appointed, or for around the same time when the newly elected fiscal officer was appointed. The steps here are pretty much the same. Since those of you who are newly elected, you're elected officials, it's going to look a lot the same, like adding yourself. So if some of you are coming in, it's your first week, you're not, and you haven't been set up in payroll. The previous fiscal officer didn't set you up as someone to be paid for the next payroll. You're going to want to get that taken care of, because I'm sure you would love to be paid. And you don't want to do that the last minute before payroll is due, because it is a process. And so this is a good one. We'll run this, and if you have questions afterwards, then or during, make sure you chat them in to the screen.
Our next exercise, starting at the bottom of page 34, is for a brand new trustee. They were appointed to finish out the term of an elected official that moved away. So we're going to add the new trustee. Again, we are going to go to payroll, maintenance, and withholdings to make sure all the withholdings we need are active, and they are. So we'll close that. I'm going to check the earnings. She's paid a salary, It's active. I won't have any problem with that. Go ahead and close that, and we're ready to click on the Add Employee button. We're going to go into step 1 and click Next. Betty, trustee, going to complete her personal information. And social security number. And her hire date. She was appointed to fill the unexpired term as of 03/01/16. Her OPRS member date. She has given me 3/1. She's never been a member of a state retirement before. 3/1. And the marital deductions, 3 and 3. And married. I'm going to mark her female. Notice that changed my icon. And it doesn't make a bit of difference if an elected official is marked full-time or part-time. For UAN purposes, that setting is only going to pull into the ODJFS report, and elected officials don't pull into that report, so it won't matter. She is not going to be direct deposited, so we're going to click Next. And I'm always going to get the reminder that new employees have to pay into Medicare. There is nothing to fill out for the additional information tabs, and Betty has been added. I'm going to continue by adding the withholdings. Marking continue and next. From the drop-down list, I choose Medicare. And the 1.45% defaults into the regular box. In our case, that is accurate. We do not provide fringe benefits. And this is going to be different. Betty is paid from multiple account codes. Many of your trustees and some of your employees are going to be paid from multiple account codes. The best setting for the employer share of Medicare and other withholdings that have an employer share is object split. Object split means that you choose the object code associated with this withholding, Medicare, and no matter where the earnings are paid, because it can change from month to month, the employer share will follow the earning. So object split is always the best choice when you have multiple earning account codes. When object split is used, you must have the budget associated with that. Let me minimize and show you what I mean. If we go to accounting, maintenance, and appropriation accounts, you can see that in 100110, where the trustees' salaries are, in the same fund and program, 100110, I have the employer share of OPRS for those who will be OPRS, Social Security for those who will be Social Security, and Medicare for everybody. So the same fund and program that pays the salary, 100110, has the same fund and program for the employer shares. If I scroll down to the other funds where the trustees are paid, 2021330 I can also see that I have the same fund and program for my employer share of OPRS, Social Security, and Medicare. So object split will automatically attach the employer share with the earning because I have the budget and account structure to support it. So when you have multiple accounts paying individual earnings, it's always best to set up the same fund and program for your employer shares so object split will work. Let's go back to the Add Employee Wizard. I'm going to go to Payroll Maintenance to get our menu back to where we were and click on the taskbar to bring my Add Employee Wizard back up. So object split's going to work because I have the budget and account code structure to allow it. So we click Next, and my fringe benefit tab will have the same setting. I don't pay fringe. It is 0 on the details box. Clicking Next, I'm going to continue adding withholdings, and OPRS is my next. The 10% is in the regular box. I would never use fringe or salary reduction unless I had those agreements and legislation to back them up. We'll click next. And again, I'm going to use object split because she's going to be paid from multiple accounts and I want the employer share to follow the earning. And click next. My fringe tab is set the same and click next. Continue adding withholdings. From the drop-down list, I'm going to choose our next withholding, Buckeye Village income tax. And it's a 1% rate. I click next. And I continue adding. On the list on page 36, we see that she is opting into the health insurance. So from the drop-down list, I choose health insurance. And I need to fill in the amount associated with her withholding. So I check my internal policies. How much does she have to pay toward her health insurance coverage? And I'm going to enter the amount that's going to be withheld. And click next. When you're using a miscellaneous deduction, that's the type. Notice up here, KOO, miscellaneous type. It shows that you have the opportunity to skip deductions. Well, a monthly employee, they're only paid once a month, so I don't have anything to skip. She's going to pay health insurance every single month. So I'm going to leave skip deductions, deduct from every pay period, and click next. She is also taking the dental insurance, so I click continue adding withholding. I'm going to select dental insurance and enter the amount. $4.15. Next. Again, I'm deducting this from every pay period. She's paid monthly. And am I done adding withholdings? Yes, I am. So I'm going to move next, and it shows me I'm now ready to add the earnings. So I click next and continue adding earnings. On the left, she is a trustee. If you have ever typed the position, it is going to appear in the drop-down list. The type is trustee, and the department in our case, remember these are set up at your entity, is administration. Notice that this is defaulted in as hired, and I am changing her to elected. She is an elected official. Even though she was appointed to fill the unexpired term, she holds an elected position. That's the correct setting. The earning on the right is going to be salary. The frequency is monthly. And the pay rate is going to be based on our budget, the date of her appointment, and the state pay rate for elected officials of the township, $17.14. And she doesn't have any typical hours. I could complete the details tab if I wanted. It's not necessary or required. I can click next, and we're going to use a split method in this case. So we have no split, meaning only one account. We can't use that. We have multiple accounts. I have manual and percentage to choose from. Hours is not available for a salaried employee. They don't work hours. So let's discuss this. When you're paying wages from restricted funds, that would be anything but the general fund, you must back up your percentage split or manual split with documentation where they worked. They have to turn this in every single pay so that you know where to pay them. We most often see percentage used for township trustees, and the fiscal officer will set up the usual or expected percentage. If it changes with what they turn in for their pay, you would change the breakdown manually on their wage. So we have to have all of the account codes available, and the percentage can be manually edited on the wage if it changes. So we're going to start with the account codes for the trustees' salaries. Now when I click the drop-down list, I can choose these one account code at a time, but remember I can choose the name and then scroll down to the S's and see all of the trustees' salaries. And I can enter those. Now you have to enter some kind of percentage. Let me put the account codes in first and we'll talk about that. So if I add all of the trustees' salary accounts, these are the only ones that are set up at my entity. You may see more or less. What would I default into my wage for the starting point for the trustee's salary? Well, I can put 100% on the general fund and leave the other two zero, and then edit it on the fly manually. Because if you don't have documentation to back up paying from these two restricted funds, you're not going to be able to pay anything from them anyway. That's one method. Other methods are if the trustees have divided up responsibilities, things that they oversee during the month, they may have different departments that they have a higher percentage of. I'm just going to use the examples in the book on page 36. We're going to say 10% general fund, 25% road, and 65% cemetery. That would indicate that this trustee's primary responsibility for oversight will be at the cemetery fund. I don't know whether your trustees divide up responsibilities this way or not. Remember that if you're using percent split, you have to enter percentages that total 100, but the account codes can have a 0 on them. The 0 makes them available on the wage when you need to edit. So I'm going to click Next, and I can see the list of withholdings I've added, but remember that only state and federal are automatically attached. I have to attach the others. In this case, we only have one earning, so I'm going to attach all withholdings. And remember, object split means that I've got one OPERS and one Medicare, and they are going to follow the earning when they're paid from different account codes. And I click Next, and that is the only earning she needs. So I'm going to say I'm done adding earnings. Elected officials don't have overtime, non-cash benefits, or employee leaves. So I'm going to skip through those steps. And click the Finish button. That's going to give me the chance to display the general information report, and I'm going to send that to the printer for my file and then look at it very closely.
All right, great. I did get at least one. I got a few more questions. Let me find the next slide here for a moment. Sorry, slight technical difficulty. All right, here we go. All right, so we just finished watching the payroll. I'll move to this one. The Add Employee Wizard. Let's see, we did have a question, a few questions come in. Wow, okay, so someone asked, is there a good report that shows the last time an employee was given a raise? Well, that is a good question. I don't believe we have a great report for that. There are ways to dig down and find out. The most surefire way in the UAN software could be a lot of time using the display button, honestly. So ideally, I would look outside of UAN for, like, in your minutes on when employees got raised. I mean, you should have some kind of policies on when they're due raises and kind of an outside record of that. There is a place in the employee, I think in the edit screen at least, we went through, for each earning, you can set some optional detail fields. And one of those details is the date of the last raise. It's an optional field. So the previous fiscal officer that you're taking over for, and maybe prior to that, you're kind of relying on them to have entered in that date in that optional field. And if they did, you could either look at the edit, you could go to the employees and look and edit through that list, or you could look at an Excel sheet. It's under payroll, reports and statements, employee reports, same place as the general information report group, but there's an export option. Remember, I think we mentioned already that you can export to, export just means saving it to an Excel. And that'll save, if you select that one employee or all, it'll save it all to an Excel spreadsheet. And in one of those tabs, the earnings detail tab, you'll find the date of the last raise field listed. So that's kind of the only report we have of that printable report. And again, that part is dependent on them filling in that optional field. So the only other way is to kind of look to see, okay, this employee got if they get paid salary and they, April 2023, they got paid this much, and then in May, they got paid quite a bit more. That would indicate, okay, they got a raise. So you'd have to go through more of like a wage record report. So there's several of those: the wage detail, earning detail. I've actually several reports you could display and kind of see which one works best for you. There's some of them that summarize some wages and overtime summary might be a good one. And you can go to look at prior months, prior years, or select a range, like the whole year 2023, for instance, and look at the wages and overtime summary under payroll reports and statements, wage reports. And then, like I said, there's many of them there. One of them is wages and overtime summary. Look at the whole year for employee and see if, they're starting to get paid more in a certain month. Now, that's a little bit harder if you got hourly employees and their hours vary. Then, you might have got paid more just because they worked more. So that's going to be harder. So that's why there is really not a perfect report for that, unfortunately. But those two steps may help in you narrowing it down if you don't have good record keeping outside of UAN that you're coming in on. All right, let me look to see what else we have out here. Okay, the previous fiscal officer is now retired. I believe the video, I was kind of looking at questions while the video was going, I believe that video covered deactivating the fiscal officer. That's like Trina said there, what that does is if obviously they got paid through March, that it's not going to, deactivating their name, their ID, is not going to prevent you from producing a W-2 for them in January next year. Excuse me. But it will just make it your life easier, because you won't be have to sift through when you're paying wages, have to purposely, ignore that employee that's listed, because they'll be listed otherwise if they're deactivated. So yes, you would change your status from active to inactive after the last wage is paid. Now, if they're, depending on the timing of, your payroll, if they still are owed a check at this time, and maybe the March payroll isn't paid yet, depending on your schedule for that, for the time they were in through March, then you'd want to keep them active until you cut the very last check. So hopefully that answers the question you were getting at. Okay, any others? I think that is about it that we want to address to everyone. Let me go back to our little slideshow here. Oh, there's the add employee button. Okay, these were just little placeholders so that we could move on to our next video. Oh, well, before I go on, someone just asked, can I repeat the location of the raise report? It's not a raise report, it's an employee report, okay, that happens to include that. And it's an Excel export, so it's called employee export, and that is under payroll reports and statements, employee reports. That's a group of reports. You have to, once that opens up, the area opens up, you have to pick a pick list, a drop-down menu, and it's going to be like the last report listed there, employee export, and then you would select the employee and click the export button. It's going to ask you, where do you want to save the Excel file? So that's where how you would get to it. All right, and someone asks, when should the fiscal officer use the additional notes field? Additional notes field is not very commonly used. It's really something that you would use if, like say, in our examples, I think we always throw out there, if a particular employee needs to go to, like say, some special equipment, safety workshop training every year, and you have to keep track of that. Well, it's kind of nice to keep track of that in the software, and you can put the date they attended. So that would be one example of using additional notes. Some people don't use it at all. You could always keep track of when they attended the safety workshop or their CDC license or whatever in an Excel spreadsheet, and that would be fine. That was just an extra thing that some people find convenient. All right, so I'll go ahead and make note of the next. We got some others coming in, but let's go ahead and move on to our next video.
And now we're ready to move forward on page 45 with posting wages. I'm going to close the employees form, and we go to payroll, transactions, and wages. My batch list is empty. That means I haven't started any wages that haven't been posted yet. To add new wages, I click the Add button at the top. Our class exercise begins at the bottom of page 49 and continues on to 50. We're going to add the wages for the monthly elected officials for our meeting on Thursday. So we're going to click the Add button. Notice there are 3 types to choose from.
Hi, Bob Walter here. Sorry to interrupt, but there has been a significant change to the wages add menu since 2016. We have access to a variety of options when you click on the Add button. So when I click on Add, you can see that there's a little arrow next to the manual or warrant options. And so under warrant/EFT, it expands to several options here. The most common option is regular wages. And really, that's what you're going to select 99% of the time. So just remember, you select Add, Warrant/EFT, and then regular wages. The other 4 options are excellent for particular situations, but that is not going to be something you're going to select for your common month-to-month, week-to-week, whatever the frequency is, payroll. You'll just select Warrant/EFT and then regular wages. All right, back to the video in progress.
There's really just one for ongoing wages. It's going to be the first one, warrant or EFT. So whether you are direct depositing wages or posting to a check, it's the exact same process. It's simply the posting that'll be different. The other 2 items are not going to be used by the average user. Many fiscal officers have never done a manual wage. Conversion is for brand new UAN clients who are converting mid-year to the UAN payroll software. They post a conversion wage to bring their year-to-date payroll information into the software so they can produce a W-2 at year-end. It's never going to be used by anybody else but a brand new UAN client. Manual is going to be extremely rare as well. It means you hand wrote a payroll check. Now, I don't know, a lot of you have the ability to manually calculate exactly what a payroll check could be if you didn't have access to the software to see what withholdings each employee should have. I would think that would be extremely rare and highly dangerous because I'm not sure that manually you can calculate those correctly unless you really know payroll. So warrant EFT is going to be our choice. And we're always going to get the reminder to verify the pay period dates for the wages. It's critical to the OPERS and OP&F reports. State retirement. Remember, the paycheck date is going to be the tax liability date for all other withholdings. We're going to click OK to that message, and the Add Wages form opens. The first thing we have to select is the department that we're paying. And remember, I said in our best practices, in payroll, the departments are groups of people we pay at the same time. So I'm going to choose administration. All of my elected officials, everybody that gets paid together at the monthly meeting, that doesn't include any of my employees, are grouped into administration, and they're all paid monthly. I'm going to check the frequency as well. But over to the right, this is where I have to change the pay period. It's still set to February 1st through 29th, and that's not what I'm paying. I need to pay March 1st through March 31st. To the right is the tiny plus sign. When you click the plus sign, it advances the pay period one pay period. So when I click plus, it advances to 3/1 through 3/31. That's the pay period I want. That's the easiest way to advance a pay period without skipping any dates. Now my list contains the previous fiscal officer, the 3 trustees, and the 3 zoning board members. You can see their positions listed in the middle. Our zoning board does not get paid unless they had meetings in the past month, and they didn't have any meetings. So I'm just going to click Brutus and the 3 trustees. Those are the only ones that need wages at this time. And I click Save. The software produces these wages, and in the bottom left corner, when they're finished, it shows that it's saved 4 wages. Notice that they're in the batched list behind our Add Wages form. The software will allow me to close the form, and we can edit these. So I'm going to click Yes, and we'll follow through editing the wages based on our exercises starting on page 50. Remember that you should have checked the pay scale for the previous fiscal officer to make sure they were being paid their last paycheck accurately. If this amount was correct, there's nothing to edit. Please look at the withholdings tab and look and see. They have dental and health insurance being withheld. So if you are paying the previous fiscal officer their last paycheck, you need to know whether they still owe the dental and health insurance or whether this needs to be zeroed out of their final paycheck, because this would be for the next month. We don't know the answer to how you withhold. The software is very easy to override. If Brutus does not have to pay any more dental or health insurance, you simply override that amount with zeros. You would never override taxes or the employer share. That would not be appropriate. But to override the health and dental that he no longer has to pay is fine. Click Save, and the software is automatically going to advance us to 2 of 4. Notice that from the drop-down list, I can see we started with Brutus and we've moved down to Betty, and we have Carrie and Sherry as well. Let's go ahead and look at Betty Trustee. Remember, Betty is our brand new trustee who was appointed to fill the unexpired term, and her term began March 1st. Let's click plus to see the distribution. Notice that it says under account code %split plus to edit. The plus is clear to the left over here. I click the tiny plus sign, and it opens up to the account codes. Now remember, the trustees may be set up at a %split, but they have to turn in documentation that backs up the percentage. You may have to override that on the wage. Well, Betty is going to take over the supervision of the cemetery fund, but in her first month in office, she spent all her time at the town hall reading through the resolutions and minutes from the past year to bring herself up to speed. So we're going to override and show that the general fund will pay the entire wage for this month, because I can't document that she did any work for these 2 restricted funds, roads or cemetery. The general fund will have to bear that burden. Notice that when you use object split, the employer share follows when I edit the earning. When I first started, the employer share would have been the same percentage as the earning. Now that I've edited the earning, both the road and the cemetery fund have 0 allocated to them, and the entire employer share is allocated to the general fund. So the object split will do its job if you have the budget and the structure for it. Let's click Save for Betty, and it advances us to Carrie Trustee. Again, this trustee is set up as a %split. I would have to look at the documentation they turned in and check it against the numbers here to make sure that the %split is accurate. Notice that he does his primary supervisory work on the road, but he still has general fund. He shows up for the meeting. He does other things that are allocated to the general fund, and the employer share will follow his earnings. I don't need to save. I can just advance. We're going to look at the last one. Again, a percent split. I would check their documentation. If I had to override, I can simply click in the box and override the amounts that are defaulted in. Percent split for the trustees is generally a starting point. You have to look at their documentation to produce their wages. So I don't have anything else to save. I can close. This is my group that are ready. All of these are going to print to a check. They are a warrant type. The pay period end date is 3/31. That's accurate. And the 3 trustees have the same salary. That might not be the case in your entity. We recommend that you always print a batch wage report and verify everything is accurate before you send these to the printer. I'm going to show you the batch wage detail, and we'll go to payroll, reports and statements, batch reports wages, and from the drop-down list, batch wage detail. Select everybody on the list. This is the report that I kept for audit. It shows the pay period. It's not posted yet, so it simply has a batch wage number. It shows the net paycheck, the total gross earnings, the individual earnings was the salary, and it shows all of the withholdings. So you can see that it defaulted in with the 415 and 154.27 being withheld from the check, but you can tell that I've overridden that with 0. So there's a difference between what was set up in the software and what was calculated, because this employee did not need the health insurance withheld from his last paycheck. You would have to check your policy to determine if that is accurate for you. You should continue your review of the batch report, and if everything is accurate, let's go back and post these wages. Select all and click post print. Confirm I want to post 4 selected items, and I choose the post date. Now, today in Payroll Training Land, it is April 4th, but our meeting date is April 7th. I want to post these for the meeting date. Pay day is always the meeting date for our elected officials. So even though I'm doing the work today, I am posting them with the check date of the 7th. The tax liability will be associated with the 7th. Now I'm going to always confirm my next check number. If that was not accurate, I would change it. The software would show me I was skipping warrants and they would be voided. Over to the left, the wage printing. Notice that we have checkmarked the employee address on the checks. If you have police officers, you probably do not want their addresses on the checks, because then the check images and their addresses would be probably in public places. So make sure that you're leaving that unchecked if you have police officers or employees that their address, their private address, has to be kept secure. The pay stub employee leave balance is a good idea. If you have your leave set up and it's accurate in UAN, you always want that to print right on their pay stubs so the employees can see their leave balance. The pay stub salary account distribution, I don't know very many employees who care what account codes are paying their wages, so I would leave that unchecked. Let's go ahead and click OK. And when the print form opens, it shows me that it is posting these items, and I'm going to load these checks exactly in my drawer and then click print. Once they've printed, this system message appears. Did all items print successfully? If they have printed fine, I click yes.
Okay, so wages number 1 here. Let me take a look at some of our questions. All right, is there a way to resend digital copies of pay stubs? I believe you're referring to the EFT, direct deposit, emailing of pay stubs. So that is, it's possible to recreate that, I believe, in You might have gotten me that on that one. Let me take a look here. Memory serves me right. Yes, you should be able to do that under payroll utilities, EFT utilities. So hopefully that's what you're referring to in your message. If not, let me know and clarify that. Oops. Okay, yeah, I can't test that on my computer, but I believe you can give us a call. I'm pretty sure that you should be able to resend those if for some reason they weren't sent when you initially processed your EFT payroll. Okay, I think someone had a question about, I believe it was in the video example. Unfortunately, I was pulled away, and obviously I've looked at these videos a lot, but I believe the video example, the question was they were pre-tax withholdings, and actually in our example, the medical and dental are not pre-tax. The only one that we have is pre-tax was the cancer and disability insurance in our example. So that's why that did not reduce their federal and state withholdings. As far as someone asked, apparently they're like one of the folks Alex addressed earlier that does not have access to UN payroll because, and the reason is the previous fiscal officer was using a third-party payroll system that I'm sure the entity was paying some price for. In UN, the UN pay structure is just a standard fee based on your total resources as a government entity. So whether you choose to use payroll or not, it's the same price, basically. So if you're not taking advantage of UN payroll, yeah, you could save some money by just by not using a third party. Obviously, you're going to have to do the processing through UN. But yes, there's no increase in price if you don't currently use UN payroll for your payroll processing. You're already paying UN fees. It's included in the package. You would just need to come to register for the payroll training class, the one-day class, and spend some time getting your employees and the structure set up to get that going. And so again, there is no change in price for payroll. All right, that looks like that's all the questions we have for now. So let me jump back to our slides and we'll move on to wages part 2. This is going to get into some hourly paid employees with benefits. After I page through a few of these sample slides here.
And we're going to continue adding the biweekly wages. At the bottom of page 51, the Add Biweekly exercise begins. I click the Add button and choose Warrant EFT. I'm going to remember to carefully consider my pay period so I post them accurately, so my state retirement is accurate. And I'm going to go ahead and do the fire and EMS and the maintenance department together. I have everybody's time cards and I have plenty of time to get the job done. We're going to go ahead and click biweekly. And remember, this is showing me the last posted pay period. I don't want to post to that pay period. I want to advance. I'm going to click the tiny plus sign, and it advances the pay period to 3/12 through 3/25. That's what I'm paying. I'm going to select the employees that need to be paid, and for class purposes, we're not going to pay everybody. I'm going to select everyone and then uncheck a few. Steve Friendly, Henry Hero Sr., and everybody else is going to remain in there. So you choose the employees and their earnings that you're going to pay, and you click Save. The software processes these wages. In the bottom left corner, it shows you it saved 8 wages, and in the background, we have a batch. I want to show you the difference between this batch and our earlier batch. Notice that we have some negative net wages and some zero net wages. That's nothing to be alarmed about. That simply means that they have zero earnings and exact set withholdings, like supplemental state or federal, health insurance, dental insurance, child support or garnishments. Those withholdings that are set up for a flat amount are showing up first, but there's no earnings to take it from. It's not going to produce a negative check. This is simply showing the starting point. When I click close, the software gives me the opportunity to edit all of them, edit only the zero gross and negative net wages. Well, remember, the salary folks probably need some editing as well, especially if they have leave to document. So I'm going to say yes to edit everyone. So this is our edit wage form again. It's a lot busier than it was with those elected officials. We still have earnings in the upper box, but notice we have a lot more earnings. This is an employee who's paid hourly, so their leaves are paid when taken. In the lower box, we have earned, used, and denied leaves. Notice that it's going to show us the accruals that are automatic, 3.10 for both sick and vacation. And holiday does not earn automatically. It's going to be a manual entry when we have a holiday, and I'll show you that later. Notice that we have the earnings, withholdings, and leave balance tab. If an employee turns in that they've taken leave, you can check this tab to see if they had an available balance to take. Let's take a look at the time card starting on page 52. We're not going to edit these in alphabetical order. I want to start with the easiest time card and move forward to more complex issues. So we choose Rob Ryobi, our new part-time cemetery worker. His time card has turned in 15 hours of pay. I'm simply going to enter 15 hours in the hours and items box. And when I press enter, the software can see 15 hours paid. Notice that it's automatically calculated his withholdings and employer share. And if I click on the withholdings tab, I can see those calculations. Notice that there's no federal tax taken out. That's because according to the tax table, for an employee with his deductions making this amount of money, he's not going to have any tax withheld. If an employee wants extra withheld, they'll need to fill out a W-4 form or an IT-4 for the state and tell you exactly how much extra to take out. And you would add the supplemental state or federal withholding. There's nothing we need to edit. We're going to go ahead and click Save, and the software would move us to the next alphabetical employee, but Rob was at the bottom of the list. Our next example starts at the bottom of page 52, and that is Sunny Day. He's an example of our salaried fire chief. He's paid bi-weekly. He accrues both sick and vacation. He has holiday leave, and he also qualifies, according to our policy, for comp time. So according to our policy, if he works overtime, and that would be established by our policy, he can put that on comp time and save it up and take time off. On his time card, it says that he worked 3 hours of overtime that he once applied to comp time. 3 hours. Notice that the software is going to multiply that by the 1.5 rate and give him 4.5 total hours. So comp time, when it's earned at time and a half, you enter the hours worked overtime, and the software multiplies it by the time and a half to give them time and a half off at a later period. And remember, we had some maximums set. If you look at the leave balance tab, this is set up differently than my example. Our maximum for this employee is 25 hours at a time, and he cannot accrue more than 40 in a year. So he is not hitting the maximum. The software would warn me if it was denied. He also took 8 hours vacation leave. If I look at his time card at the bottom of 52, I need to enter the vacation used. So if I look at the leave balance tab, he has 37.6 hours available to take. And when I enter used hours 8, when the wage is posted, it will reduce his leave balance by 8 hours. Notice that it's also going to accrue 3.10. When I make entries in the leave, it does not change the leave balance tab. This tab is always going to remain at what they came into the wage with. The earnings tab show you what you are using or earning at this point. We're going to go ahead and click Save. Our next employee is Barry. From the drop-down list, I choose Barry Deceased, our cemetery sexton. And he has all one account code but multiple earnings. He is hourly, overtime, and holiday, sick, and vacation leave paid. Let's take a look at his time card. It says he worked 72 hours and he took 8 hours of vacation. So if we look at this on the earning, this is set up to default typical hours 80. And we don't recommend this unless you have prorated leave that has to be based on a typical hours. Because when somebody gets paid vacation leave and I add his 8 hours vacation, if I don't remember to edit the 80, notice I'm going to end up accidentally paying him 88 hours. It would be wiser to not default hours into the time card so that you never make the mistake of automatically paying a default. So his time card says he worked 72 and took 8 hours vacation that he's being paid for. He's getting paid for 80 hours, and in our case, this is accurate. I can always check his leave balance tab. Did he have 8 hours of vacation? Yes, he did, so that's not going to be a problem. I click Save. And our next example is Carl Crank. Alphabetically, he falls right in the next slot. This is an employee who works in more than one place. I never know when he's going to work on the road or at the park. So I click the plus for hourly wages and I look at his time card. And it clearly shows me that he worked 20 hours on the road and 20 hours at the park. And I enter those individually on the account code level. As I enter them, it fills in on the manual split line. Now, I can't edit the manual split line. I would have to edit the individual lines to change the total. So it's supposed to be 20. He's worked 40 hours, and then he has taken 40 hours of sick leave. And I would make sure that if you have forms approved by your supervisor, those are supposed to accompany the time card, everything has been filled out accurately, and I enter his 40 hours sick leave. Now remember, this is showing up as a percent split, so if he really doesn't work 50-50 in these two departments, I shouldn't be using a 50-50 split. I just want to show you how the split methods work. We're not recommending that you default a specific split in without having actual documentation to what they should be split by. Remember, we are paying these from 2 restricted funds, and we have to be able to back up the documentation of a 50-50 split between the two. There's nothing left to edit. I can look and see if he had sick leave, but he's got 600 hours. That 40 is not going to be a problem. And I click Save. All right, remember when we get our wages in batch, we should always check the batch wage report. We get calls every day from fiscal officers who have made mistakes in payroll, and I guarantee you, if you will check your batch reports first, you will be less likely to post wages with errors. So let's go to batch reports wages. We're still in payroll reports and batch reports wages over here to the left. I've finished the batch reports wage review. I am ready to post. And we want to show you an example of EFT wages. So we can sort the list by type. If I click the type at the heading at the top, it sorts them and groups them together. I can also change the type at the top of the list to show me only one type. And then I could select everything in the list and then change it back to warrant and select. You can choose to show only one type. You just don't want to forget what you're doing. In this case, I'm going to use the sort button to group them together. And I'll choose the 2 warrants first. Now in our case, all of these employees, whether they're paid by check or by electronic deposit into their bank accounts, payday is still Friday the 8th. Remember, in payroll land, it is the 4th. I've had plenty of time to get my payroll, but remember, when you deposit directly through EFT, you have to upload that file to your bank usually 2 days before payday. So on the 4th, I have plenty of time to get that done. My warrants are going to post to the 8th, and I am not handing them out until the 8th. The employees get their checks on post date. They don't get them before. So make sure you understand, payday is payday. They don't get them before. Click post print. I'm posting the 2 warrants. The software is asking me for the post date, and that is going to be Friday the 8th. Notice that the wage printing area remembered my last selection, and I can keep that or change it. I'm going to confirm my next check number is accurate and click OK. And I'm going to send those off to my printer. I'm only going to put the check numbers in the range shown here into the printer so I don't accidentally ruin other checks. And I click print. And once those have come out of the printer, I'm going to review them. And did they all print successfully? Yes, they did. Now I have my EFTs left in the batch. I'm going to select all of them and click post print. Posting 5 selected items, click OK. And it's always going to remind me that I have to set the post date according to the form, and it's usually 2 days in advance. So payday is Friday the 8th. And that's no different for the EFT employees. The stub note area, I could type a note that would appear on everybody's stub. You want to be careful entering items on here. This creates a public record. You don't want to get yourself in trouble. Notice that the warrant number is grayed out. I can't change that. It's not going to be used. It's just grayed out because the form shows everything the same for both types. I can choose the EFT to print to plain paper or EFT forms. Now, unless your entity has purchased special EFT forms that you load into the printer, you're always going to leave that plain paper. Not very many people have the EFT forms printed up. We're going to print to plain paper and click OK. The software is showing me that it's printing 5 EFTs, load plain paper. So if you loaded a stack of checks, get them out of there and click print. Notice if you want 2 copies, one for your payment records for the board to approve and one for the employee, go ahead and change the number of copies and then click print. Once they're finished, I review the items and then answer the question, did they print successfully? Yes, they did. Now we need to complete the process for our EFT batch. I need to bring my menu items back to payroll transactions and EFT. So if you upload an electronic file to the bank, you must choose the EFT option here. The deposit date, that's our post date, is listed. All of the employees with the wage posted to that date are listed together. And I click File to create the electronic file. The software shows me the file name has saved successfully and it's located in the UAN e-files folder. I click OK, and then it gives me the opportunity to print a report, and I say yes. I always keep this report for audit, so when it opens, I click print and send that off to my printer and close. If you email the pay stubs, we're not going to cover that in this introductory training. We don't have very many clients using that right now. That'll be in some proficiency training later. You would click this blue question mark for more information on that.
Here's a quick update. If you want to find out how to email EFT pay stubs, there's a setup process. You want to go to Payroll Maintenance and then Employees, and that'll give you access to a shortcut within the software. Down here under FAQs, click on the Payroll EFT Handbook. Now that's going to open up the handbook. It's about 40 pages, but not to worry. This is a short section under Appendix 1. It's going to get you started. So review that. There is a setup process.
If your entity does not upload an electronic file to the bank, you may have access to a web portal where you log into the bank's website and manually enter the individual net paychecks for the employees. all of their EFT is set up at the bank's website. Now, this is not bill pay. This is true EFT deposit directly to their bank accounts. If you are using a manual entry, I would create the electronic file anyway and get the report and use the report to enter the net items. In addition, if you post these items in an EFT batch, even if you don't need to upload the electronic file, on your bank rec, those EFTs are grouped in one batch that can be cleared together. So I'm going to go ahead and close this form. Remember, in the UAN e-files folder, you're going to find that under Computer and your local disk and UAN e-files folder. Once you upload that electronic file, you need to delete it from your UAN e-files folder. It contains bank account and employee information that's not encrypted. We want to go ahead and permanently delete those from this file. To permanently delete an item, remember, you're going to click Shift and Delete so that it's permanently deleted. If you deleted it by just clicking on the delete key, it's moved it to your recycle bin, and you would need to empty your recycle bin. Let's go ahead and close that item. And we're now ready to deactivate the previous fiscal officer. We've paid Brutus his last paycheck. He's not going to get another. So we're going to go to Payroll, Maintenance, Employees. Mark Brutus, he's received his last paycheck, and click Deactivate. I can't remove him. He's been paid this year. He's still going to get a W-2. All his withholdings are going to report as they should. He is simply not going to show up in the Add Wages form because he's not active. So you deactivate employees who are no longer going to receive a wage. They will still get their W-2.
Okay, we're wrapping up the day, and so we kind of overloaded the time. We didn't know exactly how much interaction we'd have with questions, but we got quite a few. I'm glad we had an active bunch of attendees here today. So it was, thank you all. It was very lively. Kept Alex and I busy on the chat and Q&A time. We do plan to get a video, recording of this out on our website at some point. I'm not sure if the timeline of that does take some time to produce and get that uploaded, so it's not going to be immediately. So we'll probably add on. There are a few other videos that we were hoping to get to today, very short ones on OPRs and withholding payments. These are all, by the way, covered in the introductory training on phase 3 that Alex started off with earlier today under the UN Link website, under training, transition, and phase 3, there's the accounting introduction and the payroll introduction. And like I said, this was the abbreviated version of those videos. So to watch the full demonstration, how to do payroll withholdings, you can find those by watching the payroll introduction video. So we will hang out here for a little while after 3:30 if needed be, but anyone and look at the question and answers if we get. So far, don't have too many, but who knows? You guys, if you have any questions, go ahead and post them soon. If we don't get any yet coming in after 3:30, then we'll be closing down the webinar. So again, if you have any questions, go ahead and post your questions now or as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll go ahead and answer this. Let's see what we have here. Oh, well, Robin says she's been, just a comment, she's been using the UN email EFT stubs options for employees, and it works quite well, which is great. I'm glad that's working out well for you. I encourage anyone to use these. We do kind of qualify that nowadays because sometimes there's been a lot of change with security with with email providers, and you have to, set up. You don't necessarily know. I keep saying that. You have to set up UAN with at least one email address to send to your employees when you do that. And they have been changing security settings quite a bit. The Gmail and the Outlook email accounts and a lot of these services because for security reasons. So that can cause complications and sometimes disrupt that feature. So I've been running to that a lot. So I just like people to go into that with open eyes. That sometimes, it can have a rocky road initially. All right. Only one other question at this point. Let's see. Okay, let's see if I understand this. But okay, the video said if direct deposit, you can date a couple days prior to the meeting. Not sure. I mean, the practice for the a direct deposit for EFT is that you should date it the day that you intend it to be deposited into the employee's account. The way these direct deposits work is that it's just going to go in like usually around 7 a.m. in the morning. It'll be available for that employee's, to get access to. So you want to be careful with that. You want to follow the legal, guidelines, and this employees, elected officials should not have access to that money until it's authorized. Okay, so follow your guidelines for electronic payments. There should be a policy and legislation on what your board is allowed to pre-approve for electronic payments. I think maybe what you're thinking of when it said that you can date it a few days, most banks, so let's say if your payroll, well, you had an example. Let's say let me use an easier example. Let's say if you have payroll where the employee should receive the money on Friday. Most banks require you to send that file on Wednesday, a couple of days in advance. If it's the day before, some banks will even charge you a fee if you miss their deadline. So I think that's what Trina was referring to in that video. But banks have different policies on that. But yeah, you would not. What we're not saying is no, you can't pay we're not saying, hey, we authorize you to pay the employee before your meeting date. You pay them when they're legally due to receive the money. That's about all I can say in that end. The other question was, if you're going on vacation, can a check be written in advance, but the check date be the date of the meeting? You can advance or forward date a check. So today is, if your meeting is on Monday next week and you're going to be out that day and you're processing payroll, you can date the checks for Monday. You'd want to put the payroll checks in a secure location so that employees can't get access to that until they're due that money, because some banks will just cash the check regardless of the what am I trying to say? Check of the date on the check. So you would put that in a secure location. But yes, payroll software allows you to advance date checks of any kind up to 30 days. I don't know why you'd want to advance it that far ahead, but for whether it's accounting check or a payroll related check. Okay, so we're getting a few more coming in here. Oh, I should have said, if I didn't already, if you're, don't feel obligated, if you're ready to go, that we're officially ended at 3:30. We'll go ahead and take some of the questions that continue to trickle in here for a little bit. And thank you all for attending. And feel free to give UN Support a call with anything we might have missed today that you're really hoping to go over. Yeah, we are more than happy to assist you with the UN software. Okay. So EFT actually, so maybe this is a follow-up question. So EFT should actually be posted the day after a meeting. I'm really not going to answer that question. The date that they are due the money, that's whether your employees' paydays are your employees' paydays. Okay, and so so that is really more of a, when they earn the money and when it's due to them. That's something that UAN can't answer. You can advance date checks, okay, and you can advance date electronic payments. In most cases, you need to advance date electronic payments. So today's Thursday. If you have a Monday payroll and you want to process payroll today, you've got all the hours for the employees, like their pay period ended last week, so you have all their hours. You could process that and date it so that it goes into the bank account on Monday or Tuesday, whenever it should go in their bank account. So we'll just leave it at that. And let's see, we got one more question at the moment. All right, where can I find the portion of the payroll split on UN training? Not sure if you're referring to the earnings split for payroll or something else, but in the video today, the introduction training absolutely will go over how to split between account codes, both on the wages or in the setup. So how to distribute that on a wage level or rewatching. So the introduction video under payroll, I'm sorry, on the website, UN link, and then going to training, and then transition, phase 3 introduction, you'll find information there. It's one place you can find it. Feel free to call us. We can show you where, or discuss, how to split up the earnings. All right, so there's that. Let's see what we have left here. Okay, there's one we'll follow up with you. It doesn't seem like we quite understand the question. So, all right, anything else before we sign off? All right, well, you all have, oh, okay, I got another one came in. I think this might be a continuation. So the question is for salaried monthly employees, a split. Again, I'm not quite putting together what your question is. So yeah, Kristen, please give us a call at the UN support. We'd be happy to guide you through what you're looking for. All right, so thank you everyone, and I'll leave it to our tech folks here to close down the session, but I'm going to mute my mic. You guys have a great afternoon. Thanks for attending, or evening, I should say.